As night fell, Huan City lit up like a pearl against the pitch-black sky, with bold young people walking along the streets. Tang Ze put down his phone and looked at the traffic light, feeling unusually tired today. He decided not to take any more delivery orders. A roar, like that of a beast, came from a Lamborghini parked beside him. Tang Ze glanced over and saw a bright, fresh-looking girl sitting in the passenger seat. The man driving the car raised his eyebrows at Tang Ze, as if showing off. Tang Ze scoffed. "Show off all you want. If I had the money, I'd tow you away with a Wuling Hongguang." Suddenly, a strange voice emerged from Tang Ze's Bluetooth headset. "Time until the apocalypse, 3 hours, 31 minutes, and 13 seconds. Sending Apocalypse Gift Pack 1.0. Tang Ze frowned, puzzled by the unexpected voice. Who's messing with me? However, his phone displayed a notification. Open, Apocalypse Gift Pack 1.0? A virus. It must be a virus, he thought. As cars behind him started honking, urging him to move, Tang Ze accidentally tapped Receive. Unlimited supplies received. Body enhancement received. Weaponry 1.0 received. Note: retrieve items through mental commands. To extract, Apocalypse Gift Pack 2.0. Upgrade the energy bar. Listening to the cold, mechanical voice, Tang Ze shuddered. Could this be real? Heh, if it's real, give me an uncontrollable AK-47. When a damaged AK-47 appeared between his legs, Tang Ze nearly freaked out. Disappear. Disappear. He mentally commanded. As the weapon vanished, Tang Ze sighed in relief, though his heart was still racing. This was too sudden, leaving him completely unprepared. He quickly made a U-turn and headed back to his rented apartment. The Jinyuan residential area was a bit far from the city center. The rent of 2,000 yuan per month pained Tang Ze, but he carefully parked his electric scooter to charge and hurried home. The 50-square-meter apartment felt spacious to Tang Ze. He took off his helmet, revealing a sunny face. At 22 years old, he'd been working for a few years, doing security jobs, serving as a waiter, with no close family around. After washing his face, Tang Ze sat on the sofa. Better brush up on apocalypse rules first, he thought. He opened Tomato Novel to catch up on the genre. 2 hours later, Tang Ze understood one thing. Self-interest was paramount. He opened his arsenal, which contained various pistols, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and several rounds of ammunition, but nothing heavier, just light weapons. Testing his body enhancements, Tang Ze took out a kitchen knife and bent it easily, his fingers even able to pierce through a concrete wall. Looking at the dust on his fingers, Tang Ze smiled more confidently. He pulled out a handgun, taking a deep breath. Bring it on, Apocalypse. I'm tired of this life. I'm not just a guy, I'm the guy. As midnight arrived, rain began to fall outside, soon escalating to a downpour. Horrified screams echoed through the entire complex. Tang Ze rushed to the balcony, seeing several corpses already lying on the street. Someone still trying to shelter from the rain attempted to help, but when they got wet, their body corroded as if doused in acid, collapsing with a ghastly wail. Meanwhile, lights gradually came on across the complex, with everyone standing on their balconies, confused and clueless about what was happening. Simultaneously, all residents received an emergency notification on their phones. All residents, do not leave your homes. Do not get wet. Wait for rescue. Tang Ze frowned slightly, turning to look at the neighboring balcony. A beautiful girl was also looking his way. Having lived here for a year, Tang Ze knew his neighbor, a girl who was a live streamer, quite attractive with a curvaceous figure, though a bit. What are you looking at, you loser? She snapped before turning back into her room. Tang Ze smiled nonchalantly. It's the apocalypse, and you still think you're someone special? In the apocalypse, women equals tradable goods. A loaf of bread could give you power over others. 20 years, and I never had time for love before the world ended. What a shame. But at least I lived it up with 998. Might as well make some instant noodles to calm my nerves. No, wait, I have unlimited supplies now. Why not bring out Buddha jumps over the wall for a snack? Savoring the rich dish that only the wealthy could afford, Tang Ze took out his phone to browse Douyin. The whole world was in chaos. Soon, An emergency broadcast announced that all water sources were contaminated. Tang Ze shrugged. Doesn't matter to me. I wonder if, in a few days, a single cup of water could make that woman next door beg. Heh, calling me a loser. Time to check out the situation downstairs. As soon as he reached the first floor, he saw a sea of people lined up outside the convenience store, buying water. More people were coming down to watch, though everyone's face was etched with fear. The bodies outside were a stark reminder, making everyone more tense and irritable. Hey, stop pushing. Who the heck's cutting in line? Darn you. At that, two men started fighting, while the women stood aside in terror. Amid the chaos, several men rushed into the store, looting it, with the owner unable to stop them. In minutes, the supplies were gone, and the women didn't even get a chance to grab anything. Don't you men know ladies should go first? A middle-aged woman with glasses shouted. Screw you. A burly man retorted. At a time like this, you still want special treatment? There are bodies lying outside. As the apocalypse began, the advantages of being a man became glaringly obvious. Men who hadn't grabbed any supplies started thinking of alternatives, like driving out to get food. But seeing the bodies outside, no one dared step out, especially when they noticed their tires slowly corroding. It seemed the rain could even eat away at rubber. Some people threw umbrellas out to test, finding that the rain didn't harm them, but what if just one drop got through? Leaning against the wall, Tang Ze sighed. Less than an hour in, an order was already breaking down. With this little water, people wouldn't last long. Those with bottled water at home would be fine for now, but once all the food was gone, the worst in human nature would emerge. Watching the rain outside, Tang Ze started planning. But then, a stunning figure caught his eye. What he saw first were her bright, gem-like eyes. Delicate eyebrows framed her exquisite features. Her red lips, like cherry blossoms, radiated a captivating allure. Her long, graceful neck was like a work of art, elegant and tender, like the stem of a lily. She had a figure that was pure harmony, with natural, flowing curves, a slender waist, and full hips, every part of her perfectly balanced. Tang Ze, a mere delivery driver, could never have known her. But in this complex, she was easily among the top 3 beauties. She seemed to be a flight attendant, judging by the times he'd seen her in the elevator, dressed in uniform and pulling a small suitcase. Of course, someone as beautiful as Anbai couldn't possibly be without a boyfriend. The tall, rich, and handsome guy standing next to her, Ninggu, usually drove a Porsche 718. Let's go, Anbai. We still have half a bucket of water at home, and this rain won't last long, Ninggu reassured his girlfriend, unconcerned. Anbai's face was a bit pale, but she nodded and glanced at Tang Ze before heading upstairs with her boyfriend. Tang Ze chuckled to himself. Even thieves have their own kind of fun. Back at his apartment, Tang Ze tried to open Douyin, but found that it had been shut down. All apps were closed, except for WeChat, which still worked. In the property management group chat, chaos reigned. Complaints, curses, and accusations filled the screen. No one in the entire complex got a good night's sleep, hoping the rain would stop soon. However, by the next day, it was still pouring. The third day, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth passed. The rain continued without pause. During these days, sporadic sounds of smashing and screams could be heard late at night, adding to the suffocating atmosphere that could drive a person mad. Tang Ze didn't step outside, indulging in gourmet food every day. He planned to find a luxury villa to enjoy once the rain stopped. On the 7th day, Tang Ze decided to check out the underground garage, where the entire complex was now conducting its trade. As the elevator doors opened, the sound of commotion filled the air. The underground garage had turned into a marketplace. Women were trading luxury handbags and cosmetics for food, while men exchanged branded watches and even their 4090 Ti computers for water. Hermes Summer Collection, exchange for a case of mineral water. Rolex Submariner, 4 bottles of water. Last chance. The computer was traded quickly for 5 bottles of mineral water and a small bag of chips. Tang Ze couldn't help but sigh. That setup must have been worth around 40,000 yuan, but it was traded away just like that. At least the trades were still fair for now, but in 3 days, things might change drastically. Suddenly, Tang Ze noticed his neighbor, the live streamer, also setting up a stall to sell her cosmetics. He took a sip of mineral water and walked over. Sun Ting's expression became unnatural when she saw Tang Ze approaching. This delivery guy probably had plenty of food stored, but watching him drink water made her increasingly envious. Soon, Tang Ze spotted him by at another stall. With her outstanding looks, she naturally attracted many customers. "Hey, beauty, spend some time with me, and I'll give you this bottle of water." "Heh, I'll offer 2 bottles. I'll give 3. The men immediately started bidding, which made Bai's face flush with anger. "Jerk!" Bai cursed, packed up her stall, and headed for the elevator, even giving Tang Ze an innocent glare. One of the men snorted. "What's with the act? In the red light district, 1 bottle of water buys you a night." "Red light district?" Tang Ze curiously glanced around and saw that the so-called red light district was actually just an alarm light, surrounded by scantily clad women in heavy makeup, though their quality left much to be desired. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Around 20 young men appeared, led by a burly man with tattoos covering his arms. The followers behind him looked just as menacing, each holding steel pipes or even fruit knives. The sudden scene made the entire area fall silent. "Take everything," the leader ordered, and his underlings rushed forward with grins on their faces. "Don't take my stuff. Try stealing from me, and you're dead." "Ah, my head," the leader chuckled. "Hand over your supplies, and you'll avoid suffering. Is there no law anymore?" Robbery in broad daylight. A man in his 50s shouted angrily. "Law? I'm Ding Feng, and I am the law. Break his legs." A loud crack of bones echoed, silencing everyone. Faced with such brutality, no one dared to resist. They obediently handed over their supplies to avoid getting beaten. "Take those women standing over there," Ding Feng ordered, pointing to the red light district with a mocking smile. His underlings chuckled along, clearly enjoying the chaos brought by the apocalypse. They came and went quickly, leaving the remaining men cursing under their breath. "We barely have any supplies left, and now they've stolen even that. Why didn't any of you fight back? Why didn't you fight back? Stop talking big." Accusations flew as they started blaming each other, leaving Tang Ze shaking his head. At that moment, a scholarly-looking man with glasses stepped forward and said, "Every building has a roll-up door. I suggest we close off our building to prevent further looting. We can trade supplies through the gaps in the doors if needed." His suggestion was immediately met with approval, and without hesitation, they lowered the roll-up doors around them, securing them with iron locks. Seeing this, the residents in the nearby buildings quickly followed suit, lowering their own roll-up doors. In an instant, the 5 buildings of the complex were separated. "I have another suggestion," the bespectacled man continued. "We men should unite, search for supplies, and defend ourselves against these thugs." He seemed to have a natural leadership quality, and several people quickly responded to his call. But Tang Ze had no interest in working for others. The apocalypse had come, and he was done being a worker. Only a fool would still think like that. Back at his floor, Tang Ze found the live streamer, Sun Ting, crouched by her door. He teased, "So you were hiding here, huh?" Though not as stunning as the flight attendant, Sun Ting was still an attractive woman. Sun Ting, not stupid, had rushed into the emergency stairwell as soon as she saw the gang appear, taking the stairs back up. Seeing Tang Ze's teasing smile, Sun Ting snorted and asked, "Do you have any water left at home?" "Whether I have water or not, what does it have to do with you?" Tang Ze leaned against his door, arms crossed, enjoying the banter. "A loser will always be a loser." Sun Ting snapped, then opened her door and slammed it shut behind her. Tang Ze couldn't help but laugh. "I am a loser, after all. Now that the apocalypse has come, I just want to live peacefully. As long as we don't bother each other, we'll be fine." 3 more days passed, and the rain showed no signs of stopping. The 5 buildings had formed 5 separate factions, establishing certain agreements. That evening, a meeting was scheduled for their building, and Tang Ze had no choice but to attend. The meeting location was the underground garage. Tang Ze noticed that everyone looked significantly more haggard, and Bai's lips were chapped, and even the live streamer didn't look much better. The bespectacled man stood on a car hood, holding a megaphone. Residents, my name is Dong Fei. I used to be an executive at a company. Thank you for trusting me to take the lead. This crisis has lasted for more than a week, with no rescue in sight. The authorities haven't issued any updates either. I'm sure we're all running low on supplies in Building 3. Yesterday, some residents in Building 4 took the risk to go out and scavenge for supplies. They lost one person, but at least they brought back some food. Dong Fei's words were met with nods of agreement. Everyone had seen the messages in the community group chat yesterday. It was Ding Feng who had led his gang out. Their tires were gone, but they still had rims, though the journey was slow and slippery. It was said that one of his underlings got hit by the rain and didn't survive. So, I suggest we form a convoy to go out and search for supplies as well. However, after Dong Fei finished speaking, no one responded. After all, it was a dangerous mission. As if he knew it, Dong Fei adjusted his glasses, his eyes showing fierceness. I won't force it. It doesn't matter if I don't want to contribute. Please don't touch the supplies we get back. I'll go. I'll go too. The courage of several married men is commendable. They are old and young at home, so they must do it. After setting up 2 fleets, Dong Fei naturally went out in person. Let's all go back. I will notify everyone in the group at that time. But if you want to get something for nothing, then think about what you want in exchange. Anbai looked at her boyfriend beside her and asked in a low voice, Ninggu, our family has no food. Ninggu said impatiently, Why are you so anxious? My dad said he is trying to find a way to give us food. Do you want me to die? No, I didn't mean it. Anbai explained again and again. But Ninggu said in a deep voice, Then what do you mean? Anbai's face turned pale, because that was exactly what she meant. About 3 hours later, 2 cars came back with sparking wheels. There were 6 people when they left, but only 4 were left when they came back. The waiting family members cried when they saw that their sons or husbands had not returned. Did my husband get caught in the rain? My son. Dong Fei said in a deep voice, It's a mess outside. Everyone is grabbing supplies. Your husband and your son were beaten to death by others, not by the rain. Everyone looked at each other in shock, their faces full of fear. But when they saw the food and water in the trunk in the back, their original fear was replaced by desire. I want water. I want water. I saw a skinny man rushing over regardless. Dong Fei picked up the bloody baseball bat and swung it hard, knocking the skinny man's jaw off. But Dong Fei didn't stop. He picked up a baseball bat and hit the man's head hard until the whole head was broken. With blood stains on his face, Dong Fei looked back at everyone. Who else is coming to rob? One person was beaten to death, and everyone was too frightened to say a word. Listen up. If a man wants to exchange supplies, he must go out. If a woman wants to exchange supplies, use your body in exchange. Dong Fei's words refreshed everyone's outlook. But it's not Dong Fei's fault. These supplies were all bought at the cost of one's life. So why should they be shared? There are apocalyptic rules in the last days. Until that night, a slight knock on the door suddenly sounded. Tongza put down the pizza in his hand, wiped his hands and walked to open the door, but he still had to look at the peephole first. When he saw that familiar face, the corners of Tang Zay's mouth gradually rose, wondering how long you could endure it. She looks pretty good today, with a small white skirt and exquisite makeup, which makes her look even better than that of the stewardess. Opening the door, the person standing at the door was Sun Ting, who is watching the live broadcast now. Even if there is income, those numbers cannot be exchanged for supplies. Just now, a fellow sister went to exchange for supplies and told about the inhumane treatment. Several men took turns come. I ended up only getting a glass of water and an Oreo. So I could only come to this food delivery guy. This stinky loser must have a lot of food hidden at home, so I just dressed up, hoping that this loser can do me some good. Sure enough, as soon as she opened the door, Sun Ting smelled a familiar yet unfamiliar smell. This is Orland's pizza. Seeing the hot pizza on the coffee table, Sun Ting couldn't believe it. At this time, he still had pizza to eat. What's the matter? Tang Zay asked calmly, opening a bottle of mineral water and taking a sip. Although she is wearing lipstick, Sun Ting's red lips are almost dry and cracked. As an anchor, it is normal for her to have some food at home, but the problem now is that there is no water. Instant noodles alone are of no use. Brother, can you give me some water? Sun Ting, who used to be proud, saw the water flowing out of the corner of Tang Zay's mouth and wanted to open her mouth immediately. Tang Zay's smile became much thicker. I still like your arrogant look. Please recover and call me a stinky jerk. Brother, you misunderstood. I was blind. Sun Ting apologized quickly, completely forgetting her original plan. What kind of seduction? Just take a sip of water, and you can do anything. Tang Zay let out a long sigh and slowly lowered the mouth of the bottle. The water slowly flowed down to the ground. Sun Ting didn't hesitate at all. She lay on the ground reflexively and stretched out her dry tongue to lick the floor. Tang Zay slowly retreated into the room, and Sun Ting knelt and licked along the floor. Entering the house, the door was slowly closed. It turns out that kneeling and licking is not an adjective. Putting away the mineral water, Tang Zay sat on the sofa and looked at Sun Ting. Sun Ting slowly raised her head to look at the mineral water bottle in Tang Zay's hand. Her desire was hard to suppress. Do you still want it? Tang Zay shook his head. Sun Ting lay at Tang Zay's feet and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I want it. Then I'll give you a little more. Sun Ting was about to get the cup, but Tang Zay still poured it on the floor. Even so, Sun Ting licked it obediently. You licked the floor until it was shiny. I'll reward you with a piece of pizza. He threw the pizza directly on the ground. In the past, Sun Ting would not eat this kind of junk food at all, for fear of gaining weight, but now it is like a treasure, and she eats it regardless of her image. Oh, you look dirty. Go take a shower. Sun Ting asked in surprise. Do you still have water for bathing here? Of course. Wash up and apply more shower gel. Sun Ting immediately ran into the bathroom. Sure enough, there was clean water. She didn't even have time to close the door, so she couldn't wait to wash it. For her, not washing for a day made her whole body feel uncomfortable, let alone it was almost a week. This scene was quite advantageous for Tang Zay. A woman who could become an anchor would naturally have good conditions. After taking a bath, Sun Ting realized that the door was open, so she closed it immediately and came out dressed neatly after a while. Well, I'll go back first, thank you. Sun Ting didn't want to send her to her door in vain. Besides, this stinky loser is not like that group of people. She can't do anything about herself. She did what she did just now, so it's compensation for the food. Tang Zay smiled lightly and said, After eating my food, I patted my butt and wanted to leave. I did that just now, and I showed it to you. Sun Ting immediately returned to her original demeanor. Tang Zay expressed satisfaction and took out the dark pistol. When she saw the pistol, Sun Ting was stunned, but she quickly smiled and said, Is this a lighter or a water gun? Who are you trying to scare? Bang! There was a gunshot, and the sensor lights in the entire building turned on. Everyone in the community was startled by the sound. Who fired the shot? There is a gun. At this time, Sun Ting's face was pale, and the broken decorations fell to the ground. This was a real guy. Those people below can do whatever they want to a woman with just a glass of water. You even ate a piece of my pizza. How about I buy you another peanut? Sun Ting immediately collapsed on the ground, trembling with fear, thinking it was a sheepfold, but she didn't expect it to be a tiger's den. Where did he get the gun? Come here. Tang Zay waved. How could Sun Ting dare to resist? She put her jade arms on the ground and slowly crawled towards Tang Zay on the sofa. Brother, please forgive me. I will never lie to you again. With a cry in her voice, Sun Ting begged for mercy again and again. She smiled on the outside and looked harmless, but she turned out to be a devil. Tang Zay raised the muzzle of the gun and slid it over that delicate face. Sun Ting opened her eyes wide, feeling that she was about to die. She became extremely regretful and promised him that she would not lose a piece of flesh. You have been so obedient. How could you suffer? Tang Zay showed a kind smile, but no one knew that the shot just actually missed. Sun Ting nodded fiercely and made a squeaking sound. However, Tang Zay's eyes were cold, and the muzzle of the gun was already placed on the back of Sun Ting's head. There is only one fate for lying to me, death. Don't be so picky. It's the end of the world. How can there be so many beauties? Tang Zay suddenly realized that the progress had increased by 1%, which was a little slow. He left Sun Ting aside and sat on the sofa to have a hot pot to replenish his energy. This is much higher quality than 998. This is a bottle of mineral water and a piece of pizza. Who said it is cheap? Spare my life. Sun Ting made a small plea. Tang Zhe was stunned for a moment, then grabbed Sun Ting's hair and pulled it up. He found that her face had no color at all, and even her skin had become extremely dry. The slight frown turned out to be the energy tank causing trouble. It still has to be slow and steady, and the progress is only 2%, which is too slow. Eat something, Karasawa said calmly. There was a plate at his feet, filled with hot pork belly and fat beef. The hungry Sun Ting ignored the pain and quickly crawled to Tang Zhe's feet to eat the delicious food. No, water. This time Tang Zhe changed the bowl to a larger one that would be enough. Sun Ting chewed the meat and said vaguely, "Thank you, thank you. You're welcome, you're mine from now on." Sun Ting, who was lying on the ground drinking water, was stunned, but she didn't dare to resist. Tang Zhe didn't explain too much and said with a smile, "You have two choices now. Either eat peanuts or be obedient." "I'll be obedient." Sun Ting chose the latter without hesitation. Only fools want to eat peanuts, as long as they eat enough and drink enough. Tang Zhe touched Sun Ting's head and smiled. "You will be mine from now on." Tang Zhe was stunned, but he was much smarter than before. At the same time, there were 7 or 8 men sitting in Dong Fei's home, and supplies were piled up in the entire living room, half of which was mineral water. One of the bald heads seemed to be in a hurry. "Darn it, don't come out yet. Don't kill people." Dong Fei drank red wine and glanced. "Why are you so anxious? There are not many women." The bald man smiled bitterly and said, "There are so many beautiful women. It's hard to find a good-looking one, and it takes so long. Compared to women, the gunshot just now is what we need to deal with." Dong Fei said solemnly. This gun has threatened his status, and he even felt that a gun was right in front of his head. If you grab this gun, you can control the entire community. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are the emperor of the community. A man sitting next to me said seriously, "I feel like the gunshots are coming from our building. It's really similar." Another man agreed. Dong Fei put the red wine glass on the table. "Baldu, you and Huang Mao go door to door and check." Baldhead and Huang Mao looked at each other, but they had a gun in their hands. A box of bread and mineral water for each person. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. Baldhead and Huang Mao nodded. After standing up, Baldhead shouted towards the bedroom, "Take it easy and wait for me to come back." Dong Fei said helplessly, "This is how you like an old woman who is almost 40 years old." "Brother Dong, you don't know. I'm usually jealous of this woman. If it weren't for this apocalypse, I really wouldn't be able to play with it. I have to thank the apocalypse for it." Everyone smiled evilly. This was much more interesting than going to work. After leaving, Huang Mao chuckled and said, "Brother Bald, there is an anchor at number 701, who has a great figure, and there is a flight attendant at number 603. She looks so plump. You are smart, kid. I will protect you, and protect you from death when you go out in the future. Thank you, Bald brother. After you feel good, it will feel good to my brother too." The bald man patted Huang Mao's shoulder. "Don't worry, women in this world can be happy as they please." The two of them had forgotten about looking for a gun, and went directly to number 603 to find the stewardess. Inside the house, Ninggu seemed particularly irritable, restless, thirsty and hungry, and almost unconscious. His beautiful girlfriend in Baiwan was sitting on the sofa, looking pitiful. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door, startling both people in the house. Ninggu came to the door and saw the bald head and yellow hair through the smoke. How could he open the door? "I know you are in the house. Open the door," Huang Mao shouted. Ninggu still has a bit of brain left, and Bai will become their plaything once this door is opened. The bald man held Huang Mao down and shouted, "Brother, you have been hungry for many days. The supplies were abundant yesterday. Come to 201 to chat when you have time." After that, Huang Mao left with a puzzled look on his face. Ninggu breathed a sigh of relief, and Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the words spoken by the bald head kept echoing in his mind, eroding the man's last will. Soon the two came to 701 and knocked on the door. The bald man shouted in the same tone, "We have a lot of food. Come to 201 to chat when you have time." Life is better than anything else. It is better than starving to death at home. The door suddenly opened. However, the one opened next door. Tang Ze looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "Knock on the door softly. It's too noisy." The bald man and Huang Mao looked at each other. All the men had been respectful to them recently. When did they have such a tone? Are you looking for death? Why are you talking to my bald brother? Huang Mao immediately walked towards Tang Ze. When he saw the room, he was speechless and stunned. The bald man came over doubtfully and was stunned when he looked into the room. On the dining table were chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised pig's trotters, and stir-fried lettuce. There is a woman eating next to the focal table. Bald brother, this seems to be the female anchor. Huang Mao stuttered a little. After so many days, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she has become very haggard because she has not eaten or drank. How can she look like the female anchor in front of her? She almost turned into a fairy. You have some ideas, you don't have to worry about food and drink, and you have a beautiful woman at home. The bald man said in a sinister tone, and walked directly into Tang Ze's house, with Huang Mao following closely. Tang Ze smiled and closed the door. Huang Mao couldn't wait to grab the pig's trotters and eat them. Bald brother, pig's trotters, they are delicious. When Sun Ting saw the two men entering the room, she didn't panic at all. She walked to the sofa and sat down. The bald man looked at Sun Ting, unable to conceal his greed. "Boy, if you know what's going on, take out the food and hand over this woman so that she will suffer less. This is mine. How can I leave it to you?" "No way," Tangza said with a harmless look. Sun Ting thought to herself, "These two idiots are doomed. Hua, if you don't eat the toast, you'll have to drink wine as a penalty. Bald brother, please stand far away and don't let the blood splash." After saying that, Huang Mao took out a fruit knife and stabbed Tang Ze directly. However, Huang Mao felt that the black fist enveloped his face before he was stabbed. With a bang, Huang Mao was spinning. His whole face was sunken, and his bald head looked frightened. Sun Ting on the sofa was also stunned. She knew that Tang Ze had a gun, but she didn't expect that he was so powerful. If he had a little bit of care before, but now he doesn't even have that little care anymore, he doesn't want to be beaten like this by Tang Ze. Shouting, "Ting, go open the window." Tang Ze chuckled and lifted Huang Mao up. After all, Huang Mao weighs 130 pounds and can be lifted so easily with one hand. His bald hand was already shaking. Sun Ting obediently opened the window, and Tang Ze threw Huang Mao out. There was a dull thud. However, no one pays attention at all, and they are all numb. Every day, some people cannot stand the mental torture and choose to commit suicide by jumping off the building. Tang Ze clapped his hands and sat down again, smiling. "Sit down, let's eat together, and give this big brother a pair of bowls and chopsticks." Sun Ting's obedient appearance made the bald man feel terrified, wondering what inhuman things the young man in front of her had done to her. Seeing the graceful Sun Ting approaching, the bald man didn't have any desire in his heart, and fear emerged in his heart. "Brother, what do you think? I can do this." Tang Ze picked up the chopsticks and started eating slowly. The bald man dared not hold chopsticks at all. "Look down on me?" Tang Ze narrowed his eyes slightly. The bald man quickly picked up his chopsticks and said, "Brother, there's no misunderstanding. That's good. What's going on outside now?" How could the bald man dare to lie? He immediately said, "It's very chaotic outside right now. People are killing people everywhere in order to grab supplies. The surrounding convenience stores and supermarkets have been looted by several communities. What's your boss's plan?" The boss said that once this batch of supplies is finished, he will go grab supplies from surrounding communities. "How many more do you have?" "Save it a little. I should be able to handle it for a month." "By the way, is your boss looking for this?" Tangza took out the gun directly. His head was numb when he saw it, and he risked his life for bread and mineral water. The bald head nodded. Tangza put down his chopsticks and was already full. "What are you doing standing around? Eat, it's your last meal, so I can send you on your way." The bald man burst into tears. "Brother, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I'll give you all my supplies. Please, eat quickly, don't waste it. Remember to say thank you to me." Tang Ze's eyes turned cold, and he stuffed his bald head desperately into his mouth. It was the first time that he felt that it didn't taste so good. The bald man originally thought that Dong Fei was cruel enough, but he didn't expect the young man in front of him to say even more. Thank you, brother. Come on, jump down yourself. Don't let me shoot. There will be blood everywhere. It's hard to clean, right? The bald head kept retreating, pleading with his hands, and soon his back was leaning against the wall. Brother, we have no grievances or grudges, you. There was a bang, and before he could finish his words, a gunshot rang out. A red dot appeared between the bald eyebrows, and the whole person fell backwards and fell down the stairs. Sun Ting swallowed. This man was moody and cruel. Downstairs, Dong Fei and others' expressions suddenly changed when they heard gunshots again. Brother Dong. The bald head fell off, shouted a boy on the balcony. Dong Fei immediately ran to the balcony and saw the bald body with a gloomy expression. Boss, if he doesn't come to us, there's no need for us to go to him to cause trouble, so as not to turn against him. Although Dong Fei was not convinced, his younger brother's words were reasonable. If the man with the gun took revenge on him, even a few lives would not be enough to compensate him. Dong Fei immediately sent a message to the number 3 building group. Brother, we have food and drink here. Come and sit down if you have time. This was obviously a sign of bowing his head and wanting to reconcile, but Dong Fei also had other plans in mind. If he really came, he would have a Hongmin banquet. Tongza, who was sitting on the sofa, chuckled. He had plenty of time to mess with them, but the focus now was on the issue of food rations. Seeing Sun Ting rubbing her feet, she decided to let her rest for the night to avoid sudden death on the spot. Aren't you a dancing anchor? Go dance a bit. What is Master like? What do you think? Sun Ting understood, turned on the music, and moved her charming figure. You're a good little anchor. Tang Ze lit a cigarette, and Sun Ting sat next to her holding an ashtray. Sun Ting curled her lips and said in dissatisfaction, Who is a small anchor? I am one of the top 3 anchors on the platform. I start out with 6 figures a month. No wonder you called me a stinky jerk. Sun Ting. At Dong Fei's house, 6 men drank beer and frowned. The death of Baldhead and Huang Mao had a big impact on their self-confidence. They thought they could cover the sky with one hand in this building, but they didn't expect there was a ruthless man in the dark. Standing on the balcony, Dong Fei looked at the corpses downstairs, and his eyes suddenly focused on him. From the position where the 2 people fell, they should have been thrown from his own building. Guzzi, check the information on the owners above me and see if any of them haven't come to report. The man called Guzzi was about 30 years old, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks and deep eye sockets. He had obviously indulged in too much in the past 2 days. Soon, Guzzi got the result. Brother Dong. There are only 2 families upstairs who have not been here. The one on the 6th floor isn't Bai, a flight attendant, and the one on the 7th floor is Tang Ze, who delivers food. The fat man sitting next to her slapped her thigh. I met that flight attendant in the elevator before. She is very good-looking and has fair skin. She has a rich, handsome boyfriend with her. Could it be that her boyfriend has a gun? Dong Fei also saw Bai's boyfriend, and he didn't look like a man with a gun. Is it the food delivery guy? How could a food delivery guy carry a gun? But besides the 2 of them, who else could it be? Could it be that I guessed wrong? Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing the voice call display, Dong Fei couldn't help but frown a little more. It was Ding Feng, the boss of Building 4 next door. Holding his eyes, Dong Fei answered with a professional smile. Boss Ding, you're still up so late. Boss Dong didn't sleep either. It seems that he couldn't sleep because of the gunshots. Ding Feng said jokingly. After all, he was not in Building 4, so Ding Feng was not very worried about what might happen to him. Dong Fei chuckled and said, Don't bother Boss Ding to worry about it. I can handle it. Okay, I originally wanted to help Boss Dong. If you come to me in trouble, I will be happy to help. Thank you, Boss Ding, for your kindness. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. After saying that, Dong Fei hung up and cursed Ding Feng in his heart. How could the gun fall into your hands? Ding Feng on the other side made a sound and put down his phone. The woman sitting next to her is in her 30s and is Ding Feng's girlfriend. She is quite pretty. Brother Feng, you still have to find a way to get the gun. With the gun, you will be the emperor of this community, and you may be able to control several surrounding communities. The woman's words made Ding Feng's heart beat. A building was not Ding Feng's goal. He wanted to control greater power. Also, I heard from the sisters in the group that there is a flight attendant and anchor in Building 3 who are very good-looking. I have photos here. The woman opened her phone and showed Ding Feng the photos of Anbai and Sun Ting. Ding Feng's eyes suddenly showed a greedy look, and he further strengthened his idea and said with a ferocious smile, "We will have a meeting tomorrow, get ready, and ask people to breach Building 3. The woman was delighted and knew how to please men. "Brother Feng, I also prepared a midnight snack for you." "Oh, bring it in," the woman shouted. I saw a girl being brought in by her younger brother. However, this kind of thing has gradually become the norm in the community. The boss who owns the materials controls life and death, and everyone has to bow their head to save their lives. Building 3, number 603. Wearing black high-end silk pajamas, Anbai cut open the bottle of mineral water. Her tongue, which should have been red and fragrant, turned slightly white, and she licked the bottle cap. Ninggu walked out of the bedroom at this time and glanced at Anbai on the sofa. "I'm going out first." "Where are you going?" Anbai asked quickly, fearing that Ninggu would leave her alone. "Just go out for a while." Seeing that Ninggu didn't say anything, Anbai walked over and grabbed Ninggu's sleeve. "Are you going to find them? Are you bothered? If I don't go looking for them, I'll just replace my portion with a bottle of water and 2 pieces of bread. Just enjoy the food I brought back without doing anything." After saying that, he waved his right hand. The weak Anbai fell to the ground. Her face turned pale. Ninggu saw that Anbai had lost her former beauty, and her mentality changed completely. "To tell you the truth, I have reached a cooperation with Brother Dong. If you go to accompany them once a day, we can survive." "You asked me to accompany those beasts." Anbai looked at Ninggu in disbelief. "Is this what a boyfriend should say? Then do you want to starve to death? Do you have the heart to let me starve to death? Didn't you say you would die for me before? Now I'm not letting you die. I'm just asking you to sacrifice your body." A feeling of powerlessness filled Anbai's body. "You should think about what I did to you in the past. Brand name bags, brand name jewelry, various high-end restaurants, none of them free of charge. I used to pay, but now it's you." After saying that, Ninggu went out to talk to Dong Fei. "Price. After all, my girlfriend is the most beautiful in this building. Although she is a little exhausted from hunger, she can recover in a few days." Hearing the sound of the door closing, Anbai's eyes were full of despair. Dong Fei and his group had become inhumane, and the girl would be worse off than dead if she fell into their hands. Looking at this home, Anbai felt that it didn't smell like the past and even felt disgusting. She didn't want to stay in this home for a moment. Opening the door and walking out, the air outside made Anbai clearer. He couldn't help but show a self-deprecating smile on his face. Looking at the window of the safe passage, Anbai made a decision. "Even if I die, I won't be ruined by those beasts." Walking into the safe passage, Anbai heard voices coming from upstairs. With doubts, Anbai walked gently upstairs and immediately saw Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe and Sun Ting also came out to get some air. At this time, Tang Zhe also saw Anbai, who was very weak, and said with a smile, "Good afternoon, little sister." Sun Ting was confused for a moment and looked back at Anbai. She didn't expect that she hadn't seen Anbai for a few days and was so weak that even herself not as good as anything. Although Anbai was not familiar with Sun Ting, he had heard that Sun Ting was a host and earned more than himself. "Little sister, why are you looking at us like this? Go home quickly." Tang Zhe raised his hand and said with a smile, "Do you still have food at home?" Anbai finally asked. If there were other ways, she didn't want to die. Whoever wants to die has no choice but to do so. Sun Ting stood up and walked towards Anbai. Her slender hands ran across Anbai's dry skin and her hair that seemed to be drying up. "Of course there is food. Do you want to eat?" "I think." Anbai nodded repeatedly, envious of Sun Ting's condition. He used to be a bit prettier than her. Sun Ting picked up the half bottle of mineral water on the stairs. Anbai was overjoyed when she saw it. The female compatriot was still reliable at the critical moment. Thank you. Anbai reached out to take it, while Sun Ting stepped back. Tang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle, a bit bad, actually teasing people. Anbai looked at Sun Ting in confusion, wondering what Sun Ting meant. but Sun Ting unscrewed the bottle cap and actually poured some water on the ground. Tang Zei twitched the corner of his mouth. Good guy. Use this trick on others. Drink like this. Sun Ting demonstrated in front of Anbai. As the water dropped to the ground, Anbai gently bit her dry red lips and drank the water according to Sun Ting's wishes. Chi li chi. A strange sound sounded in the stairwell. Tangza didn't expect that the girl who used to be aloof would also lower her status. Sun Ting sprinkled water as she went upstairs, and Anbai followed her until she got home. As the door closed, Anbai seemed to have just come back to her senses and immediately smelled a scent that seemed to come from the last century. It's KFC. When she saw the KFC on the coffee table, Anbai's eyes were filled with horror. How could this be possible? Considering that Tang Zei was delivering food, he was probably secretly at home. No wonder this female anchor was willing to follow him. Can I? Sun Ting looked at Tang Zei and asked. After all, she wanted to play, but she was afraid of making Tang Zei unhappy. Tang Zei smiled and nodded, looking to see what tricks you could come up with. After getting Tang Zei's permission, Sun Ting felt a lot more at ease. She picked up a chicken leg bone and threw it in front of Anbai. Looking down at the chicken leg bones, Anbai's jade arms were trembling, thinking not to eat the bones. But her brain was not obedient at all, and her slender hands slowly came closer. In the end, hunger defeated dignity. The sound of chewing slowly sounded, accompanied by Anbai's tears. She never thought that one day she would lie on the ground eating bones. Why was she so useless? I heard that your boyfriend is going to sell you? Tang Zei took out a cigarette, and Sun Ting immediately got angry. Anbai trembled, turned his head slightly and said, He didn't. You probably don't know yet, but there is a group of men in our building. You auctioned it there yesterday, and the price was quite high. One bottle, there are 4 reservations for water in half an hour. Tang Zei's words bombarded Anbai's heart, and his hands lacked the strength to support him. No way. He just asked me to accompany Dong Fei. Dong Fei is just your first client. Look at it. Tang Zei putting the phone in front of Anbai's eyes. Anbai picked it up and looked at it. The content inside was shocking. There were even charming photos of herself. Ninggu even introduced his own advantages. Tears fell, and I felt like the sky was falling. Tang Zei put away his cell phone and flicked the ashes from his cigarette. Sun Ting, who was standing by him, actually used both hands to catch the ashes. This move made Tang Zei call her 666. Why don't you come with me and have food and drink every day? Sun Ting sat beside Anbai, caressing Anbai's cheek, and her voice invaded Anbai's brain like a devil. In this way, I can eat 3 meals a day, with all kinds of delicacies from all over the world. I can also wash away the dirt on my body and survive in this troubled world. Tang Zei suddenly realized that Sun Ting would be better off pimping him in the future. This was definitely a potential stock. Whether you want to stay here or choose to be a plaything, you decide for yourself. Sun Ting patted Anbai on the shoulder and could only help you get here. You should be a smart woman and know what is more important. If you fall into the hands of those people, you will die miserably. If you fall into the hands of Tang Zei, you may be killed by him in the future, but at least you will be fed and drank enough. Those people will feed you and drink enough? Silly sister, don't be naive. They will only give you a little food to make you dependent and control. Anbai was not stupid, so she whispered, I choose to stay. Louder. Sun Ting showed a satisfied smile and trampled on Anbai's bottom line of dignity. Anbai gritted her silver teeth and shouted, I choose to stay. Tang Zei even wanted to pay Sun Ting a salary. Talents like this must be retained. It's for you. Tang Zei threw all the bones in front of Anbai. Anbai crazily stuffed them into his mouth without any objection. To Sun Ting, Tang Zei handed over a bucket of spicy wings and said, It's very well done. Thank you, master. Sun Ting was overjoyed. Now she had authentic food to eat. Tang Zei nodded. Holding the bucket of hot wings, Sun Ting ate a lot and gave some to Anbai. Anbai quickly stuffed it into her mouth to replenish her strength. She also needs to be replenished. Sun Ting suddenly realized something. She couldn't let Anbai die, so she finally got someone to support her. Whatever you want. Although Sun Ting doesn't want to give up spicy wings, she still has to make a choice for the future. Seeing that your mouths are full of oil after eating, Go and wash them up quickly. You can also wash her up. Don't worry, it's clean. Sun Ting is now very good at making Tangze happy. Entering the bathroom, Sun Ting closed the door. The bathroom was not very big, just big enough for 2 women to stand in. Sun Ting pulled out her tail first and couldn't help but hissed. Why are you like this? And Bai looked at Sun Ting in puzzlement, making such a fool of himself. Sun Ting smiled bitterly. Do we have any other choice? We must choose a strong one. But he doesn't look very strong. Sister, he has a gun. Sun Ting knocked and Bai, which was considered warning. Just say this to yourself. If Tangze hears it, he will be unable to eat and walk around. And Bai suddenly realized that it was him who had fired the gunshots in the past few days. Sun Ting slowly took off Bai's pajamas and chuckled. You have a good figure, he will like it. Being looked at like this by others, Bai still seemed uncomfortable. She bit her red lips and said, Can I still go back? Go back? Where? Now that you have agreed, don't regret it. He is not a good man. I almost died. It's in his hands. Sun Ting warned sternly, It's okay to make a fool of yourself, but don't seek death. Listening to Sun Ting's words, Bai felt that he was still in a tiger's den, but at least there was only one man. Now that you've come, make peace with it. I don't know how long this life will last. If you want to survive, put your dignity on the soles of your feet and flush your 3 views down the toilet. With that, Sun Ting turned on the nozzle. When the hot water poured on Bai's delicate body, the long-lost warmth enveloped her whole body. You at this moment, Bai cried in grievance. Sun Ting sighed and comforted Bai. It's so difficult for women in the last days. We should be lucky. After a while, the 2 walked out. Looking at Bai, Tangze suddenly chuckled. With such a beautiful stewardess, a man would probably fantasize about this building. But now she is standing there. Her delicate appearance seems to be waiting for the man to love her. Bai understood what it meant and walked towards Tangze, but still couldn't let go. It's indeed charming, but this face is a bit oozing. Tangze's words made Bai stunned. My face is oozing? Tangze was naturally exaggerating. She was just weak and not as beautiful as before. But this blow was too big for Bai. Sun Ting, who was standing next to her, reminded her with a smile. You haven't apologized yet. I'm sorry. Bai lowered his head and said without confidence. Unlike Sun Ting, Bai looked soft and frail, really like a kitten. Let us take care of it for 2 days to replenish the body. Of course Tangze wanted to try it out, but he really felt that Bai was too weak. After all, there really aren't many beauties, and they are the only ones in this building. However, at this moment, there was a roar outside. Witch, where have you been hiding? Come out quickly. Don't force me to beat you to death. Ninggu's furious voice sounded outside. When he returned home, he found that Bai was missing. This made Ninggu angry. He had already negotiated the price with the customer, but he actually ran away. If I had known this would happen, I should have locked it as soon as I left the house. Tangze whispered, What will happen if your boyfriend sees you here with me? No. Bai looked at Tangze pleadingly. However, Tangze signaled to Sun Ting. Sun Ting understood and walked over to open the door. Handsome boy here. Ninggu was stunned when he found this floor. Are you the female anchor? Yes. Ninggu thought to herself. How come this female anchor is so charming? And she is also dressed in such charming clothes, Mada. He just darned her when he entered the room. However, after Ninggu entered the door, his expression immediately froze. My girlfriend was actually standing there. Isn't the person sitting on the sofa the delivery guy? But when he saw KFC on the coffee table, the corners of Ninggu's mouth trembled. Which? You darning eat alone. These words made the 3 of them stunned for a moment. After all, in this situation, the first sentence was related to food. Grabbing the fries on the table, Ninggu stuffed them into his mouth, while Tangze watched with a smile, flirting with Bai's cheeks in front of Ninggu. Ninggu watched while eating. Although he was angry, it was nothing compared to what he was eating. It was not just for fun. After being satisfied, Ninggu wiped his mouth and said, These KFCs belong to me, as well as the water here. Listening to Ninggu's words, Bai shed tears and didn't care about herself at all. Seeing that Tangze didn't speak, he thought he was acquiescing. And why are you standing there? Come here. My woman charges by the minute. I'm sorry, your woman is mine now. Tang Zhe said. Zhe said calmly. You easy woman, come here, he said and walked towards Tangza, preparing to pull Anbai away. However, Karasawa took out a desert eagle from the gap in the sofa. Ningu stared in shock. This stinky delivery guy actually had a gun. No wonder Anbai didn't dare to move. Brother, if you have something to say, you can play with her as long as you want. Ningu immediately apologized. Why didn't this witch say it earlier? Tang Zhe showed a kind smile. You have eaten so much from me. Why don't you say thank you? Yes, thank you. Ningu apologized quickly. Bang. Blood splattered everywhere. Ningu couldn't figure out why Tang Zhe wanted to beat him to death when he had already done what Tang Zhe wanted. Tang Zhe said that he would not let threats grow in the cradle, but strangle them to death in the cradle. However, this loud noise once again caused the community bosses to panic. Obviously, the gunshots are slightly different. If you know a little bit, you will know that they are two different calibers. It means there are two guns in the community. Are they from the same person? Or for two people? The big bosses were so scared that they held a meeting in the group. If there were two people, if they joined forces, their side would have no chance of winning. In the room, Sun Ting was still calm, but Anbai had fainted from fright, but was woken up directly by Tang Zhe. After waking up, Anbai went to the toilet and vomited violently. After a while, Anbai came out and saw Ningu lying in a pool of blood. Anbai found that there was no emotion in her heart. Shouldn't she be sentimental? Help me, Sun Ting shouted. Oh! The two women dragged the body to the window and threw it downstairs with all their strength. Sun Ting gasped for breath, looked at Anbai and asked, Are you okay? Anbai nodded, but his face was still pale. After all, he died in front of him this time. You won't be angry if I kill your boyfriend, right? Tang Zhe handed over a glass of water and asked with a smile. Anbai found that although Tang Zhe's smile was kind, his back was cold and scary. Anbai shook his head. That's good. Take good care of your body. This is what you have to do now. Tang Zhe had already made up his mind. They could now take turns and explain in terms of progress, which was twice as fast. But I always feel that it is still too slow, but I can't get rid of those rouge and vulgar fans. Are there any beauties in our community? Tangza asked curiously. After all, he went out early and came back late, so maybe something slipped through the net. Sun Ting shook her head. She sat at home and broadcast live every day. How could she know that Anbai flew all over the world and would not live here for too long? Even if she did, she would still be at home without going out. So what Tang Zhe said was a useless question. You two come here and rub your legs for me. The two girls sat on both sides of the massage obediently. Tang Zhe turned on his phone to check the community group messages. Building 5, darn. The gunman showed up and took my wife away. Building number 2. There was also a gunman here, and my wife was also taken away. Building number 1. How many gunmen are there? Building 3. The gunman is in our building. You have all been deceived. Please be careful. Building number 5. What? Then my wife was darned for nothing. Tang Zhe couldn't help but sigh. Someone actually pretended to be him and took advantage of him. Both women saw the news, but did not express their opinions. Smart women will not let themselves appear to be very opinionated. Especially in Tangza, women who are independent will die quickly. Go wash some fruit, Karasawa said while looking at his phone. Anbai immediately stood up to prepare. Sun Ting was stunned. Did she realize what she was doing? Not long after, the fruit plate prepared by Anbai arrived. I have to say that there are indeed 2 hands on this plate, so that's it. Don't use your interests to challenge other people's careers. Leave professional matters to professionals. I, the gunman, will almost make an appearance, Karasawa said calmly. The 2 women looked at each other. Sun Ting said worriedly, There are so many of them, it might not be safe to go out rashly. If Tang Zhe had any shortcomings, Sun Ting felt that she would not be much better. Anbai didn't say anything. Maybe he hadn't realized the problem yet. The next day, the rain became a bit heavy, and there were more and more corpses on the green belt in the middle of the community. Some had jumped from buildings, and some had been thrown out, but at least half of them were naked women. This kind of picture impacts people's nerves. Despair is spreading, and human nature is distorted. But at Tang's house, I couldn't feel any change. Sitting at the dining table enjoying Hunan cuisine, Sun Ting and Anbai knelt on the floor, waiting for Tang Zhe to finish. After all, they ate the leftovers from Tang Zhe. After burping, Karasawa smiled and said, 5 dishes is a bit much. After saying that, he poured the leftovers onto the 2 plates next to him. He said they were leftovers, but in fact, Tangza didn't even take 2 bites. Eat. Placing the food in front of the 2 women, Tangza even touched their heads. I took out my mobile phone and looked at it. Dong Fei sent a message to everyone. Everyone went to the underground garage for a meeting in the evening. I'll take you out to play tonight. Listening to Tang Zhe's words, Sun Ting suddenly looked panicked. After all, Tang Zhe was alone and had 2 women with him. How could he possibly cope with it? But at this time, Sun Ting did not dare to refute Tang Zhe, so she could only meow obediently. And Bai could only follow her when she saw this. The good days have not passed for 2 days. Is it about to end? Why are you taking the 2 of us? Are you going out to show off? Tang Zhe said that showing off is one thing, but on the other hand it can cause trouble. In this apocalyptic world, taking 2 beauties out is tantamount to seeking death, as life is too long. After all, I am a gentleman. If you don't take action, how can I have any reason to beat you to death? Night fell quickly, and people began to appear in the parking lot of Building 3. Everyone was in a very low mood and looked around warily, especially Dong Fei and his party. At the same time, several surrounding buildings seemed to be having meetings tonight. So the underground parking lot was quite lively, but no one was talking. They all stood together on good terms and looked at others warily from time to time. Mom, what a shame. That Ninggu actually disappeared for me and even took a deposit from me for a loaf of bread. When a middle-aged Mediterranean man saw that Ninggu didn't show up, he couldn't help but curse. He thought he would be lucky, but now it seems that I have been fooled. That guy even charged me a deposit for a braised egg. I'm going to chop him down later. The person who paid the deposit started to curse. Dong Fei sat on the hood, eating melon seeds, and the boys next to him were holding kitchen knives and fruit knives. The machete was probably the one that caused the most damage. Dong Fei kept staring at the elevator, wondering whether the disappeared Ninggu was the gunman, the delivery boy, or someone else hiding in the dark. There must be a ghost in one of these 2. Suddenly, a thin man pulled his wife to Dong Fei and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Dong, this is my wife. I want to exchange 2 bottles of water." As soon as these words came out, the men around him all laughed. One of them pointed at his wife and said, "You, a yellow-faced woman, still want to sell 2 bottles of mineral water. Oh shoot. That one bottle is enough. My wife is clean and no one has touched it." The man stretched out his index finger excitedly, his dry lips trembling, and pulled his wife in front of Dong Fei. The woman's hair was dirty and messy. After all, it had not been washed for more than 10 days, and it still exuded a strange smell. Dong Fei shouted coldly, "Go away. If you want to eat and drink, go out and grab it yourself. This frail man would probably be beaten to death if he went out. It's all your fault. Why didn't you follow me and grab the food?" The wife suddenly whispered. One sentence ignited the man's anger, and he grabbed his wife's hair. "What's the point of marrying you? I can't even exchange for a bottle of water. You are still not a man. If you have no conscience, I will bite you to death." The woman bit her husband. "The pain in my arm made my husband kick me hard, and then he chased me and kicked me in the head. You still blame me for being heartless. How long have you been thinking about washing your face? I'll let you wash it. I'll wash it for you." Suddenly, the daughter-in-law's face was stained red with blood. She was still struggling, but at this time there was no movement, and she was kicked to death. The man looked at his wife's pale face and suddenly seemed to come to her senses. He knelt down next to the body and said, Wife, I didn't mean it. I was wrong." However, no one around him was sympathetic. In the past few days, he had seen all kinds of people beaten to death. In the rolling shutter door of Building 4 next door, Ding Feng gathered more than 20 young and strong men, basically the owners. Everyone was smoking, waiting for the time to come. The vice next to him was ready. As long as with a single order, Ding Feng could break into Building number 3, cut down Dong Fei and his group, and snatch away the materials. But if you do this, the order of the community will be broken again, and other buildings will be on guard, and you won't even have a chance to drive out. Forget it. Let me say a few words. Seeing that neither Ninggu nor Tang Zei was there, Dong Fei jumped off the hood and said to everyone. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden ding in the elevator, and the elevator door slowly opened. I saw Tang Zei walking out in casual clothes. Dong Fei had not had the chance to look at Tang Zei before, but now he looked carefully and felt that this was an ordinary young man. This kind of person should not even dare to kill anyone. Suddenly, Dong Fei saw Tang Zei following someone. In the next scene, everyone slightly opened their chapped lips, and some even rubbed their eyes, feeling that they were dreaming. I saw two women with beautiful faces walking out slowly on high heels. Their beautiful faces showed no signs of weakness, and were even white and rosy. Their delicate white bodies seemed to have been washed every day, like ripe peaches. Generally, looking at the two women's clothes, the men were swallowing their saliva. They all wear cat-decorated headbands in the Cat Pure Desire series. The exciting water snake waists are always bombarding the nerves of all men. The white stockings fully reflect the slender legs. At what time, two stunning women suddenly appeared. The scene was completely silent, and the women around them suddenly became eclipsed. In front of them, they were not even qualified to carry shoes. However, these two women, who were like gods descending to earth, were actually following a food delivery person. This is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. Looking at the woman next to him, and comparing it with Sun Ting and Anbai, they are not on the same level at all. Look at how soft her hair is, how shiny her skin is, but the woman next to her is dirty. Today's Sun Ting and Anbai are indeed charming. Sun Ting is wearing the white version, and Anbai is wearing the pink version. This kind of impact is extraordinary. You must know that Sun Ting is 168 centimeters tall, and her pair of jade legs are not covered. Anbai also has 169, showing off your beautiful and silky legs, especially those who brave the catwalk. Before the end of the world, they would definitely be surrounded by people watching, but in the end of the world, they would also be surrounded, but not just watching. Sun Ting's steps are now very confident, showing off her proud body, enjoying the stupid look of men who are greedy and unable to get what they want. Anbai next to her is much shy, with tension and fear in her beautiful eyes, but she is so pitiful his appearance made the men around him seem to be going crazy. Isn't this the female anchor? She's actually with this food delivery guy. This food delivery guy must have a lot of stuff at home. Why didn't I expect that? Stewardess. This is the stewardess, darn. She's that rich man. My boyfriend must be dead. Everyone finally understood that you were the only good-looking person in our building. Dong Fei looked at Tang Zei approaching and couldn't help but chuckle. If you hide it and don't tell, no one will know. If you bring it out like this and show off, have you ever thought about the consequences? The consequences? What consequences? You give me demonstrated. Tang Zei looked at Dong Fei and said with a smile. People from the two nearby buildings came to watch the fun. There was a large circle of people whistling, and there were even men shouting loudly. Brother, how do you sell women? Can you sell 3 bottles of water? 3 bottles of water? I'll give you a box of water. Give me this pair. Suddenly, a wretched man walked up to Sun Ting and touched Sun Ting's jade arm with his palm, a look of jest on his dirty face. Tangza took out the sword from his waist and slashed it down with a smile. The evil black palm fell to the ground, and the body gradually slipped from the waist. The whole person was chopped into 2 parts, and the internal organs fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked by Tang Zei's ruthless method. He had so much arm strength that he could cut him in 2 with 1 blow. After a while, no wonder he dared to go out with 2 stunning women to show off. Tangza flicked his hand, and the blood on the sword's blade fell to the ground, forming a line. And then he said seriously, taking my food rations will cut off my life, and the only outcome will be death. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you, and finally focused on Dong Fei. If this food delivery guy is killed, the 2 women can die if they can play with each other. After all, becoming a romantic ghost is like starving to death. Sun Ting breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Tang Zei was not someone who liked to show off. He really wanted to take her out long ago. Looking at the pile of rotten meat next to him, it was really disgusting. It was also the first time for Enbai to see Tang Zei's force, and he was shocked. The previous worries and fears gradually disappeared, and a confident and well-behaved smile slowly appeared on his beautiful face. Tang Zei was seen sitting at the front of the car, while Sun Ting and Enbai were sitting sideways on the ground, their charming bodies pressed against Tang Zei's calves, showing a look of contentment and enjoyment. This is undoubtedly not a stab in the hearts of male compatriots. It is difficult to find a clean woman in the last days, but you can still do it like this. They are still so cooperative. It seems that the expression is not fake. Tang Zei gently stroked the two women's heads with both hands. It's just a small interlude. Isn't there a meeting? Let's continue. Dong Fei squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the knife in Tang Zei's hand, thinking in his mind. The key point was whether Tang Zei had a gun on him. Dong Fei smiled, adjusted his glasses and said, "Let's have a meeting. Let's summarize what happened in the past few days about people pretending to be gunmen. By the way, do you have a gun?" Tang Zei raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a low smile, "I am a good citizen. How could I have such a thing?" Dong Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the deliverer man did not have a gun. If he had a gun, he could frighten everyone if he took it out now. Of course Tongza knows, but the main thing is just to play. I have worked all my life. Why can't I just let go and have fun? There's also the matter of supplies. We'll organize a trip out together in a few days. Brother, let's see if your swordsmanship is good. Do you want to come with us? Not interested. Tang Zei said lightly while holding Sun Ting's hair. Dong Fei felt that the eyes of the people around him were a little different. This food delivery man was challenging his authority. If he didn't establish his authority, then these people would no longer be afraid of him. Speaking of which, brother, you should have a lot of them at home. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Tang Zei. He had a beauty, food, and water. He was living a more carefree life than before the end of the world. They were jealous and jealous. I have indeed stocked up a lot, otherwise how would I feed them? Tongza pinched the two women's cheeks, and the two women moaned in comfort. A hungry and skinny fat man next to him suddenly said, "Darn it, I didn't tell you earlier, and I didn't know how to share the things with my neighbors. How selfish. Didn't I say it now? That's right. You come and grab it." Tang Zei laughed and divided it between you. The fat man who was hungry and skinny hesitated. He looked at the sword that was clamped on Enbai's chest and the body chopped into two parts, and became scared. Tang Zei spread his hands and curled his lips and said, "Since you don't take it, then I will kill you." A sharp flying knife was thrown out directly. The fat man stood there blankly, while a man behind him slowly fell down with a flying knife stuck in his forehead. He was the only man who had asked for 3 bottles of water to buy Enbai. Well, it's a little embarrassing, but give me another chance and I promise not to miss it. As he spoke, Tang Zei pulled out a throwing knife again with a smile. Everyone around him was frightened. They killed people while talking and laughing, even Dong Fei. Neither can be done. The hungry fat man knelt directly on the ground. Urine flowing out from the ground. "Brother? No, big brother, I was joking." "I never joke," Tongza said with a smile, and this time the flying knife stabbed firmly into the fat man's forehead. Seeing the silence around him, Tongza lit a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. "Is there anyone else you want to grab? If you can grab it, everything about me will be yours, including my big cat." Meow, however, no one dared to move. Everyone placed their hope on Dong Fei. Dong Fei knew that if he didn't do something, his prestige would be gone after tonight. "This little brother, you are the one." Dong Fei gave a thumbs up and praised. Tang Zei readily accepted. "But you probably don't know something. The stewardess next to you, her boyfriend has sold her ownership to me." Dong Fei looked at Enbai and said. And Baifeng's heart trembled as she sat sideways on the ground. She didn't expect that she was sold directly by Ninggu, who also said that she only accompanied him every day. Enbai couldn't wait to run out and stab the corpse a few more times. Tongza nodded. "Really? Why didn't I know? You asked her boyfriend to come out." Dong Fei's mouth twitched. "Where are you looking? You might have already killed him." I saw Dong Fei take out a note. "This is a sales letter written by her boyfriend. Who knows if you wrote it?" Tang Zei snorted. "There is also her boyfriend's fingerprint." Dong Fei pointed to the bright red fingerprint. It was obviously not the red color of the seal, but blood. Tangza shrugged and said, "Then how can you prove that this fingerprint belongs to her boyfriend? I think we need to find an agency to check it." Dong Fei was so angry that his hands were shaking and he said coldly, "I'm going to reason with you now. Don't force me. It's the end of the world. Who's still being reasonable? Ha ha ha." Tangze couldn't help laughing. Ding Feng and others in Building 4 were lying on the rolling shutter door and laughing too. They felt that Dong Fei was ruined for being such a tease. "You're kidding me." Dong Fei took off his glasses and shouted angrily. Tangze lifted the two women's chins with his hands and laughed. "He actually doesn't know I'm playing tricks on him." Both women couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. This sentence instantly made Dong Fei lose his mind. "Kill him. 1 box of mineral water. No. 2 boxes of mineral water, plus 10 packs of beef jerky, 10 self-heating pots, 20 packs of instant noodles. This is simply a waste of money. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward." And even Dong Fei's younger brother picked up a knife and started to approach step by step. Tang Ze stood up, pulled out the sword from Anbai's chest, twisted his neck, and started to kill. With a jumping chop, Dong Fei's military advisor was cut into 2 pieces. With a flick of his wrist, he immediately jumped up. The man beside him shouted in pain, his internal organs falling from his crotch to the ground. With just 2 hands, everyone was frightened, so that they did not dare to approach. But Tangza charged in again with his sword in hand. "Grab those 2 women," Dong Fei shouted angrily. Maybe grabbing those 2 women can control the food delivery guy. Why is a food delivery guy so strong? Could it be that he came from Shaolin? Sure enough, they ran towards the 2 women without fear of death. But Sun Ting and Anbai showed no intention of running away and were caught standing where they were. Seeing that a hand was about to grab Anbai's jade arm, and his forehead was directly pierced by a flying knife, Tang Ze, who was not far away, said coldly, "Taking my food rations is more serious than touching me." The 2 women were very scared before, but when they saw the man fall, their worries were unnecessary. They both held pink fists and meowed towards Tangza. As long as he got close to the 2 women, Tang Ze would be shot in the head. Tang Ze had practiced throwing knives at home, but he didn't really miss the target. He wanted to find a chance to practice his marksmanship. Soon, 4 men were lying next to the 2 women, and no one came close at all. On the side, more than a dozen corpses had appeared around Tang Ze, and there was a river of blood. Tang Ze's clothes were even stained with blood. The remaining 3 men saw Tang Zuan looking like a murderous god and immediately ran towards the elevator entrance. "Want to run?" Tang Ze directly threw out the sword, piercing 3. Everyone was stunned. So strong. This must be the great Shaolin disciple hidden in Mate 1. When Ding Feng saw such a powerful Tang Ze, he also changed his plan. This kid was too strong, and he couldn't force himself or outweed him. At this time, the garage was filled with the smell of blood and fishy stench, and the only men left were Tang Ze and Dong Fei. In just 5 minutes, Tangza had killed all the men in Building 3. Of course, those who didn't come were lucky. Dong Fei looked at Tang Ze, who was like a devil, and took out a cigarette from his pocket with trembling hands. The hand holding the lighter was trembling even more, and he failed to light the cigarette several times. Tangza smiled and took out the lighter. "I'm out of gas. Here, I have it." Dong Fei watched in horror as Tang Ze slowly stretched out his head and lit the cigarette with a few puffs. "You didn't stop me with your hand, and you didn't even say thank you. It's very impolite." Tang Ze said helplessly, "Why is everyone so rude? I started a fire, so you had to stop me with your hand. You don't understand basic common sense." Dong Fei was stunned and said with a stutter, "Thank you. Thank you." After saying thank you, Tang Ze's fist hit Dong Fei's heart so hard that his whole chest was dented. Dong Fei hit the Porsche 718 so hard that the glass of the car shattered to the ground. "I hate rude people the most." Tang Ze lit a cigarette and looked around. People from the 2 buildings nearby were watching. When they saw Tang Ze's eyes, some people subconsciously dodged. Sun Ting and Anbai looked at such a powerful Tang Ze, glad that they had a choice, and obediently handed the chain to Tang Ze's hand. In the corner, 12 women hid in the corner and shivered. fearing that Tang Ze would kill them too. The men in Building 3 were almost dead. Tangze stopped and looked at the group of women. "Raise your heads." Whoever dared to disobey raised his head. Tang Ze sighed in his heart. None of them were good-looking. They were all old women. Take care of the intestines, livers, etc. in this place. Give each person a bottle of water, and come to Dong Fei's house to get it. After hearing this, the women immediately became motivated. Even though the men found their husband's body in the pile and put it away without any expression, there were still a few women crying softly. When Ding Feng saw Tang Ze leaving, he turned around with a cold expression. "Boss, what should I do?" Dong Fei and his group were all killed. "It won't be a problem if you chop it down. It's mainly supplies. There's no need to consume supplies because there are few people." Ding Feng showed an evil smile on his lips, feeling that Tang Ze was doing him a favor in disguise. If he killed Tang Ze, he would be able to take over Dong Fei's supplies. On the other side, Tang Ze came to Dong Fei's house, which was full of supplies. But Tang Ze didn't care much. "I just came to take a look at the supplies I grabbed. Look at what's in the bedroom." The two women grunted and opened the bedroom doors one after another. When Sun Ting opened the door of a bedroom, a stench greeted them. Sun Ting turned on the light and looked at the body on the bed in surprise. "Isn't this my good sister?" When he got closer, he saw spots on the corpses and their pupils were wide open. This group of people didn't even spare the corpse. Sun Ting clenched her fists tightly, thinking of the scene where Tang Ze had just killed them. She felt relieved. And Bai walked in and took a look, frowning tightly, and said softly, "If Ninggu sells her, the ending will be similar to hers." "Me too. Go look for her in the bedroom over there." "Good. What's wrong?" Tang Ze walked in and asked, frowning when he saw the body on the bed. "Nothing, a friend of mine." "Oh, throw it out, it stinks." Tang Ze covered his nose. "These people are so perverted. They have been dead for several days and still have fun." Sun Ting hummed, opened the window, and threw the body out. "Master, there are a lot of cigarettes and alcohol here." And Bai shouted from the master bedroom. Tang Ze walked over and took a look. "Oh, Dong Fei is great. He has hoarded so many things, but he is still so stingy." He took out a bottle of red wine and walked out of the bedroom. He saw Sun Ting coming out. "Go and prepare the mineral water. Let them get it later. Keep your word." "Okay." After speaking, Tang Ze lay down on the rocking chair, opened the red wine and took a sip. "Then I can. What can I do?" And Bai squatted next to Tang Ze and asked obediently. She wanted to do something to make Tang Ze feel useful. She just saw the body of Sun Ting's friend and was scared, abandoned, and met the same fate. Karasawa smiled and patted his leg. And Bai was stunned for a moment, then sat astride Tang Ze with a hint of shyness. "This red wine is for you to drink." Tang Ze handed the red wine. And Bai took the red wine and poured it into her red lips. Her white jade neck rose, and the red wine slowly flowed from the corner of her mouth. She was really a charming beauty. At this time, the women appeared at the door. They were stunned when they saw Tang Ze and Bai sitting in the rocking chairs, but they were not too surprised. They had seen too much these days and were numb. But as a woman, I was jealous of their beauty, their white bodies, and even the scent of shower gel. They can actually take a shower. Looking at women like myself, their hands are now covered in blood and dirty, worse than picking up garbage before. "This is your reward, take it and go." Sun Ting has already made arrangements, a bottle of water for each person. Everyone got their own reward. When they saw the room full of food and the boxes of mineral water stacked in the corner, other thoughts suddenly came to mind. One of the women called the other women over and started discussing in a low voice. "They are all supplies that Dong Fei grabbed before. Let's just take this little. Isn't it too little?" A 40-year-old woman immediately echoed. "Isn't it true? I was so tired from moving the corpse just now. Why did I just throw away a bottle of water? I was just sending away the beggars. Yeah, the three of them can't eat. Besides, the men are dead, so there's enough for us to eat." The more he talked, the more excited he became, as if he was back before the end of the world. After a while, the 12 women elected representatives and came to the door again. "Hello, we should have met before." One of the women smiled at Sun Ting. Sun Ting looked at the woman in front of her, and after looking for a long time, She couldn't tell who it was. Who are you? I'm Zhou Min from the Community Property Department. Sun Ting thought about it. It was indeed a bit similar. No matter what. What's the matter? It's like this. We are all women. We just spent too much energy moving the corpses. Dong Fei has been squeezing us before. We have nothing to eat at all. Can you give us something to eat? After saying this, Zhou Min waited tremblingly. Sun Ting's answer. But Sun Ting couldn't decide this and looked back at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe held the snow-white water snake's waist with both hands, and Bai closed her beautiful eyes and leaned back slightly, unable to help but make a sound. A piece of bread for each person. Tangza, who was in a good mood, also showed mercy. Sun Ting nodded and opened a box of 3 squirrels' bread next to her, the kind with egg yolk filling. 1 piece per person. Okay, let's go. Sun Ting's eyes gradually became impatient. Don't delay me in trying to please Tang Zhe. Look at how hard this little girl and Bai works. However, Zhou Min pressed the door to close and said shamelessly, Can you give us both of those 2 boxes? Sun Ting's face suddenly darkened. Tang Zhe frowned. His hands tightened subconsciously, and then Bai hissed and opened his beautiful eyes. Xiao Bai, please take a rest first. And Bai thought something was wrong, was startled, and gently lay on Tang Zhe's chest. Tang Zhe looked at the door and asked, What did you just say? Facing Tang Zhe, Zhou Min was still very scared, but thinking that he didn't seem to kill women, he became a little bolder. Your name is Tang Zhe, right? You even came to my house to deliver takeout. Zhou Min immediately came closer, but he was so flattering that he didn't even know it. Oh, you are from that property. Tang Zhe showed a kind smile again. Seeing that Tang Zhe was so honest, he became more courageous. That's right, there are so many supplies here. Can you give me 2 more boxes? You wouldn't be able to eat so much. That makes sense. Tang Zhe nodded, which made Zhou Min happy. I'll just take a little, not too much. Tang Zhe didn't say a word. Zhou Min thought Tang Zhe acquiesced and pushed Sun Ting away. Sun Ting was unsteady on her feet and fell down. She felt like crying in pain. She turned to look at Tang Zhe and found that Tang Zhe was just watching with a smile. Loudly, there are spicy strips here. Move them away. There are also French fries. Please help. There are also duck neck chicken wings. There are too many. Move this box too. A group of women began carrying supplies in a never-ending process. Tang Zhe patted Bai, and Bai bit her red lips and looked at Tang Zhe, the silk in her eyes almost falling out. Tang Zhe walked up and said with a smile, Are you still moving? Oh, you can't finish this much anyway. There is another box here. Hurry up. Zhou Min answered Tang Zhe and called to the sisters. Moving things. Sun Ting's greedy face made Sun Ting want to vomit. You and Bai both paid a price to have food and drink, but you women know how to get something for nothing. How abominable. Half of the supplies in the house were piled outside at the door. Zhou Min clapped his hands and said with a smile, Brother, don't worry. We will keep this in our hearts. When it is safe, we will definitely help you hide the murder. Then I should thank you. Tangza couldn't help laughing. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's fate that we all live in the same community. If there's nothing else, it'll leave first. Tang Zhe scratched the back of his head and said depressedly, You robbed so many things from me, and you just left when you asked. It's not appropriate, Auntie. How do you talk, kid? Where did you rob? You took it. Zhou Min immediately showed off. He scolded like an elder. First of all, let me state that I did not agree with you to take it. My cats can testify. Sun Ting nodded immediately, and Bai sat on the ground and nodded along. You guys, you are simply unreasonable. Let us go and ignore them. Zhou Min raised her hand, not wanting to say anything more to Tang Zhe, as if she had forgotten how Tang Zhe had just raised the knife and dropped it. Tangza sighed, silently took out his pistol, and said with a smile, Okay, now it's me who will rob you. Bang! The back of Zhou Min's head was penetrated directly, and his whole body fell forward. Blood slowly flowed out, and his pupils were wide open. The women outside the house were all waiting for the elevator, with smiles on their faces. Suddenly they heard gunshots, and then saw Zhou Min fall down, with a shocking shock to the back of his head. Then he saw Tang Zhe walking out with a smile on his face, holding a dark pistol in his hand, and he was as quiet as death. You rob me, and I will rob you. The main thing is fairness. Finally, a woman came to her senses, and the first thing she did was not to run, but to scream loudly. Ah! Bang, 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 bang. Continuous gunshots rang out in building number 3. Everyone in the community looked panicked and didn't know what was going on. Building 4. Boss, there was a gunshot in building 3. I'm not deaf, I heard it, Ding Feng said in a deep voice while hugging his girlfriend. The girlfriend laughed and said, I don't know if the delivery guy was killed. Ding Feng guessed, it's very possible that the guy with the gun has been waiting for the opportunity. Presumably, he didn't have too many bullets. Just that after the delivery guy kills all the men like Dong Fei, he jumps out immediately. Ding Feng's guess was agreed by many people, and it was very likely. Brother Feng, why don't you go and take a look? My girlfriend suggested. Just wait 2 days. Ding Feng was still very steady. At this time, it was in room 2801 on the 28th floor of Building 1. Sister, there's another gunshot. I saw a 25-year-old woman standing by the window, looking out the window with a pair of bright eyes full of panic. This woman has a self-evident sense of beauty. Her facial features seem to have been carefully carved by nature. She has both the subtlety of Eastern women and the three-dimensional sense of the West. There is a sense of wisdom and gentleness between her eyebrows, even though she has been there for many days. It's gone, but the white dress is still as clean as new. As the breeze swayed, the hem of the skirt fluttered gently, and a sad temperament came to her face. Unfortunately, her beautiful figure was covered by the white skirt, but her charming waist and perky buttocks could also be seen. The woman in the kitchen is probably in her 50s. She has a little more wrinkles on her face and is a bit fatter. But from the basics, it can be seen that she was as beautiful as her sister when she was young, but now she is older and yellower. The elder sister's name is Yi Yuling and the younger sister's name is Yi Qingyi. The two are biological sisters, but their parents wanted a son when they were older, and they ended up with a daughter, which is why the age difference between the sisters is doubled. When the apocalypse came, Yi Qingyi had never left the house, especially during the riots. She had been hiding in the bedroom. Even now, the entire community does not know Yi Qingyi's existence. She only came to her sister and brother-in-law's house for a meal, and then prepared to fly back to Yunhai City. As a result, the whole world was in chaos, especially after seeing the female corpses downstairs. Yi Qingyi knew that if others knew about her existence, the outcome would not be much better. Of course, Yi Yuling also heard it, and quickly pulled her sister away from the window and yelled, You don't want your life. This bullet doesn't have eyes. Sister, when will it be over? Yi Qingyi was about to collapse. Sometimes she really wanted to jump down and end it all, but she couldn't do it. Yi Yuling sighed. Our building number 1 is relatively stable. With your brother-in-law under control, there will be no chaos. Looking at the other buildings, it has already become chaotic. Beep, 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 the sound of pressing the password sounded at the door. Yi Yuling immediately pulled Yi Qingyi behind her and watched carefully. When I saw that it was my husband coming back, I was relieved. Honey, how was the meeting? Why was there another gunshot in Building 3? Yi Yuling asked curiously as she helped take off the man's coat. Yi Qingyi also hurriedly went to pour a sip of water. Brother-in-law, drink some water. Xie Yuhong hummed and took the water glass, but she didn't dare to take a sip. She just sipped it and put it on the coffee table. The next sentence made the two sisters' expressions change drastically. All the men in Building 3 should be dead. What? What? The two sisters looked at each other, wondering why they all suddenly died. They had never heard of it before. Xie Yuhong touched her pants pocket to find cigarettes, but found that they were gone, so she had no choice but to give up. They were all killed by a delivery man. Delivery? The two sisters were in disbelief. They had long heard that there were crouching tigers, hidden dragons among people delivering food. They thought it was a joke before, but now they think it is very real. I also have a video here. Do you want to watch it? It's a bit bloody. Xie Yuhong took out her mobile phone. There were piles of corpses on the grass below, and there was nothing else I dared not look at. The two sisters were sitting on the sofa looking at their phones. When she saw Tang Zhe, Yuling frowned slightly. This delivery person looks familiar. He should have delivered it to our house before. Yes, I sent it. Xie Yuhong nodded. Yi Qingyi immediately noticed Sun Ting and Bai. Their attire made Yiqingyi blush. Why did they go out dressed like this? But they were all so clean, and their hair was so soft. Even if he used conditioner every day, he was still not clean now. Even in the apocalypse, this beautiful woman is still thinking about comparison. Yiqingyi feels that she is no worse than them. Brother-in-law, why are they being held by this food delivery guy? Are they being threatened? Yiqingyi asked curiously, how could two such beautiful women be like this? Xie Yuhong asked, look at their expressions, do you think they are a threat? Yiqingyi really noticed it. Seeing their well-behaved appearance, they even meowed like cats. There was no trace of disgust in their eyes, and they even seemed to be proud of them. These two women must have been brainwashed and turned into pet cats delivering food. Xie Yuhong felt that this must be the case. I also feel that your brother-in-law is right. Yiqingyi expressed doubts. Then how could they be so clean unless they took a bath? But now the water has stopped. The couple looked at each other, confused and confused. When seeing Tang Zhe killing everyone, Yiqingyi covered her mouth, and Yi Yuling was also shocked. This is too fierce. The 3-minute video will probably take a few days to digest. Husband, he should be the national martial arts champion. Yi Yuling said blankly. Anyway, he is almost the only man left in Building 3. Those gunshots that just came out were either the food delivery guy being killed, or the women in Building 3, nothing else. It has to be said that Xie Yuhong's IQ is still online, and she guessed at least half of it correctly. After a while, Yi Yuling asked softly, how was the meeting today? Xie Yuhong did not answer directly, but said to Yiqingyi, Qingyi, go to the bedroom and get a piece of bread. Ah, okay. Yiqingyi stood up and walked to the bedroom and closed the door, but immediately leaned on the door to eavesdrop, knowing that her brother-in-law was leaving her. Xie Yuhong said in a deep voice, although our building is safe for the time being, chaos will happen sooner or later. I found that a few people started to exchange food for women. They probably saw this in other buildings and started to hide it from me. Then it must be stopped. How to stop? There are several people who are putting pressure on me. Fortunately, Gongzi has been supporting me. If I hadn't led them out to find food, they would have ignored me long ago. Yi Yuling was worried. What should I do? You have to make Qingyi mentally prepared. After all, her appearance is outstanding, and she will be discovered sooner or later. When the time comes, Xie Yuhong didn't go on. There were too many living examples lying on the lawn outside. Yi Yuling clasped her hands together, hoping that God would make this disaster pass quickly. Yiqingyi, who was eavesdropping, slowly sat on the floor, his face paled a bit. His mind was filled with those naked women who jumped off the building, and he choked slightly helplessly. Is your daughter okay? Xie Yuhong asked in a deep voice. Yi Yuling nodded. There is nothing to do today. There is enough food and drink in the school cafeteria. The overall quality of college students is high. Unlike the people who live here, most of them are renters. They work at the bottom of society and carry a sense of unfair resentment. That's why they have lost their humanity in such a short period of time. After finishing speaking, Xie Yuhong sighed repeatedly, lamenting what is going on in this world. Why can't we work together to resist disasters? However, Xie Yuhong knew in her heart that when the food was gone, no matter how high the quality was, she would become like an animal. At this time, the sound of Tang Zhe's vomiting came from the stairwell of Building 3. Holding onto the railing, Tang Zhe gasped for breath. It was the first time he had killed so many people, and he couldn't ignore them at all. What Tang Zhe is thinking about these days is the Doomsday Law. Maybe even he doesn't know it. He is hypnotizing himself, using the Doomsday Law to cover up his humanity, so that he feels that what he does is natural. However, when this self-hypnosis stopped and I recalled the shocking scene, I immediately felt sick to my stomach. But Tangzi soon calmed down and thought of the Doomsday Law. Don't feel that you are at fault. There is no fixed right or wrong in the apocalypse. Defend your own interests first. Thinking of this, Tang Zhe's eyes immediately became firm. Observe the laws of the last days and have a clear conscience. When he came downstairs, Tang Zhe saw Bai and Sun Ting dragging the body down. The stairs were filled with blood, and the blood kept flowing down the steps, which was shocking. Be careful, don't slip, Tangzi warned. The two women raised their heads and smiled. Their delicate hands were stained with bright red blood, and even their pure white jade bodies were stained with blood red, suddenly filled with an alternative sense of beauty. Looking at the food and water in the house, Tangze was thinking about what to do with it and how to maximize the benefits of these materials. Bartering? No sense. What else can I change? Substitution? There aren't any good beauties worth exchanging in this neighborhood. Looking at the rain that kept falling outside the window, Tangze was also helpless. He wanted to go out and find food rations, but what to do if it kept raining? It seemed that the weather was going to be windy. The two women also dragged the body until early in the morning before returning. They were very tired and took a hot bath. Tangze did not treat them badly and prepared a meal. The food was naturally much richer than before. The two girls had worked hard all night, so it was natural for them to replenish their bodies. Soon, a table of barbecue was placed on the table. If people from other buildings saw it, they would probably go crazy. But for Tangze, this was just an ordinary day. Opening WeChat, there was no one talking in the group in this building. It was probably that everyone was dead except for himself and them. Everyone in the community was talking about killing someone, especially in Building 1. They were criticizing from the moral high ground and wanted to drag him out and shoot him. It's just that many WeChat functions have been deleted now. You can't download videos and photos, you can't send videos, you can't repost them, you can't join groups, you can't make video calls, you can't even search for people nearby, but some people have groups and outside communities from the beginning. The situation is similar to here. Tangze looked up and smiled. Don't you two need a rest? They had been busy all night and wanted to give them a holiday. Sun Ting's charming look is indeed becoming more and more lively. Looking at Anbai on the side, she is still a little embarrassed. Sun Ting stood up and sat on Tangze. Tangze smiled bitterly in his heart. He was just thinking about something when you did this. Help me think of a way first, and then I'll reward you. Tangze put his arms around Sun Ting's waist, which was soft and thin. What can you think of? Anbai asked curiously. What do you think would be the best exchange for the supplies in this house? Sun Ting blurted out. Of course it's a beautiful woman. Anbai paused for a moment, thinking what if Tangze didn't want us in the future if we replaced her with a beautiful woman? But Sun Ting knew Tangze's ability. Only with more rations could her own safety be guaranteed. Besides, Tangze also meant the same thing. I have been observing for a long time. Apart from the two of you, there are no good people in our community. Tangze still has requirements. Not all cats and dogs are worthy of being his food. How will you know if you don't try? After saying this, Sun Ting stood up and picked up her mobile phone. Tangze asked curiously, what are you going to do? Publish it in the community group. How many supplies will it cost? Sun Ting secretly cursed herself as an idiot and didn't even ask Tangze for his opinion. Tangze didn't take it to heart this time, but he actually had this idea. Half. Karasawa said calmly. Sun Ting raised her eyebrows slightly. Is half too much? Anbai said softly. If half the supplies can be used to explode a beautiful woman, I think it's still a good deal. I like what Xiaobai said. Tangze patted Anbai on the head and praised him. Sun Ting shrugged. You're a novice. My sister has taught you so many unique skills, and now you're competing with me for favor. Sun Ting immediately started sending voice messages in the community group. Hello fellow owners, I am Sun Ting from Building 3. Have you ever been worried about hunger or gone crazy because of dry mouth? I can help you solve this problem. Boss Dong can exchange these supplies for authentic beauties. Little kitten, if you're interested, please chat privately meow. After saying that, he took a photo of the supplies and sent it to the group. Just after I posted it, a lot of friends appeared on my phone. The three of them all looked at it with great interest. They all saw artistic calligraphy, and it was a lie. Sun Ting and Anbai knew this aspect too well, and the three of them immediately lost interest. This method was useless. There is even a 50-year-old aunt who claims to be the reincarnation of Daji. She can instantly become younger by drinking water. Karasawa's stomach ached from laughing. Forget it, I guess I can't find any beauties anymore. So I'd better gain some experience first and then find them slowly. The most important thing is time. Ding Feng's bedroom in Building 4. This female anchor actually wants to exchange something for a beautiful woman. Is that food delivery guy dead? Ding Feng's brows formed into a Sichuan shape. The food delivery guy made him intimidated. The girlfriend next to her whispered, Maybe the man with the gun killed the delivery man, and maybe these two women joined the gunman. But there are definitely not many bullets left. Ding Feng said in a deep voice. Don't forget, there is another gun. The girlfriend reminded, the mantis stalking the cicada and the oriole behind. Building number 3 is really weird. Ding Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. Aren't they looking for beauties? Find one and have a look. I have asked those women to add WeChat, but they were all rejected. Ding Feng rubbed his forehead. Finding a beauty like a female anchor was not easy. I think we should attack at night. My girlfriend suggested. Ding Feng hummed. Those supplies were more tempting than women, so they had to be taken. In room 2801 of Building 1, Yi Qingyi couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning. When she opened WeChat, she found that several of her best friends could not be contacted. The situation was very threatening. Only her best friend who lived in a high-end community was slightly safer, but according to what her brother-in-law said before, safety was only temporary. Opening the community owner group, Yi Qingyi found many women chatting. He scrolled up the chat history and immediately saw the GG sent by Sun Ting. Hello, fellow owners. Have you ever been worried about hunger or gone crazy because of dry mouth? I can help you solve this problem. I will exchange these supplies behind me for authentic, beautiful kittens. Anyone who is interested can chat in private. Meow. Looking at Sun Ting's sweet smile and smooth skin, Yi Qingyi was very envious, especially when he saw the photos, the boxes of water and various foods. His lower abdomen couldn't help but growl. However, the food at home can last for a month. Yi Qingyi will naturally not throw himself into a trap and become a big cat and imitate cat meowing, unless he is crazy. At this time, a voice call came. Seeing the display, Yi Qingyi showed a long-lost smile. Zihui, you're still up so late. A gentle voice came from Yi Qingyi's red lips. A magnetic male voice also sounded in my hand. Can't sleep. I miss you. I miss you as well. It became quiet at this moment. Although they were not married yet, they were already engaged. They originally planned to get married at the end of the year, but unfortunately this happened. How are you doing there today? Zhang Zihui asked with concern. It's okay. Don't worry. How are you today over there? Don't worry. My area is all in the villa area. Because there are few people, there are plenty of supplies. The property has a lot of them. Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and turned slightly. Where's Nana? This little girl is still in the mood to do yoga. What do you think? Zhang Zihui joked, also wanting Yi Qingyi to relax. Very nice. Zhang Zihui paused, sighed and said, you have to find a way to come over. I don't trust you. Yi Qingyi smiled bitterly. Huan City is 400 kilometers away from Yunhai City. In the past, it could be reached in a short time, but now, it is difficult to move even an inch. I will find a way, don't worry. My brother-in-law is still the boss. Yi Qingyi said with a smile. My classmate told me that there are many community riots, killing people like chickens, and some perverts don't even spare the corpses of women. Yi Qingyi was frightened. Fear appeared on her beautiful face. Zhang Zihui immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed the subject, talking about which country he would go to for honeymoon in the future, imagining a bright future. As the battery of the phone was almost running out, Yi Qingyi put down the phone to charge. Looking at the rain outside, she felt that the wind was getting stronger tonight. Feeling tired, Yi Qingyi fell asleep. But I had a terrifying dream, in which I dreamed that I had turned into a corpse and countless men were sitting and watching, as if they were looking at grilled steaks, their eyes full of greed. They mutilated and gnawed on their bodies until they were reduced to white bones. Yi Qingyi was awakened and sat up suddenly. His black hair was wet with cold sweat. His face was pale and weak. He turned his head and looked out the window. It was already morning. A feeling of powerlessness surged from the bottom of his heart. Can he still get out of this community? Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Compared to Yi Qingyi, Tang Zhe was full of energy. He stretched himself out and looked out the window. It was another day full of energy. I gained a lot of experience last night, and now it has reached 10%. I am still 90% away from getting the Apocalyptic Gift Pack 2.0. Looking at the 90% progress bar, Tangza covered his forehead. Although the progress was now double, it was still too slow. At the door, 3 automatic rifles were pointed at the door, and ropes were shuttled over the door to connect the triggers. As long as the door is opened or violently smashed open, 3 automatic rifles will empty their magazines and kill everyone at the door. After putting away his weapons, Tangza took out a bowl of Lanzhou ramen. The smell of the noodles made the 2 women open their beautiful eyes. Tangza naturally prepared nutritious meals for the 2 women. After all, they were the source of his strength. At noon, Sun Ting was sitting on the balcony out of boredom. There was a white paper on the black silk screen. She held a 2B pencil in her slim hand and was brushing on the white paper while looking downstairs. Tang Zhe walked out of the bedroom curiously and came to behind Sun Ting. The painting is good. I saw a sketch on the white paper, and the content was a pile of corpses below. It looked quite weird. Get up. I'm sorry. Sun Ting quickly stood up, but Tang Zhe pushed her down. It's okay. You can continue painting. Sun Ting smiled sheepishly. Have you ever learned to draw? Tangza asked curiously. I am an art student. When I was a child, I wanted to be a painter and tour the country. Alas, dreams are good, but reality is cruel. My 1-month creation CA didn't make as much money as dancing in a live broadcast room. After Sun Ting gave a wry smile, the price she had to pay was no different from what it was now. It was just sleeping with her. And Bai came over after cutting the fruit and said helplessly, My sister is actually a good painter, but she just didn't meet the right person. Karasawa picked up the peeled orange and stuffed it into his mouth. You know, I also have a dream. Sun Ting and Mbai looked at Tang Zhe curiously. When I was a child, I often looked at the blue sky. I wanted to be a great pilot and protect the sky of my motherland. However, in the end, I struggled to study and was full of duck eggs. With a pop, the 2 women couldn't help but smile. Looking at Mbai beside him, Tang Zhe raised his hand and patted the peach buttocks. If you dare to laugh at me, I won't hit you. I really can't hold it back, Mbai said aggrievedly, and the white buttocks gradually 5 fingerprints emerged. What about you, Xiaobai? Why do you want to be a stewardess? Tangza asked. Mbai looked at the sky outside and murmured, I like to travel everywhere. Being a stewardess can travel for free. It's free. Tang Zhe put his arms around Mbai's waist and sat on the sofa. Mbai pouted her red lips and said arrogantly, No way, I am also working part-time. Okay? It's unfair. Sun Ting put the drawing book aside, sat next to her with cat steps, and joked, Xiaobai, you are not just an easy woman. You also want to marry into a rich family. He is my elementary school classmate. Mbai had already looked away. Speaking of this dead ex-boyfriend, I don't feel anything at all. Sun Ting rolled up the newspaper and put it to Mbai's lips. Please tell me your story. Oh, there's no story. We just met in the first class cabin once and we started chatting. He lied to me at first. I was single, but when I asked for marriage, he said he was married and told me to wait and get divorced immediately, and that was it. Tang Zhe looked indignant. Scumbag. 2 scumbag. Sun Ting also agreed. Mbai also giggled and said, That's right. It's 2 scumbag. Tang Zhe suddenly asked, Then you tell me, is he the scumbag or am I the scumbag? The 2 women were stunned and looked at each other. Tell the truth, or I'll be hungry for 3 days. Tang Zhe looked stern, not joking at all. Seeing the unspoken looks in the 2 women's eyes, Tang Zhe understood instantly. You call me a scumbag, so I'll show you my scumbag. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding Feng looked at the dwindling supplies, as well as the heavy rain and strong wind outside, and decided to attack Building 3 tonight. Brother Feng, brothers are ready. Ding Feng opened the remaining beer, and more than a dozen men poured a little each, and at the same time handed over a cigarette, as if they were doing a final farewell ceremony. Brothers, as long as we get Dong Fei supplies, we can eat and drink, and we can exchange them for women from the next few buildings. Ding Feng glanced at the crowd, saying that these things were their motivation. This cake is not if the painting is good. Who will do the hard work? Okay, follow Brother Feng. You can't get enough food, and you can't get enough women. Cheers. 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 After a sip of wine, I felt like I was back to the roadside barbecue stall in the past. Why do I feel like it was back then? Because I have forgotten the normal life before. It was obviously last month, but it seems like many years have passed. Brother Feng, one of my buddies, sent me a WeChat message today, saying that there is going to be chaos in Building 1. Ding Feng sneered. exhaled a puff of smoke and said that Xie Yuhong really thought he could control it. He didn't have enough food support. Chaos will only happen sooner or later, and a good person like him will regret it sooner or later. Isn't it? It is a waste to give the food taken back to those old men. Brother Feng, let's do it. If you rob Building 3 today, when will you rob other buildings as well? Ding Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, crossed his legs, and turned to look at the heavy rain outside. Feng Jin and Sun, you have many friends, and those people are quite united. If they really want to rob, they will lose a lot of people. If they want to rob, it's Building 1. While they are leaderless, kill all the men and leave only the women. All the boys nodded. This plan sounded good. At this time, Ding Feng's cell phone rang. When he saw the message, he frowned deeply and took a drag of his cigarette. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing said they would grab Building 1 together tonight. Ding Feng was so angry that all the plans he had just thought of were disrupted. The boys looked at each other, and one of them asked, "Then shall we still fight for Building 3 tonight?" Ding Feng's eyes were fierce, and his younger brother shrank his head. They are calling themselves. If they did not go, but robbed Building 3 to get supplies, then the two of them would join forces to kill themselves, and then divide the supplies in Building 3. In the end, the two of them would be fighting. Who would, if you win, you will be the overlord of the community. But I definitely can't be made angry by them in 2 episodes. With this idea in mind, Ding Feng immediately said, "Instead of grabbing Building 3 tonight, let's grab Building 1 together. We will take action in half an hour." The boss made a decision, and the younger brothers nodded. Some even breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there was a gun in Building 3. Although he knew there were not many bullets, he had to use his body to do it. Whoever got shot would die. Medical treatment supplies are now extremely scarce. Room 2801, Building 1. Honey, what are you doing? Yi Yuling suddenly walked out of the kitchen and grabbed Xie Yuhong, who was about to go out. Yi Qingyi came out of the bedroom and looked at him in confusion. Xie Yuhong showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Go to Gangzi's house to talk about something. Yi Yuling opened her husband's clothes and saw a bottle of mineral water clamped to her armpit. Would you like some water to talk about? Yi Yuling said in a low voice. Her lips were chapped, and the same was true for Yi Qingyi at the door of the bedroom. The family now saves on drinking water, and even only has a little dry mouth every day. Faced with his wife's blame, Xie Yuhong forced a smile and explained. In the past, when we talked about things, we would either give money or cigarettes and tea. Now it is normal to give water. But this is the last bottle of water in our family. What will we drink in the future? Xie Yuhong said nothing, but her face darkened a bit. Isn't Gangzi your little boy? You two have such a close relationship. Do you need to use water? You tell me. Yi Yuling seemed to have a bit of an emotional breakdown, shaking her husband crazily. Xie Yuhong seemed to be ignited at this moment and pushed her wife to the ground. Yi Qingyi whispered, ran over, raised her head and asked in confusion, Brother-in-law, what are you doing? I'm just asking you. Xie Yuhong laughed suddenly, then started laughing and crying. For this family, I worked hard in the company before. I have to support my family, I have to support you, I have to raise a daughter, and the mortgage and car loan are all a mountain on my shoulders. When this disaster happened, for a moment I felt my whole body felt relaxed, but I soon realized that I still couldn't relax. I still had to work hard outside to protect you. But what I got was this month's salary, but now it's just water. Do you know how stressed I am? They are going crazy now. Xie Yuhong almost roared, almost crushing his last nerve. The two sisters were confused and didn't know what to say. Yi Yuling suddenly started to cry, and Yi Qingyi could only comfort her. Xie Yuhong said nothing more and walked out of the house with water. Before closing the door, she warned, no one should open the door except me. Then she closed the door. Soon, Xie Yuhong came to the ground floor and pressed the doorbell. There were footsteps in the house, and a muscular man opened the door. When he saw Xie Yuhong, he smiled and said, Brother Yu, have you figured it out? Xie Yuhong walked into the house, took out the prepared mineral water and put it on the dining table. Gangzi, as long as you support me, our Building 1 will not be in chaos. When the strong wind passes, I will take you out to find food. Mao Gongwu, he held his forehead, walked back and forth, and then put his hands on the dining table and yelled, Brother Yu, I know you are a good person. You want everyone to be safe, but that is impossible. You have done a good job for so many days. Those people have turned into animals, and we are the only ones who are fine. Then let us hold on harder, search for food, and wait for rescue. Gongzi, we can't turn into animals like them. Xie Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang's shoulders with both hands and persuaded loudly. And Mao Gang laughed and said, Brother you can't be a good guy these days. You have done a good job, I will be the bad guy. Hearing that Mao Gang was unmoved, Xie Yuhong shouted, Gongzi, wake up. We can't mess up, they will take advantage of us if we mess up. Brother you also know. Then why are you opposed? Why? Don't support me. Do you still think of me as a brother? Why don't I think of you as a brother? You don't have money to buy a house. Why don't I lend you money? That's because you want me to live downstairs. You lent me the money, but the 3,000 yuan mortgage is killing me. Originally, I just wanted to buy a cheaper apartment, but you asked me to do it, and I listened to you, brother. Because of me, I want to take care of you. Haha, you want to take care of those old men and women. When talking about this issue, Mao Gang was very excited and shouted angrily, What's the use of those old people? They are a complete waste of our resources. We have less points, and they still have to preach to us. What's the use of keeping these people? Let's see. In Building 2, kill all the old ones. They won't survive long anyway. Hearing Fa Xiao's remarks, Xie Yuhong couldn't believe it. Gongzi, don't let them brainwash you. Brother you, I have listened to you all my life. But now I only have one request. Listen to me once. Mao Gang looking closely at Xie Yuhong. Xie Yuhong also stared closely at Mao Gang. Suddenly, Xie Yuhong found blood behind Mao Gang's ears and frowned. Where are your wife and children? In the bedroom. Xie Yuhong immediately walked towards the bedroom, opened the door and found Mao Gang's wife and child huddled in the corner, shivering. Seeing this, Xie Yuhong frowned a little deeper. She closed the door and looked at Mao Gang in the living room, then suddenly opened another door. When she saw the situation inside, Xie Yuhong took a breath and saw a 70-year-old man lying on the ground with a kitchen knife stuck in the back of his head. This is Mao Gang's old father. Xie Yuhong turned to look at Mao Gang, and Mao Gang said in a deep voice, The old man saying, Hold on anymore, let me kill him. Gongzi, are you still a human? That's your father. Xie Yuhong grabbed him Mao Gang's collar, eyes filled with tears. Mao Gang slapped Xie Yuhong's hand away. Brother you, I can even kill my dad. No one can block my way. Crazy. Xie Yuhong pushed Mao Gang away, picked up the mineral water on the table, and left. Just as she opened the door and walked out, the 60-year-old woman opposite also happened to walk out. She was stunned when she saw the water in Xie Yuhong's hand and said with a smile, Mr. Xie Yuhong said in a deep voice. The aunt grabbed Xie Yuhong's arm. What do you mean? Didn't you say material sharing? Then this bottle of water is my share. No. Okay. Anyway, I still have a few bottles. How many bottles? Xie Yuhong looked at the aunt in surprise, and the aunt knew that she was telling the truth. In fact, she always sold out and got more. How many bottles are there? How many bottles are there? It's you. Hurry up and go out to find something to eat. Don't always look for snacks. Look for some vegetables or something. Only in this way can nutrition be balanced. I've been getting angry lately, and my teeth are starting to hurt. Oops. Here we go again. I'll go back first. You quickly gather people to go out to find food. After saying that, the aunt went back to the house. Xie Yuhong clenched her fists tightly. These words were undoubtedly bombarding her brain. But what Xie Yuhong is afraid of is not this, but that his wife will be defiled, bullied, and has a sister-in-law. It's me. Xie Yuhong shouted at the door. Yi Yuling looked at the cat's eye and opened the lock. Husband, how was the conversation? Yi Yuling asked curiously. Not so good. Isn't Gongzi the most obedient to your words? Even that bottle of water won't do? Xie Yuhong put out the water, and Yi Yuling and Yi Qingyi paused. If the other party confiscated it, that was rejection. The faces of both sisters were pale. The doorbell rang suddenly, and my nerves suddenly became tense. Brother you, it's me, Gongzi. I figured it out. What you said is right. Mao Gang's shouting sounded outside. Yi Yuling was overjoyed. I'll open the door. Wait. Xie Yuhong stopped her immediately. You two go to the bedroom. The sisters looked at each other and obeyed and went to the bedroom. Looking at Mao Gang outside the cat's eyes, Xie Yuhong shouted, Gongzi, have you really figured it out? Brother Yu, Ingzi gave me a lesson just now. I think what you said is right. I still support you. I'm sorry just now, that's it. I'm going back first. Brother Yu, go to bed early. Mao Gang turned and walked towards the elevator. Xie Yuhong breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door and shouted, Gongzi, I'm very happy that you can figure it out. Mao Gang, who had his back turned, said softly, Brother Yu, you should open the door. Xie Yuhong was stunned and was about to close the door, but Mao Gang pressed his big hand on it and suddenly felt a chill in his arm. He saw his right hand fell to the ground, blood splattered everywhere, and then there was severe pain in his abdomen, and he was kicked down in the room. Mao Gang walked into the room, closed the door, and said with a maniacal smile, Brother Yu, why are you forcing me? Why don't you believe me once? Why do you want me to chop you? Why? Gongzi, no. It's not me who is obsessed with it, it's you. Those people are going to attack the building tonight. We have no choice. Where is the key to the rolling shutter door? Give it to me. Mao Gang stretched out his hand, and his eyes became cold again. A bit. Xie Yuhong stood up despite the severe pain and said in disbelief, You betrayed me. Become their traitor. Who asked you to give all the food to those useless people? Do you know how much is hidden in the homes of those immortals? Give me the key. I won't give it to you even if I die. Brother Yu, I will be your brother in the next life. After saying that, he took out the bone-chopping knife that he had prepared, and there was a scuffle in the living room. The two sisters hiding in the bedroom were so frightened that they could even think of fighting outside while hiding under the bed. Yi Yuling was extremely worried. I'm going to see your brother-in-law. Sister, don't go out. If your brother-in-law wins, he will open the door naturally. Yi Qingyi whispered, What if it's Gongzi who opens the door? Even if he finds me, he will find you. Yi Yuling stared at her sister closely. The noise outside gradually disappeared, and Yi Yuling said softly, If anything happens to me, I must find Yeya. Sister. Yi Qingyi just watched her sister climb out of the bed, unable to stop her at all. My sister took this risky move, but she comforted herself in her heart. In her memory, Brother Gongzi was naive and smiled every day. When she was studying, she was harassed by gangsters. Brother Gongzi just beat them away, so nothing would happen. At this time, the bedroom door happened to be opened. Yi Qingyi covered her mouth because she saw that those were not her brother-in-law's feet. The soles of these shoes were even covered in blood. The one who opened the door was naturally Mao Gang, his whole body covered in blood. Yi Yuling covered her mouth because she saw her husband lying in the living room, surrounded by blood. And Mao Gang showed a blood-stained smile, like a devil. Sister-in-law, brother, you just said that you know where the key to the rolling shutter door is. Yi Yuling was so frightened that she lost her mind and slowly raised her finger to point to the dressing table next to her. Mao Gang immediately went to search, and Yi Yuling murmured, When Ingzi gives birth to a baby, your brother you will help you contact the hospital. You have no job, and brother you will help you find it. If you don't have time to take care of the child, your sister-in-law will help you take care of it. Mao Gang quickly found the key, turned around and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, I will repay you and brother you for your kindness in the next life. How could you do this? You are a beast. Yi Yuling beat Mao Gang crazily. Mao Gang did not resist, but the bone-chopping knife in his hand was still dripping with blood. Sister-in-law, I know you and brother you are very affectionate. If brother you goes down now, he will definitely be very lonely. Why don't you go down and accompany him? It's going to be chaos anyway, so you don't want to be played to death by those men. Sister-in-law, I'll give it to you, it's great. Brother you will thank me. Yes, he will. After muttering, Mao Gang, who was in a daze, picked up the bone-chopping knife and struck Yi Yuling directly on the forehead. The skull suddenly sunk, and Yi Yuling's eyes widened. Fall slowly. Yi Qingyi looked at the bone-chopping knife on her sister's forehead and covered her mouth tightly. She couldn't help but tremble all over. Her tears couldn't stop flowing out. Looking at her sister's eyes, she was letting him find her daughter. I saw Mao Gang bending down to pull out the bone-chopping knife, and then dropped it hard. Bang, bang, bang. Sister-in-law, I'm helping you. Don't blame me. Brother you. I sent my sister-in-law to accompany you. You and your wife are reunited. Yi Qingyi just watched his sister being hacked to death. Her whole face changed beyond recognition, and she didn't dare to make any sound even if her brains were splashed on her eyes. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Yi Qingyi, who was hiding under the bed, finally couldn't suppress the fear and panic in his heart, but he only dared to cry quietly. At this moment, the sky fell. In the garage, the men from buildings 2, 4, and 5 have gathered, a total of 53 men. Of course, there are still some who are not participating. Maybe they don't want to become an animal that can only kill people, or they don't have the guts to do so. After the disaster, he was arrested and shot. These 53 men were all holding knives, including kitchen knives and fruit knives from home. The three bosses like Feng Jin, Ding Feng, and Sun Yuqing have those 50-centimeter long watermelon knives in their hands. The three of them were smoking cigarettes at this time, with excitement about the coming on their faces, like wild beasts. Boss Ding, Boss Sun, after finishing building number 1, let's discuss a time and get Dong Fei's supplies from building number 3. As for the gunman, can he have as many bullets as we have? Feng Jin is thin but has a height of 1 meter. He was 8 years old and had a mole on the corner of his mouth, which made him look very uncoordinated. And this person was also a criminal. He had been imprisoned for theft and had committed all kinds of crimes except murder. Ding Feng is at best a gangster, showing off to others. Sun Yuqing is a contractor, and he often comes into contact with some ruthless people. Although he has a round figure, he is scary when he is ruthless. It can be said that none of these three are good. Sun Yuqing took a long drag on his cigarette, squinted his eyes, and said, "What's the deal? Let's grab this place tonight and grab that place tomorrow night. Do you want to do it?" All three of them knew that building number 3 was more dangerous than building number 1, but it definitely had more supplies than building number 1. I agree. Ding Feng flicked the ashes from his cigarette. I want those 2 women. Feng Jin's eyes were shining, and he was also a lustful devil. Ding Feng and Sun Yuqing would not agree. Women like Mbai and Sun Ting are what every man wants to have. Ding Feng suggested, snatch the woman and auction it with supplies. It's interesting, okay? Feng Jin didn't object, and Sun Yuqing naturally wouldn't object, but the three of them were thinking that if they found an opportunity to kill each other, it would be best to find someone to join forces first, which would make it much easier. At this time, Mao Gang ran out of the elevator, and his blood-stained face made people pause. Brush, brush, brush. The rolling shutter door is opened, and a group of demons are about to be rushed down the building. 3 eldest brothers, you can't move my family if you promise, Mao Gang said tremblingly, fearing that the 3 of them would go back on their word. Sun Yuqing patted Mao Gang on the shoulder. Don't worry, those who come out to fool around are talking about integrity. Brothers, come to me. Kill all the old ones, arrest the young ones, and kill those who resist. Yes, boss. A group of people did not take the elevator, but all took the stairs. The 3 bosses walked slowly behind. In less than a minute, cries, howls, and begging for mercy echoed through the community, like a hell on earth, illuminating the butcher knives. The old lady who lived opposite Mao Gang heard someone knocking on the door, put down the remote control, cursed, and went to open the door. It's late at night, and we don't allow anyone to rest. I don't want to think about getting supplies all day long, so it's useless to do this. Without looking at the peephole, the old aunt opened the door directly. When she saw 2 young men standing at the door with knives, the old aunt was not afraid at all. She even lectured. What are you doing? Use a knife to scare me, an old woman, if you have time. I only go to take out food to grab supplies, but today's young people don't respect the elderly and care for the young. The 2 young men at the door were stunned. What kind of weird people live in building 1? How can you still survive to this day? What are you looking at? Get out of here, he said, and prepared to close the door. But the young man's hand was already pressed on the door. Ning smiled and said, Old guy, I've been wanting to chop you down for a long time. After saying that, he raised his kitchen knife and struck it down. The old lady was hit in the shoulder and fell to the ground with a whoop, still cursing. I told you to turn on the loudspeaker every day. It's so noisy that I can't play the game. He slashed at the old lady with a knife. At this time, Mao Gang walked to the door of his house and looked at the old lady. Gongzi, help me quickly. The dying old lady looked at Mao Gang and asked for help, but Mao Gang turned a blind eye and even had a curved look at the corner of his mouth. He probably wanted to hack the old lady to death. With a knife slash, the old woman died, and the two of them searched for supplies in the house. Holy shoot, this old guy actually stocked up on a box of yogurt, 2 boxes of water, and even sugar-free happy water? The two young people were confused. How could an old lady stock up so many supplies? Of course I want it. If the two young people knew about it, their views would be shattered again. At this time, Tang Zhe, who was in Building 3, looked at Building 1 on the right and said with a smile, "It's very lively tonight." Building number 1 was breached by several others, and Bai said with a hint of worry, once this building number 1 was breached, he would be the next one. Sun Ting wiped the floor and warned Bai, "Xiao Bai, this is not something we should worry about." And Bai pursed her red lips, thinking of the female corpse in the bedroom before, and said firmly, "Even if I die, I don't want to fall into the hands of those people." Tang Zhe smiled lightly and said confidently, "I'm not dead yet. How could you die? I'll kill as many as you come." An hour later, the cleanup in Building 1 came to an end, and boxes of supplies were moved to the underground parking lot one after another. Looking at the small mountain of supplies, the 3 bosses were a little confused. Next to them, the men and women in Building 1 were squatting on the ground separately. They were a little surprised to see so many supplies. Didn't they say they were gone? That Xie Yuhong can do it. He got so many supplies. Feng Jin opened a box of spicy strips, took out a pack, tore it open with his teeth, and took a big bite. A younger brother said with a flattering smile, "Boss, most of these supplies were plundered from the homes of those old women and old men." "Haha, your boss is such a good man. He left all the good things to the old guy for you young people to use." Starving. Sun Yuqing couldn't help laughing. It was really funny. At this time, several men stood up and scolded Xie Yuhong, asking to join other teams. The 3 teams naturally need to recruit young male members. However, there were still a few men who had no choice and retained their upright character. Feng Jin showed no mercy. "Kill them to death." "Husband." One of the women shouted and ran towards her husband, but was immediately pulled away by her younger brother. "You bunch of beasts will definitely be shot in the future." The woman cursed wildly, but the 3 of them didn't care. Before long, several men were hacked to death on the spot. Looking at more than 20 women in their 30s, Sun Jin smiled and said, "What are you doing here? It's divided. For the sake of fairness, let's take turns. I'm older, so it's okay if I come first." Feng Jin, relying on his old age and showing off his old age, he has already taken a liking to one of the young women whose husband just died. Of course, the other 2 don't want to. At this time, in the basement, Yi Qingyi was hiding inside, holding his legs with both hands, and couldn't help but tremble all over, as if he was very cold. Just now, Yi Qingyi took advantage of the chaos and ran here to hide, which was what Xie Yuhong had warned before. Suddenly, a bright light came over. It was the light of a mobile phone. "Boss, there is a woman hidden here." The younger brother suddenly became excited. Yi Qingyi ran away immediately. He didn't expect to be discovered so quickly, but he couldn't outrun the young man. He was grabbed by his long hair. "Which, you still want to run away? Where can you run?" Yi Qingyi screamed in pain and was dragged by her hair. When they came to the parking lot, the younger brother left Yi Qingyi in the middle. "Boss, this woman is very good at hiding. Fortunately, I found her." After saying this, he said that he was about to receive the reward. The disheveled Yi Qingyi did not arouse the interest of the 3 bosses, but one of the younger brothers knelt down, pushed the messy hair away, and lifted Yi Qingyi's chin. His expression suddenly froze, and he began to stutter. Old. Big. Top quality." Sun Yuqing looked at his little brother's stupidity and kicked him on the ground. "What is the best but not the best? Look at your potential." When Sun Yuqing saw it, he was also stunned. Ding Feng also stepped forward to take a look and finally understood. "It's really top-notch. I never expected that this poor neighborhood could be so beautiful, no worse than those 2. And for so many days, my face has been clean, but when I just dragged it, my skirt was a little dirty. Let me go." Yichingi shook off his little brother's dirty hands and looked at the men around him warily, as if a dream had come true. Feng Jin laughed. It's still a fierce little horse. I don't know how it feels to ride. The boys around me also all looked over. This is much better than those women. She looks so good without makeup. If she dresses up and takes off, she will gain a lot this time. Sun Yuqing took out a handful of cigarettes and threw them to his younger brother. This is for you. Holding a handful of King Furong in his hand, the younger brother was overjoyed. These days, a cigarette can make a smoker work for him. Thank you, boss. Boss Feng. Boss Ding. This woman was discovered by my younger brother. You won't come. Grab it? Sun Yuqing's words contained a deep threat. Feng Jin chuckled. What Boss Sun said. I have already agreed before that everything in Building 1 will be divided equally. At this time, Ding Feng was definitely on Feng Jin's side and echoed, Boss Feng is right. Boss Sun is not going to break the agreement between us. Sun Yuqing took a long drag on his cigarette, and the smoke could not block his vicious eyes. Suddenly, Sun Yuqing laughed and said, It's just a joke. I think I'm making you nervous. He said this, but in his heart he wanted to hack the two of them to death. It has to be said that beauty is always effective, but this one almost caused the three parties to tear up the fragile cooperative relationship. As Sun Yuqing laughed, Feng Jin and Ding Feng also laughed together. But if Sun Yuqing disagreed just now, it goes without saying that the people on Sun Yuqing's side would be hacked to death. But Sun Yuqing smiled and said, There is only one of these things. How about the three of us taking turns? If you want to keep this product as your own, who would want to share it? Sitting on the ground, Yichingi turned pale as he listened to the conversation between the three of them. He was like a commodity being divided equally among them. Looking at the load-bearing wall next to him, Yichingi suddenly stood up and ran forward. However, Feng Jin, who had sharp eyes and quick hands, grabbed Yichingi's hair. Want to die? How can it be so easy? Yichingi collapsed, waving his hands and yelling, You jerk, you will die badly. Tie her up, Ding Feng shouted coldly. The younger brother took out the rope and tied up Yichingi. Tears flowed down her beautiful face. After hiding for so many days, she still couldn't escape the clutches of the devil. Let's not take turns with this kind of top quality. Didn't we say it would be auctioned before? Feng Jin suggested. Okay, auction. Sun Yuqing agreed, but Ding Feng didn't care. However, Feng Jin suddenly showed a sly look. Since it is an auction, I must take a good look at the goods to see if they are genuine. As soon as this is said, all men understand it. What are you going to do? Don't come here. Seeing the two young men walking towards him, Yichingi shouted wildly, but this would only increase the excitement of the men. The three bosses are all naked, without any fat on their bodies. They even have vest lines on their waists. They are soft and have a sense of strength. With this appearance and figure, they are no better than the big stars on TV. Tie her to the roof of the car. Yichingi, who was crying and helpless, was forcibly tied to the roof of the car and posed in a shameful pose, allowing people to admire the item that was about to be auctioned. Feng Jin looked towards Building 1 and asked, Does anyone know him? A woman immediately replied, She seems to be Xie Yuhong's sister-in-law. Feng Jin suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that Boss Xie actually hid a top grader in his house. This good old man didn't even move. He must have kept it for our brothers. Ha 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 ha. The men around him suddenly gasped, laughed loudly. Yichingi's tears seemed to have dried up on the roof of the car. Hearing the evil laughter around him, his whole body was shaking. He graduated from a 985 college. I heard he is getting married soon, and the person he is marrying is the son of the CEO of a Fortune 500 company in the country. Another woman broke the news. Sun Yuqing was very happy. With such a high degree of education, if you meet us before, you probably don't know how to be a bird. Isn't that right? Now we can only eat birds. Feng Jin laughed wildly. Sun Yuqing coughed lightly and said, Okay, let's start the auction. He couldn't wait. Boss, how about I be the auctioneer? A younger brother volunteered. Oh, okay, let me see what kind of flowers you can tell. My younger brother happily walked to the side of the car, coughed lightly and shouted, Dear owners, neighbors, brothers and sisters, we have a unique event tonight. The auction item is this beautiful woman. What's her name? Yi Qing. Someone in the crowd reminded her. Yes, yes, our auction item is this Miss Yi Qing. This year? Mao Gang in the crowd reminded, 25 years old, vice president of a GG company. The people around her immediately made a tut-tutang sound. Such a woman used to be a goddess, and everyone only dared to watch from a distance. Although they are still watching now, they can still see the snow-white body. Yi Qingyi looked at Mao Gang in the crowd and gritted his teeth. Brother Gongzi was no longer the same brother as before. This Miss Yi Qingyi is 25 years old this year. She is the vice president of GG Company and the daughter-in-law of the CEO of one of the top 500 companies in the country. Think about it. Wouldn't it be great to buy the daughter-in-law of this top 500 CEO? Absolutely. It's cheap and beautiful. Of course, this is just Miss Yi Qingyi's identity. The point is Miss Yi Qingyi herself. Look at these exquisite facial features. There is no trace of artificiality. They are pure and natural. Look at this blow. The elastic and breakable skin feels absolutely top-notch. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the internal structure. The three bosses went home and took their time to appreciate it. I won't wait to see it. I can still interpret that sentence now. Poor reward. You are sweet. You are rich. You are salty. The bidding price starts from a bottle of mineral water. There is no upper limit. I will offer a bottle. I saw a boy shouting the price excitedly, and the friends around him were shocked. You are crazy. If you compete with the boss for a woman, don't you fear that your life will be taken instead of your life? Ding Feng calmly shouted. 1 box. Boss Ding is so arrogant. 5 boxes. Sun Yuqing stretched out his palm, sure to win. And Feng Jin said calmly, Boss Sun, are these 5 boxes of yours privately owned by you, or do they belong to all your brothers? Sun Yuqing's younger brothers were stunned. Yes, the boss used his own water to take pictures of women, but he didn't get to play? Sun Yuqing cursed in his heart, sowing dissension. Of course it's private, Sun Yuqing said in a deep voice. At this time, you can't take the water from the brothers, which is equivalent to taking their lives. The boys immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we'll use our own supplies to shoot. Ding Feng continued, 6 boxes of water. Feng Jin's face turned a little pale, but he still shouted, 7 boxes. For one person to own 7 boxes of mineral water, that is a huge sum of money, especially now that supplies are so scarce. 7.5 boxes. Ding Feng gritted his teeth. At worst, he could save some for himself and go get some from his younger brother. After hearing this, Yu Feng went to look for supplies. 8 boxes. Sun Yuqing said disdainfully. The whole place was in an uproar. 8 boxes of water could save many lives. But now they were used to photograph a beautiful woman. Good-looking women are more popular no matter what environment they are in. But this makes many women around him jealous. 10 boxes. Suddenly a laugh sounded. The 3 bosses were confused, because they were not the ones calling, and looked behind them. Isn't this the food delivery guy? He's not dead. Was it the gunman who died? That's right. It's Tang Zhe who's here. He just gained a lot of experience at home. When he was bored, he came down to see how much supplies they had plundered, and also to see if there was any good stuff. As soon as I got there, I heard the sound of an auction. When I got closer, I saw a woman tied to the roof of the car. Tang Zhe was surprised. He had never seen this woman in the community before. This woman was very good. Compared with Anbai and others, she even had a slightly stronger aura. I'm really lucky today. Rations are falling from the sky, and triple speed is about to start. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but look up at Tang Zhe. Isn't this the delivery boy? No, the murderous delivery boy. Tang Ze's appearance silenced the entire underground garage. Isn't he afraid of being surrounded by everyone? How dare he appear alone? Feng Jin took the lead to break the deadlock. Isn't this the boss of Building 3? I'm going downstairs for a walk when I have time. I'm bored. Seeing you guys are auctioning, I can't help but want to get involved. Is that okay? Tang Zhe he glanced at the 3 bosses with a very easygoing smile, but the 3 bosses had seen this smile before, and he could kill people without blinking. It seemed that he didn't bring the machete today. Could it be that he had a gun? Sun Yuqing was not afraid of Tang Zhe and said directly, You want to share the spoils we captured as soon as you come here. Isn't it appropriate? Bang! There was a little smoke coming from the muzzle of the pistol, and a blood hole appeared between Sun Yoqing's eyebrows, and blood flowed from his eyebrows. He even reached out to wipe it, and then fell straight down in disbelief. Is it appropriate now? Tang Zhe looked at Feng Jin and Ding Feng with a smile. The calmness of the two people disappeared in an instant, and they looked at Tang Zhe and the gun in Tang Zhe's hand warily. He was even thinking in his heart that if the brothers rushed to kill him, they would definitely be killed first if they were so close to him. Of course he is lucky. This guy actually has a gun in his hand. Do you want to bet that the gun in his hand is out of bullets? All the boys around were frightened by Tang Zhe's ruthless tactics. The last time he chopped down Dong Fei's group with his sword, when he came out today, he killed Sun Yuqing, the boss of Building 5, in the head. This food delivery guy is so scary. Not only were the younger brothers frightened, but Yi Qingyi's delicate face lost a bit of blood, and she even felt hot on her cheeks. Could it be blood? Of course it's appropriate. What do you think, Boss Ding? Feng Jin reacted and immediately said with a smile. Ding Feng immediately agreed. It's suitable. It couldn't be more suitable. I'm a reasonable person. The auction is normal, but I can't get it. That's my problem. Listening to Tang Zhe's words, everyone's minds recalled Tang Zhe's wild laughter that day. It's the end of the world. Who can still be reasonable? So now he is being reasonable again? So is he being reasonable? No. It makes sense to shoot people in the head at every turn. Auctioneer, what are you still doing? Tang Zhe warned. Hurry up and wait to go back to gain experience. The auctioneer said oh several times. Well, the boss of Building 3 bids 10 boxes of mineral water. Is there anything higher? 11 boxes. Feng Jin's face was beating with heartache. He had contributed to his family's wealth. However, when I heard Tang Zhe say in a low voice, "You really dare to raise your price with me," Ding Feng was secretly happy, hoping that Tang Zhe would kill Feng Jin with one shot. Feng Jin was also startled and showed a panicked expression. Didn't you say it was a normal auction? Feng Jin's frightened look fell in his younger brother's eyes, and he felt weird that his boss was actually scared into a bird. Yeah, I'm just talking. Why are you excited? Tang Zhe shrugged. Feng Jin's face could not be darker, and Ding Feng secretly thought it was a pity that this murderous takeaway boy didn't act according to common sense. However, Karasawa continued. But now I am very suspicious that you don't have 11 boxes of mineral water at all. How is that possible? Then show it and see. Feng Jingying wanted to say, what about you? But thinking that they had occupied Dong Fei's supplies, he stopped saying this. You guys, go to my house and bring the water. The younger brother immediately ran to Building 2, where a group of people were waiting, while Tang Zhe looked Yi Qingyi up and down. Yi Qingyi naturally felt the gaze from Tang Zhe, and found that Tang Zhe's gaze was different from other men. Other men were leering, but his eyes were indescribable, as if they were seeing something delicious. Soon, boxes of mineral water were brought over by the younger brother. Tang Zhe smiled and said, You are missing this too. I can divide the supplies I grabbed this time into 4 boxes, plus exactly 11 boxes. Tang Zhe patted his forehead. You're bullying me for not being good at math. You only have 6 boxes here. How is that possible? There are 7 boxes in my house. Feng Jin shouted and immediately counted, but after counting, it was still 6. Then he shouted to his younger brother. Is there another box missing? Look for it quickly. The younger brothers ran back in panic, while Tang Zhe waited with a smile and winked at Yi Qingyi, which confused Yi Qingyi. What does he mean? Are you saving me? At this moment, Yi Qingyi felt that there was still light in the world, and righteous people like her brother-in-law had not disappeared. Soon the boys ran back again. One of them was holding a box in his hand, but there was also a 30-year-old woman in pajamas who was hurriedly running. Husband, what's wrong? Are you in a panic? The woman looked at Feng Jin and asked in confusion, how could he move all the water out? When she saw Yi Qingyi on the roof of the car, she immediately understood and felt angry. Boss, the water is here, but... The younger brother didn't know what to say. What? The younger brother turned the box around with a strange expression on his face, only to see that the box was torn open, with only 2 bottles of mineral water left inside. Feng Jin was dumbfounded and shouted, Who touched my water? The woman rolled her eyes and said, Don't you think I stink? I took a quick shower. You woman. Feng Jin froze in place, and the people around him were also sighing. There was actually water for bathing. Tangza let out a long sigh at this time. You don't have 11 boxes, you only have 10 boxes and 2 bottles. I have some, and I can borrow a few more bottles. Just wait, right now. Feng Jin was about to ask his younger brother to borrow some water. With a bang, the shell casing fell to the ground. Feng Jin seemed to be immobilized. His eyes widened, and then he fell down, blood coming out of his forehead. Tang Ze blew into the muzzle of the gun and said calmly, I hate it when others lie to me. Ding Feng on the side was happy and scared at the same time, but he was even more scared and broke into cold sweat. In a few minutes, he killed Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing. He was the boss. No. Would he kill himself too? With this idea, Ding Feng became extremely worried. Husband. Seeing her man being killed, the woman hurried over and found that her man was dead. Why are you still standing there? He killed your boss. Why don't you kill him? Another bang. The woman also fell on Feng Jin. She didn't seem to realize who had the final say here. Tang Ze sighed. What are you doing? We are fighting and killing. Can't we live in peace? These words made everyone very angry. Who was fighting and killing? Who made the move first? I'm sorry, but I only dare to think in my heart. No one dares to take the lead, and whoever takes it will die. Yi Qingyi thinks Tang Ze is weird, acting like a cold-blooded killer, but also speaking with a sense of humor. He is such a strange man, but he still has to thank him. My name is Shixiang. Do you still want to follow me? Tang Ze looked at Ding Feng. Ding Feng shook his head quickly. If he followed, he would be risking his life. Is there anyone else who wants to follow? I am very fair and impartial. Karasawa looked around and shouted without making any sound, looking at Karasawa with fear. Tangza shrugged boredly. Okay, I won't announce it yet. Okay. Congratulations to the boss of Building 3 for winning the beauty auction. After saying that, he immediately ran over and handed the rope to Tang Ze, as well as Yi Qingyi's pile of tattered clothes, which also contained her mobile phone. Tang Ze patted his forehead. Yes, I haven't given you water yet, so you can't eat the overlord meal. I killed the 2 bosses, so their supplies should be considered mine. Is this understanding okay? Tang Ze looked at everyone. Ding Feng laughed and said, No problem, of course no problem. In that case, let's take it from the 2 bosses. I'm in a good mood today. If you have more, I'll treat everyone to a drink of water. An idea popped into everyone's mind. I have never seen such a shameless person. He came here with nothing and took away the most beautiful woman without giving anything. No, it cost 3 bullets. Suddenly remembering something, Tang Ze looked back at the group of people without a boss and reminded them, If I were you, pick a boss quickly. The corner of Ding Feng's mouth trembled. Was he guarding himself? Seeing the people in buildings 2 and 5 gathered together, Ding Feng's forehead formed the character Sichuan. After 2 people died, 2 new ones would appear to compete with him. Darn takeaway boy, I will definitely make you pay. Arriving at the elevator, Yi Qingyi said weakly, Can you let me put on some clothes? Tangza turned around and smiled. It looks pretty. Why do you want to wear it? They're all in tatters. Just wear them. It's really troublesome. Can you untie it? Tang Ze clicked his tongue. Am I here to serve you? Although he was wearing clothes, Tang Ze felt that it was pretty good and beautiful. Yi Qingyi said gratefully, Thank you for saving me. Tang Ze just said, Oh. The elevator door opened. Tang Ze walked in, and Yi Qingyi pursed her red lips and walked in. Soon after arriving at the house, Tangza suddenly clapped his hands and said, Meows, wake up, there's a new person here. And Bai and Sun Ting opened their eyes tiredly, and slowly sat up and looked at Yi Qingyi. Their original tiredness suddenly disappeared and became stunning. This? Where did you find this? And Bai asked blankly. There was actually a top grader on the same level as himself in this community. Tang Ze poured a glass of water and leaned against the wall, jokingly saying, I picked it up while walking outside. Such luck. I can't stop it when it comes. Sun Ting and Mbai stood up and walked to Yi Qingyi to look at them. Yi Qingyi was a little scared and leaned back, feeling that they were too strange. But Yi Qingyi thanked him again. Thank you for saving me. Karasawa reluctantly replied. You said it before. Yi Qingyi looked a little embarrassed, paused for a moment, and then said shamelessly, "You are so powerful. How can you get out of here?" "I'm not a Superman, but I see a ant fly out." Tang Zhe spread his hands. "This woman's request, there are so many." Tangza said directly, "Take her to take a bath first." "Can you take a bath here?" Yi Qingyi couldn't believe it. No wonder they exuded fragrance. Sun Ting smiled sweetly and said, "Of course, if you don't take a bath, it will stink, and the master will dislike it." After saying that, he pushed Yi Qingyi to the bathroom. Yi Qingyi hurriedly said, "I can do it myself. We will help you and tell you our rules." Before Yi Qingyi could say anything, he was pushed in by the two girls. Tang Zhe ignored him. Sun Ting was a senior instructor and had powerful training methods. In the bathroom, Ambai released hot water, and the mist gradually enveloped her. 3 delicate bodies that made people bleed were looming in the mist, making people bleed. "My sister has a great figure." Sun Ting picked up the shower gel and applied it on Yi Qingyi's body. Ambai smiled shyly and said, "Yes, we can relax again." Yi Qingyi was confused and said quickly, "I can do it myself." Sun Ting clicked her tongue. "We will be a team from now on. We must take care of each other in order to survive in this apocalypse." Yes, yes, we are a team." As he said this, Ambai secretly laughed. Yi Qingyi became more and more confused. "What do you mean we are in the same group? We are all the master's kittens." Sun Ting tapped Yi Qingyi's forehead. She was so beautiful. How could she react so little? Bai is still slow. Yi Qingyi immediately took a step back after hearing this, and his eyes changed a bit. "I'm not a little kitten, and I won't act like one." And Bai and Sun Ting were stunned for a moment, as if they were seeing themselves for the first time. "Sister, please don't get excited. This is just a formality. Our main task is to make the master happy," Sun Ting explained. However, Yi Qingyi's tone suddenly changed. "I am no one's captive. I don't have to make anyone happy, and I won't join you. Get out of the way. I want to go out." After saying that, he went to get the tattered skirt. And Bai and Sun Ting secretly thought that something bad was going on, and this was the time to commit suicide. Outside, Tang Zhe suddenly saw the bathroom door open and wondered if the shower was ready so quickly. However, he saw an angry Yi Qingyi walking out, looking at him with extremely disgusted eyes. What's going on? After taking a step, Tang Zhe stopped Yi Qingyi. "Get out of the way. I want to get out. You are the same as them. I misjudged you." "Tang Zhe? Beauty, what do you mean you misjudged me? What do you think of me? A hero?" Tang Zhe was amused. This woman has a very comprehensive mind. Yi Qingyi really saw it this way, but that was not the case at all now. She didn't want to say more and just walked past Tang Zhe. Tangza couldn't help but let out an ouch, and if he hadn't been seriously short of food rations, he would have collapsed. He grabbed Yi Qingyi's wet hair. Let me go, you despicable jerk." Tang Zhe grabbed Yi Qingyi's long hair, pulled it down and said in a deep voice, "I spent 10 boxes of mineral water to take a picture of you, and you told me that you were leaving? It's not your goods, so you can't succeed." Enduring the pain, Yi Qingyi scolded Tang Zhe angrily. Tang Zhe's face became extremely cold, and he took out his pistol and moved it towards Yi Qingyi's forehead. "Do you really think that I can't bear to part with you, the best ration?" Looking at Tang Zhe's cold gaze, Yi Qingyi knew that he had angered a devil. It would be better if he died, so as not to be tainted. Zihui would only know that he was missing. No. At the critical moment, he walked out of the bathroom. Anbai shouted subconsciously. Tang Zhe moved his eyes to Anbai, as if to say, "Do you also want to die for her? I can make it happen for you." Anbai was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Sun Ting was still calm and immediately explained. "Xiaobai didn't mean that. Xiaobai felt that this sister still had a chance. We were resistant at first." Tang Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. Sun Ting continued. "It would be too easy for her to kill her now. She will not be grateful at all." Tang Zhe felt that this made sense, and it seemed a bit cheap to kill her with one shot. But even if she is not shot to death, she must know that I, Tangza, am not a man of faith. The right fist landed hard on Yi Qingyi's soft belly. Although it only used a little strength, it was not something a woman could bear. Yi Qingyi opened her beautiful eyes and covered her lower abdomen. She couldn't help but kneel on the ground and then fell down. The severe pain made her roll up and sweat broke out. Okay, I'll give you a few days. If we still make a fuss, not only will she die, but you will also be punished. Sun Ting wished she could slap herself. Why did she get involved in it? This woman is going to kill everyone. So why are you pretending? Take it in and wash it off. After Tongza said that, he lit a cigarette. Others said that he had promised himself to save his life, which was good, but he was being shameless by scolding himself. Sun Ting and the frightened Bai dragged Yi Qingyi into the bathroom. Sun Ting was so angry that she took the shower nozzle and started to shower. Yi Qingyi was lying on the ground with her face pale in pain, like a piece of paper, and she didn't have the strength to speak. We told you with good intentions that you would be nice, but we will all be punished. When they thought of that feeling, Sun Ting and Bai's faces turned pale. They never wanted to experience that kind of horrific punishment in their lives. The more Sun Ting thought about it, the more scared she became. She raised her jade foot and stepped on Yi Qingyi's delicate body. Yi Qingyi could only make a muffled sound and curl up in discomfort. Xiaobai, why are you still standing there? You saved her, but she still harmed us both. Bai seemed to be struggling, and her lips trembled as she said, I don't dare. Xiaobai, do you know why your ex-boyfriend can control you? You are just cowardly. I am not cowardly, I just… Bai shook his head. Shake his head. Sun Ting held Bai's chin and shouted, Xiaobai, we two are grasshoppers on the same rope. I know. Then kick her. Bai looked down at the painful Yi Qingyi, his face full of struggle, but he still slowly raised his jade leg, and then stepped on it with his eyes closed. Yi Qingyi let out a painful cry. After all, the woman stepped on it with her eyes closed. It was not light or heavy, but it was much harder than Sun Ting's step. Tang Zhe, who was sitting on the sofa, silently heard Yi Qingyi's screams without any emotion on his face. He was originally quite happy tonight and felt that he had picked up a treasure, but did she think this was a charity? How could she be so naive? In the bathroom, Sun Ting had finally finished venting her anger. Bai squatted on the ground blankly, unable to believe that she would hurt a stranger. Her eyes were filled with nervousness and panic, but there was still a little excitement after venting her anger. Sun Ting looked at Bai's expression and sighed. We have even moved the corpse. What is there to be afraid of? There is no need to pity this kind of woman. She really thought everyone would be spoiled by her. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After several WeChat messages, Sun Ting looked at the mobile phone beside her, which seemed to be this woman's mobile phone. Yi Qingyi watched Sun Ting pick up her cell phone and shouted with pain, Give it back to me. Sun Ting glanced at Yi Qingyi with disdain, and then grabbed Yi Qingyi's hand. However, Yi Qingyi immediately struggled and refused to open the fingerprint lock for Sun Ting. Xiaobai, Xiaobai, Bai. Sun Ting shouted several times before Bai came back to his senses. Stop being in a daze, hold her down. Oh. Bai looked at Yi Qingyi with an apologetic look, then held it down, and Sun Ting successfully opened the phone. Sun Ting opened WeChat and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. What an intimate note. My future husband, Mr. Zihue. Give it back to me. Give me your phone. Even though Yi Qingyi was being held down by Bai, even though her whole body was in pain, she still stretched out her hand to snatch the phone. However, Sun Ting's jade foot stepped directly on the back of Yi Qingyi's hand. With 5 fingers connected to the heart, Yi Qingyi has never suffered anything like this since she was a child. She has always been held in the palm of her hand and protected. Sun Ting chuckled and said, Your future husband, Mr. Zihue, seems to be very anxious. He asked you how you were doing and why you didn't reply to his message. How do you think I should reply? Yi Qingyi couldn't help but cry even if he was beaten, but after hearing such a threat, the long-suppressed tears couldn't help but flow out. Because Yi Qingyi didn't dare to tell her fiancé that there was chaos here, her brother-in-law and sister were dead, and she was also arrested. He is pure in his fiancé's heart, so he must keep it up, even be prepared to die. The pure fiancé is still in his heart and will not be defiled by others. Seeing Yi Qingyi's reaction, Sun Ting's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had caught something. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Zhe watched TV. Now only online TV can be watched, and the local satellite TV is gone. As the bathroom door opened, Tang Zhe turned around and saw that Yi Qingyi was indeed extraordinary after cleaning, but his eyes were a bit empty. Master, I'll take her to dress up first soon. Tang Ze carelessly held his chin and hummed. Although Yi Qingyi was trembling now, he still didn't like her very much. 20 minutes later, Yi Qingyi was finally let out. The originally slightly dry and messy hair became extremely soft and exuded a fragrance. The light makeup made her face more beautiful. The pure white dress fully reflected her bumpy figure. A black tie was tied around her waist. The belt shows off that slim waist. Not yet, Sun Ting reminded, patting Yi Qingyi's butt. Yi Qingyi pinched it into his palm, lowered his head, and gritted his teeth. Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't speak, Sun Ting became angry immediately, and Yi Qingyi whispered in his ear. Yi Qingyi's delicate body trembled, and he slowly spat out, "Master." Tangza gave me an affirmative look. "Your hand amazed me." "Come here," Karasawa ordered, leaving no room for doubt. Yi Qingyi stood up and came to Tang Ze, but lowered his head and did not look at Tang Ze. In the past, there was no way for a food delivery guy and the other to be the vice president of GG Company to have any intersection, but now there is more than just an intersection. "Sit here." Tang Ze patted his leg and said calmly. Yi Qingyi bit her red lips tightly, and her delicate red lips turned white. Tang Ze didn't have any pity in his heart. He put his hands on the smooth and slender jade legs and said, "Look at me." Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't respond, Tang Ze said calmly, "I don't want to repeat what I said." The beautiful eyes, red from crying, slowly looked at Tang Ze, and Tang Ze found that Yi Qingyi still had unwillingness and hatred deep in his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone rang, a voice call. Sun Ting took a look at Yi Qingyi's cell phone and said with a smile, "It's your fiancé calling." Just such a sentence made Yi Qingyi panic and said hurriedly, "Don't answer." "How about that? Your fiancé is worried about your safety. I'll pick it up for you. You can tell yourself." Sun Ting said and helped answer the question, then handed it to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi didn't even have time to hang up. The appearance of the fiancé has appeared. Zhang Zihui's worried voice immediately sounded on the phone. "Yi, why didn't you reply to my message? I thought something had happened to you, and you were worried about me. Why are you crying? Did something happen?" Listening to her fiancé's worried voice, Yi Qingyi felt uneasy in her heart. "No, I'm just scared." Yi Qingyi suppressed her tears and showed a sincere smile, telling her fiancé not to worry. Zhang Zihui felt heartbroken. As a man, he couldn't protect his fiancé. "I'm sorry. I hate that I am incapable of taking you over and making you afraid all day long." There was no flaw on Yi Qingyi's face, and she even said gently, "Fool, don't blame yourself. We will be fine." "Well, don't cry." "I won't cry anymore." Suddenly, Zhang Zihui discovered that his fiancée tonight was extraordinarily beautiful. "Yi, why are you suddenly wearing makeup? I didn't reply to your message. I was afraid you would be angry, so I put on some makeup to show you how beautiful I am." The corner of Tang Ze's mouth curled up. This woman, she deceived her man. Her IQ is through the sky. "You are the most beautiful woman in the world." After hearing this, Sun Ting curled her lips and whispered to Anbai beside her. "What a scumbag quote." "Yeah, I've heard that too." Zhang Zihui's words made Yi Qingyi feel ashamed that she had betrayed the man she loved so much. "Zihui, you go to bed early. I want to rest too." Yi Qingyi was afraid that she would make strange noises and make her fiancé suspicious, so she didn't want to say anything more. Zhang Zihui even kissed the camera, and several people shouted that he was shameless. Tang Ze smiled lightly and said, "They are such a loving couple, so enviable. I like your body very much, but I don't like the look in your eyes." "I don't need you to like me," Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice. Tang Ze suddenly laughed. "You seem to be more afraid of them than me. Why is that?" Yi Qingyi said nothing. Her pretty face turned pale in pain. Tang Ze stretched out his hand, held Yi Qingyi's chin, and said calmly, "They will threaten you and tell your fiancé about your situation, but I won't. I will only find your fiancé and kill his whole family. You have seen my methods before. You are not human." Yi Qingyi grabbed Tang Ze's clothes and shouted. She was scared. "When did I say I was human? I am the devil among devils, and the lewd one." Yi Qingyi couldn't imagine what would happen if her fiancé found out. He would even kill Zihui's whole family. Thinking of the murderous appearance, Yi really wouldn't doubt the authenticity of this. In the future, you will eat their leftover meals. If you behave well, you will have a chance to be like them. Now you know what to do. The next day, Yi woke up in a daze. The first thing he felt was whether he was dead. When he saw the decorations around him, he was not dead, but still in hell. Thinking of the insult last night, Yi wanted to cry, but found that I couldn't cry. Her sister and her husband died tragically at home, and she ended up in the same fate. Seeing that the door was not far away, Yi came up with the idea of escape. Just when I moved my body a little, I felt a sharp pain in my lower abdomen. If I had known this, I should have given it to my fiancé earlier the first time. Enduring the pain, Yi moved slowly, and the clanking sound of the iron chains woke up the two women sleeping next to him. Sun Ting yawned and said calmly, "It seems you haven't developed a long memory yet." Yi was able to become the vice president. Although he had the help of his fiancée, he also had a bright mind. When you are in such a situation, the only way is to swallow your anger and look for another opportunity. You will never bow your head. "No, I'm just a little hungry," Yi explained quickly. And Bai chuckled and said, "It's not time to eat yet, and the master hasn't even gotten up yet." Yi discovered that Bai and Sun Ting were different. Sun Ting was Tang Zai's most loyal follower, but Bai felt different, as if he was oppressed just like himself. "Maybe we can find a breakthrough point from here. No matter what, you can only follow him now, otherwise you will not only die, but those photos will also be published, and even the lives of your fiancé and his family will be threatened." After getting up, Tang Zai brushed his teeth. The progress in the past 2 days has been much faster, reaching 16%. At this rate, 3% per day, it will take almost a month to unlock the Doomsday Spree 2.0. If we get 3 more rations, the time can be doubled. It's a pity that so far, these 3 are already top-notch rations. They are used to eating fat abalone, so how can they look at crooked melons and cracked dates? When he came to the balcony, Tang Zai felt a cold wind coming. For the south in September, the weather was a bit strange. Fortunately, there was air conditioning in the house. When he turned on his phone, the weather temperature was no longer displayed, but Tangza felt that it was only about 10 degrees outside, and the weather was changing too quickly. Arriving at the living room, Tang Zai looked at Yi, but Yi couldn't help but move back, fearful of Tang Zai. Tang Zai ignored them, touched the heads of Bai and Sun Ting, and prepared to enjoy breakfast. Breakfast is basically the most nutritious meal of the day, but considering what Yi did, she naturally ate what the two women left, as she said. When the mushroom and chicken soup appeared, Yi and others were dumbfounded. How could it be possible that they actually had such food? That was actually sweet and sour pork ribs, and even a bowl of black-bone chicken rice noodles. Sun Ting and Bai were hungry for a long time. They lay on the ground and ate quickly. The smell of chicken soup filled the living room. Yi red lips secreted mucus crazily. Yujing couldn't help but swallow, but she could only stare. Watch. Tang Zai didn't eat that much. He made 2 meat buns and rice porridge to see what news there was in the community group. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 women were full and left the rest to Yi. The sweet and sour pork ribs only have bones left. The black chicken rice noodles only have half a bowl of soup with all bones left, and the same goes for mushroom chicken soup. Eat, don't keep looking at it, Sun Ting said lightly. Yi looked at the leftover soup. He had never eaten like this in his life, but he couldn't resist the strong aroma of the chicken soup. How could he have the strength to escape if he wasn't full? With this self-comfort, Yi immediately started to drink black-bone chicken soup and immediately felt warm in his stomach. It was actually more delicious than the one made at a Michelin restaurant. Mix her with some rice, Tang Zai said calmly. You have eaten all the meat. She can only be full by drinking some soup and chewing bones. If she is not full, how can she have the strength to withstand the brutal collision? And Bai said oh, and quickly filled up a large spoonful of white rice. Yi raised his head and looked at the ball of white rice. It felt like he hadn't seen it for several years. In this situation of lack of water, who would if you have water to cook, you will eat raw rice to fill your stomach. Eat quickly. And Bai reminded, don't make Tang Zai angry then, and you won't have to eat anything. Yi looked at Bai gratefully. As the white rice was put into the chicken soup, it turned into braised chicken rice. The sound of Yi Qingyi eating could be heard in the living room. Even if it was the leftover bones, Yi Qingyi would chew them up and swallow them. Belch. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but burped, and even she felt ashamed now. But it had been a long, long time since I felt so full. If I had another bowl, Yi Qingyi felt that she could eat it too. Suddenly, a familiar bell rang. Your fiancé really cares about you. Sun Ting picked up the phone and smiled. Yi Qingyi had no intention of snatching it away, because she knew that doing so would only anger them and hurt herself. My dad's friend said that there will be severe cooling and heavy snowfall in the next few days, so you should keep warm. Cooling down? Yi Qingyi didn't feel anything at all. Well, in the south it's about -20 degrees during the day and -40 degrees at night. It's even colder in the north. Don't touch the heavy snow, just like this rain. Tang Zhe frowned after hearing this. He thought the rain would stop, but he didn't expect that the temperature would drop sharply. It seemed that he would still be trapped here. No, I have to find an opportunity to go out. Going out to find food rations is the most important thing. Well, I understand. I will keep warm. Don't worry. Why are you crying again? Jiang Zihui was so worried when he saw his fiancée crying. It's nothing, just a little sentimental. Well, if you hadn't gone to your sister's house for dinner that night, you would have been by my side. Jiang Zihui sighed. Yi Qingyi also felt the same way. If he left, he wouldn't meet this devil. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Suddenly a youthful voice sounded, which made Tang Zhe pause, and Yi Qingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The girl on the phone is about 17 or 18 years old. Her beautiful cheeks show her youthfulness and vitality, with the innocence and aura of youth. She is wearing a woolen sweater, revealing her slightly charming collarbone, and wearing a new Hermes summer model on her neck. Decorations. Nana, I'm resting. Jiang Nana was stunned. Sister-in-law, you should have a good rest. You will be fine. Okay, I will have a good rest. Don't worry. Yi Qingyi's face gradually turned rosy. How could he be like this, and even bring out his dead brother-in-law to explain? Jiang Nana expressed her confusion. Sister-in-law, you must pay attention to your safety. My brother misses you all the time and secretly looks at your photos. What are you talking about, you little brat? Jiang Zihui was a little embarrassed, but Yi Qingyi was even more ashamed, feeling that she was unfaithful to love and no longer worthy of her fiancé. You have a good rest. I'll go take care of her and talk nonsense. Well, you go ahead. Listening to the frolicking sounds coming from the phone, Yi Qingyi was very envious. She should have been among them. Turn off the video call and still face Tang Zhe. So she is your sister-in-law. Sun Ting took the phone and opened the photo album, found the photo and showed it to Tang Zhe. After reading this, Tang Zhe couldn't help but nodded. It's a good choice. What are you going to do? Yi Qingyi suddenly shouted. Hearing this questioning tone, Tang Zhe felt a little unhappy. In the afternoon, eat something. In the living room, Anbai secretly took out the leftovers from the refrigerator and came to Yi Qingyi. Looking at Anbai, Yi Qingyi gradually let down his guard and weakly said thank you. Sister, please don't provoke the master again. Yi Qingyi ate the food with big mouthfuls. He wanted to die but didn't dare. Anbai, why are you so obedient? Yi Qingyi asked, why didn't you resist? Anbai was stunned for a moment, then whispered. We still have food and drink. They all belong to the master. If it weren't for the master, we might have turned into corpses. There have been 4 or 5 more female corpses these days. Of course Yi Qingyi didn't want to. Every time he saw a female corpse on the grass, she was basically being brutally humiliated. What had happened to this world to make it so terrifying? If it was out of fear at the beginning, then maybe it's repaying the favor now. Repaying the favor? Yi Qingyi said in surprise. Yes, what kind of character are the people in the community? Did any of the girls who were caught die a good death? And we are safe under the protection of the master. What we pay is nothing compared to what we get. Yi Qingyi suddenly realized that what Anbai said made sense. Sun Ting walked out of the bedroom at this time and saw the 2 people in the living room. Yi Qingyi quickly put down the plate in his hand, fearing that Sun Ting would tell the truth. Sun Ting said calmly, eat, so as not to starve to death. Anbai nodded and whispered, Sister Ting is actually not bad. The main thing is that you are too stubborn. This is not bad. It was all her idea and she was like this. Staobai, don't talk nonsense. I am a bad woman. Sun Ting curled her red lips. In this world, being a good person will not lead to a happy ending. It is better to be a bad person. Anbai pursed her lips, knowing that Sun Ting was talking angrily. Thank you. I'm full. Yi Qingyi wiped the corner of his mouth. This feeling of fullness made people want to sleep. Sun Ting reminded lightly. If you want to die, you can beg, and the master will give you this opportunity. But if you want to survive, then put down your status as vice president or the eldest son's fiancé, and don't hurt me and the little one. White. Everyone just wants to live. No one wants to die. The living room was silent. Anbai poured a glass of warm water for Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi took the warm water without drinking it, but whispered, Can you find me a nice dress? Sun Ting and Anbai looked at each other. This time it seemed a little different. It seemed that life was still the most important thing. Tang Zhe took a peaceful nap, stood up and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the green belt in the center of the community, which was almost completely covered with corpses. Perhaps because the temperature had dropped recently, the smell of corpses was reduced. Tangza didn't want to stay in this kind of environment anymore. He would be suffocated to death sooner or later. Opening the door and walking out of the bedroom, Tang Zhe found that Yi Qingyi was neither noisy nor fussy and seemed to be much quieter, so he directly took out the food reward. When Yi Qingyi saw a complete fried chicken leg appearing in front of his eyes, he suddenly felt the urge to cry. This kind of junk food that he had never even looked at before actually had to give up his dignity to get it. He ate them all without thinking. Wasn't it just to fill his stomach in the apocalypse? Do you have any other requests? Tang Zhe looked at Yi Qingyi calmly and asked. This question is tricky, but it doesn't bother the highly educated Yi Qingyi. He will not make any demands in front of Tang Zhe and can only obey unconditionally, even if he is asked to jump from here. I have no requirements. I just want to bring endless happiness to my master. Sun Ting and Anbai looked at each other again. This woman was very good at making men happy. However, Tang Zhe didn't trust Yi Qingyi, and he didn't even trust Sun Ting and Anbai in his heart. In the laws of the end of the world, no one else can believe except you. It's pretty good. You too can eat these. Tang Zhe gave the remaining chicken legs and wings to Sun Ting and Anbai, mainly to let Yi Qingyi know, don't think that just because you lower your head and act coquettishly, you are better than them. Without making any substantial contribution, he will always eat the leftover food from the two of them. Listening to the sound of chewing fried chicken legs, Yi Qingyi also longed for it. But now she could only live like this. You can still talk to your fiancé on the phone, but only under my supervision. Tang Zhe gently stroked Yi Qingyi's hair and said with a smile. Of course, Yi Qingyi understood the meaning of this supervision, but at least he could still see his fiancé. Thank you. Of course, you can also secretly ask your fiancé for help and ask your fiancé to save you. No, I promise not. Yi Qingyi shook his head wildly, but he still had this idea in his heart. Tangza lowered his head slightly, raised his beautiful face with his index finger, and touched the soft red lips with his thumb. It doesn't matter. I will chop off your fiancé's head and make his skull into a bowl, and let you sit in that bowl every day. When you eat there, your thoughts will be more harmonious. Listening to Tang Zhe say such terrifying words, pictures even appeared in Yi Qingyi's mind. Not to mention Yi Qingyi, Sun Ting and Anbai were also frightened. Suddenly Tang Zhe burst out laughing. Oh, I was just joking. I think I scared you, so I won't tease you anymore. Sun Ting and Anbai looked at Tang Zhe with resentment, but Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Zhe was not joking, and immediately said, I don't want to contact you, I am all yours. Maybe this is the only way to save his fiancé's family. I was just joking. I didn't mean to break up your loving couple and make me seem like a bad guy. Is there anything worse than this? Yi Qingyi only dared to think about it in his mind, but did not continue to talk about this issue. After these few days of contact, he summarized several important pieces of information. Regarding what Tang Zhe said, there is no need to ask more questions, do not pursue them, and do not question them. Of course, sometimes you can, but it is definitely a flattering and coquettish question. Ting Ting, give her the phone back. Sun Ting handed over Yi Qingyi's hand. Yi Qingyi was a little confused now. Isn't this something that threatens her? At this time, Sun Ting said sheepishly, I pretended to be you this morning. I'm sorry. Pretend to be me? I just want to know where your fiancé lives. Don't think too much about it. In an instant, Yi Qingyi's face turned pale. Tang Zhe glared, TSK, don't keep scaring people. As he said this, Tang Zhe hugged Yi Qingyi to his body. If I have the chance to go to Unkai City, I will let you meet. Just as he was about to say no, Yi Qingyi immediately changed his mind and said obediently, But I am the owner's cat. Wouldn't it be bad? What's wrong? Don't you want to see me? Yi Qingyi didn't dare to say no. I want to see you. If your fiancé knew about our affairs, would he be angry and beat you? Listening to Tang Zhe's teasing tone, Yi Qingyi said softly, My fiancé won't know. You are getting more and more into the mood. Just have a good rest today. Yi Qingyi sat next to him obediently and was rewarded with a pack of Lay's cucumber-flavored potato chips worth 6 yuan. Tang Zhe hugged and Bai to his side and whispered, I plan to leave this community in a few days. The three women immediately looked up at Tang Zhe. Get out of here? Will you take us with you? Of course I have to take you with me, otherwise I don't know who will go. With such words, the three women breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Without the great god Tang Zhe, they would be robbed at any time, and then abused and traded, etc. But it's getting colder and colder now, and you can't touch rain or snow. If the wind blows into your clothes, you will die. Sun Ting expressed her concern that she might die if she went out. Although there are only 3 here, they are always better than going out on an adventure. But Sun Ting didn't know Tang Zhe's purpose. 3 was too few, and it was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, there is almost no one to play with in this community. I have prepared some things these days to withstand the rain and snow. Of course, I will not force you. You can choose to stay. I am being reasonable. After speaking, Tangza showed a gentle smile. But this smile fell in the eyes of the 3 women, not gentle at all, like a bloodthirsty beast. Without any hesitation, the 3 women nodded at the same time. Taking out his mobile phone, Tang Zhe pointed the camera at himself. Xiaobai, be cute, let's take a selfie. And Bai obediently closed her beautiful eyes and stretched out her pink tongue, which was 10,000 times cuter. Card. Tang Zhe was smiling on the phone, and Bai's beautiful face had a hint of red. She was a little cute, but also a little shy, and her jade-like shoulders were nestled against Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe sent it to his circle of friends with a backhand and added a sentence. It's really well behaved. Among Tang Zhe's WeChat contacts, most of them are leaders who worked part-time in the past. They were often called around by them. It was for no other reason than to show off, and then visit them one by one. Sure enough, this circle of friends exploded. Kansawa, you can do it. You have such a beautiful woman accompanying you. I have some supplies. Do you want them? Darn it, Karasawa, you still have it installed. Send the beauty over quickly. Xiaotang, as your former leader, I can tell you that you cannot afford this wealth. Where do you live, Karasawa? I'm here to find you now. I feel so hot all over. This easy woman is the best. All kinds of envious and jealous comments were left under the photos, all in a condescending manner, which made Tangza smile even more intensely. Ting Ting, come here too. Let the 3 of us take a photo together. Tang Zhe waved. Sun Ting sat aside obediently, and the 2 women kissed Tang Zhe on the cheek at the same time. This scene was as fragrant as it wanted to be. After all, most women nowadays have not taken care of themselves for a long time. So how can they be as beautiful as them? And this time Tangza deliberately moved the camera downwards to reveal the proud half of the snow-capped mountains, with black lace looming, making people spurt blood. Add text. Double happiness. Sure enough, once this circle of friends was launched, it became even more incredible. Xiaotang, listen to my uncle's advice. I can't afford to give it to you. I have plenty of supplies. Where the heck did you find this woman, Karasawa? Brother Tang, I have supplies here. Should we share them? Mr. Tang, we are not as good as dogs, but you are cool and show us the way. Looking at these venomous replies, Tang Zhe seemed particularly calm and stood up slowly. Yi Qingyi on the side thought that he would be asked to take a selfie with him and was about to stand up, but Tang Zhe walked away. This made Yi Qingyi freeze on the spot, feeling that he was a clown. With his appearance, He was not qualified to participate in selfies and become bragging rights. Yi Qingyi suddenly felt frustrated. Tang Zhe went to take a photo of the supplies and immediately sent it to his circle of friends. I can't even finish it. There are beauties and supplies, and all men know that this is definitely a fairy life. Originally called Xiao Tang, everyone in Tangzhe changed their name. All of them are Mr. Tang. Tangzi said that everyone used to be colleagues and should take care of each other and promised them to send some supplies when they had time. A video call was made directly to Tangzhe, manager Xiao of Huan Hotel. Tangzhe answered the video call, and a middle-aged Mediterranean man appeared on the screen with a lewd smile. Xiao Tang, do you still remember me? Manager Xiao, of course you remember. How could Tangzhe forget that at that time, he was working as a doorman at Huan Hotel, and Manager Xiao was the hotel lobby manager. Because he was honest, he was the tired and dirtiest person. Your life is always your own. I still remember Manager Xiao's reprimand. You are just a country bumpkin. You will have to work all your life. I think highly of you when I let you be the doorman. Otherwise, I will clean the toilet. But the scolding look from before disappeared, with a flattering smile. Xiao Tang, I knew you were promising. It's a pity that you resigned too quickly at that time. I was supposed to give you a captaincy. Manager Xiao, how can I be a captain? You think so highly of me. Xiao Tang, what you said is wrong. You are the most promising young man I have ever seen. A burst of rainbow farts made him want to impress Tangzhe. Tangzhe sat on the sofa and pulled Yi Qingyi on the ground into his arms. When Manager Xiao saw the charming Yi Qingyi, his smile froze. This was the third time. There are 3 top-notch women living in the house these days. Manager Xiao knows very well what kind of strength they need. At least they are at the boss level. Yi Qingyi finally felt comfortable, or to be more precise, he felt slightly balanced, but when he turned around and thought, why should he care about such a thing? He must be crazy. Mr. Xiao must have something to do with me. Tangzhe held the plump Xiefeng and smiled. Yi Qingyi bit her red lips and moaned, which made Manager Xiao burst into tears. It's just that the food at home is about to run out. Manager Xiao was a little speechless. Why did he still have some memories of Tangzhe back then? There was really nothing he could do about it. Tangzhe understood instantly. Manager Xiao, look at what you said. You took such good care of me before, and I should repay you. You give me an address first, and I will send it to you when the weather gets better. Oh, that's great. I knew I had seen the right person. Manager Xiao was overjoyed, but there was jealousy in his eyes, and he even started to have bad thoughts in his heart. Tangzhe was not satisfied with getting an address. Former leaders sent congratulatory messages one after another, and addresses appeared one after another. When Tangzhe saw those addresses, the smile on his face became even stronger. A ding-dong sound. Tangzhe's WeChat message rang, and the 3 women looked at Tangzhe's phone at the same time. It was like when a boyfriend's WeChat message rang, his girlfriend would subconsciously look over it. It's not the fault of the 3 girls. Tangzhe's WeChat account has never been called. Even just now, they were all calling via video to confirm whether Tangzhe really had the supplies and not PS picture. Tangzhe also thought it was some embarrassed former leader, but he paused when he saw the name on WeChat. This is not the former boss, but the ex-girlfriend. No, it's not really the ex-girlfriend, because she didn't agree at all. When the 3 women saw Tangzhe's expression, they knew there must be a story. Was such a strong man pretending to be something? The gossip was burning in her heart. Even Yi Qingyi was extremely curious. She could only say that the woman understood it too well. Tangzhe glanced at the 3 women, who immediately lowered their heads and looked away casually. Come and see if you want. It's like being a thief. Tangzhe chuckled. And Bai was the first to rush over, but Sun Ting couldn't hold him back. If Tangzhe was just talking, you should take it seriously. Be careful that you won't have food to eat at night. After seeing that Tangzhe was really not surprised, Sun Ting went to gossip with peace of mind. Yi Qingyi told himself in his heart, what is there to gossip about? It is none of your business, Yi Qingyi. When he saw the exaggerated expressions of Sun Ting and Bai, Yi Qingyi scolded himself and immediately joined in the gossip. I saw a sentence sent by a person with a cartoon avatar. How are you? With 4 simple words, the 3 women could immediately conclude that the other party was a woman, and their relationship with Tangzhe was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, they would not have used this opening method. Therefore, the three women came to the conclusion that they were most likely their ex-girlfriends. They asked me one by one. It made my ears hurt. Tang Ze was speechless. Are you women that gossipy? Yi Qingyi, starting with you, then Xiaobai, and then Tingting. Yi Qingyi was a little happy when she heard that Tang Ze ranked her first, but she soon felt something was wrong. Why should you be happy? Just because you were ranked first? What's there to be happy about? Yi Qingyi, don't be brainwashed by him. You're just bored and want to hear stories. Sun Ting immediately suggested, should we drink some red wine? This way you can listen to the story. You have a lot to do. Go and get it. Tongza didn't care. Boring was boring anyway. I'm afraid no one else knows about this except himself. Sun Ting opened a bottle of 800 yuan red wine and poured it all in. She even poured a glass for Yi Qingyi. Ask. Karasawa took a sip and leaned on the sofa. Yi Qingyi coughed lightly. Who is she? She should be regarded as the person she was pursuing before. Tang Ze said truthfully. It was an unhappy past, but now he can ignore that past and even follow her. They share. And Bai immediately asked, did you catch up? Or did you catch up and then broke up? Of course I didn't catch up. Sun Ting then asked, why didn't you catch me? Tang Ze was speechless. You are stupid. I went after one of you before. Would you pay attention to me? There is nothing wrong with what he said. The three women did not deny this fact. In the past, they would not have paid attention to Tang Ze. What does she do to look down on you? Yi Qingyi asked next. Tongza shook the red wine in the glass and said softly, 3 years ago, we worked in a hotel. I was the doorman and she was the front desk. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't it as beautiful as us? Look at the photos. And Bai couldn't wait to see the photos, and Yi Qingyi showed great interest. Tang Ze clicked his tongue. There are no photos. There must be some in moments. The three women insisted on taking a look. Darn you. Master, you just said you weren't angry. And Bai said pitifully. Tongza. Okay, let me be reasonable. After saying that, he opened the other party's circle of friends. However, after 3 days, the three women were disappointed. But they were able to work at the front desk of Huan Hotel, and they looked good. Not much worse. Sun Ting continued to ask. Then did she have a boyfriend who rejected you, or was it for other reasons? Tang Ze drank the red wine in one gulp and said calmly, I don't know, but she does look pretty good, but she's a little worse than you. The three women felt comfortable after saying this. Although she is worse than you, in the eyes of others, she is still a beauty. All the workers in the hotel like her. She is a sought-after woman, and of course I am among them. The three girls couldn't help but listen in rapt attention and began to imagine a picture in their minds. A poor boy wooed a gorgeous woman, and then the master was so miserable. The woman's compassion immediately surged out of her heart, and she wished she could immediately comfort the injured master and make him happy. At that time, the salary of being a doorman was 800 a month. Yi Qingyi exclaimed, It's only 800? Later I found out that it was just my probation period. Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Ze was too miserable. No wonder he would take such revenge. I remember it was a sunny noon, and I spent a lot of money to buy her a meal in the hotel's highest quality canteen. As soon as these words came out, the three women let out a snort, unable to hold it back. Tang Ze twitched the corner of his mouth. I'm telling you such a sad thing. Is it so funny? And Bai felt aggrieved. I wasn't laughing. It was you who were laughing. Tongza said helplessly. I thought she would accept it, but the reality is cruel. I was rejected. The three women could already guess the outcome, and they would have refused if it were them. But Karasawa didn't finish his words and continued. She overturned the dinner plate, and those expensive dishes fell to the ground. Everyone around looked at this. Hearing this, Anbai stopped acting coquettishly and felt a little unbelievable. Even if you reject someone, you don't have to do this. Then he said something that was deeply remembered. After he said it, he looked at Sun Ting and said, Your silly words are really nothing. Sun Ting secretly cursed herself. What did she do with scolding people at that time? The main reason was that there were too many vicious words on the public screen during the dance. She couldn't help but feel irritated. When she saw Tang Ze, she took out her anger on him. She said I was a witch and I should raise my legs to pee and take a photo. Who am I qualified to treat her to dinner? The living room suddenly became quiet. Yi Qingyi didn't expect that there was such a woman. It was so disgusting. Just refuse her. Why would you say hurtful words? Even though Tang Zhe was not a human being, he was a devil. Then did you beat her up? Anbai asked with expectation, wanting to hear Tang Zhe beat up that bad woman. Tang Zhe smiled and shook his head. I picked up the food that fell on the floor. It was bought for 199 yuan. It can't be wasted. Even though there was laughter all around, the three women were shocked. Was Tang Zhe so cowardly and timid before? This is completely different from the god of death he saw. So, I failed before I even started. Tang Zhe shrugged and lit a cigarette. Now that he thinks about it, he was very naive and weak at that time. Then don't reply to her and starve her to death. And Baidu said angrily. Yi Qingyi suddenly said, that would be too advantageous for her. Now Tang Zhe and the other two women looked at Yi Qingyi. You must have changed too quickly. The smart Yi Qingyi certainly knew about the issue of stance, so she only had a chance by following Tang Zhe to make him happy. But Yi Qingyi seemed to have forgotten that her opportunity had to be paid for by other people's pain. In a certain way, Yi Qingyi's mind began to slowly change. Then what do you think is a more appropriate reply for me? Tang Zhe found it quite interesting to see their reactions. Yi Qingyi volunteered and said, Master, why don't you leave it to me to reply? Sun Ting and Anbai looked at you. You are so brave. Tang Zhe paused for a moment, but he was curious about how Yi Qingyi would handle it. So he directly put the phone in Yi Qingyi's hand. Yi Qingyi thought for a while and replied, Fine. Shanhu community is considered high-end in Huan City, with an average price of 20,000 per square meter. It is also relatively close to the city center and has the subway downstairs, which is very convenient. The people living here are naturally elites, and there is no situation like Karasawa's, but it will happen sooner or later. On the sofa, Chao Yu was wearing light pajamas and watching the TV with dull eyes. It didn't matter what the TV was playing. He was thinking about one thing in his mind. The country dog in the past actually lived a lively life at this time, and there were even people around him. Accompanied by a girl who is prettier than him, half of the living room is filled with supplies. Looking at the supplies he was about to buy, Chao Yu frowned deeply. It would be great if he could deceive those supplies. Haven't I replied to you yet? A man in his 50s walked out of the toilet. He looked a whole lot older. With Chao Yu's financial strength, it is natural that he cannot afford to buy a house here. This suite belongs to a man, specially used to raise his lover. He is also the deputy general manager of Huan Hotel. However, this man is a bit ridiculously fat, at least 300 pounds, and Chao Yu only weighs 90 pounds, and sometimes he can't breathe. Not yet, Chao Yu said helplessly. Bai Jian sat next to her, putting his fat hands on her shoulders. Once this kind of man gains power, he will show off, especially to people who have abandoned him before, so he will definitely reply to you, and maybe he also wants to get you. Bai Jian whispered sinisterly, thinking about how to grab the supplies. Without the supplies, the two beauties would naturally leave him, and they would all be his. A ding-dong sound. Look, aren't you taking the bait? Chao Yu picked up the phone and looked at it, and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he would not be ignored. Be direct, and let him feel happy. Bai Jian reminded. Chao Yu took a deep breath and replied, I miss you. Yi Qingyi on the other side laughed angrily when he saw such a reply. This woman is so shameless. Tang Zhe smiled without saying anything and pinched Sun Ting's beautiful face. She was just a front desk girl from a few years ago, and she couldn't compete with the anchor in her body. Yi Qingyi continued to reply. Now you know you miss me. What did you do before? Bai Jian saw this reply and smiled. It seems that I still have feelings for you. Continue. I'm sorry I was wrong. Can you still forgive me? Yi Qingyi couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to rush to the other side of the screen to push this shameless woman to the ground and beat her hard. She's just a green tea witch. Anbai said angrily, Master, please don't be soft-hearted. Haha, do you think I will forgive you? Don't even think about it. Chao Yu's face darkened a bit when he saw such a reply. A country dog actually said that to him. But Bai Jian is a veteran. The angrier he gets, the more he cares. Don't you understand? Keep showing weakness. I was stupid back then, and it was all my fault. Can you give me another chance? Unless you kneel down and take a picture to show me. Chow Yu wanted to scold me directly, but the native dog actually asked me to kneel down. But with Bai Jin here, he naturally took the photo and sent it over. Yi Qingyi was secretly happy when she saw the photo. Tang. Master. She knelt down. Tang Zhe glanced at it and said, "Good job, got the address." Yeah. Yi Qingyi continued to reply, "You are much more obedient than before. Give me your address and I will see if you are obedient when I get a chance. Tell him." Bai Jian thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "When the time comes, he will." I was caught, but I was afraid that the supplies might escape. Shanhu Community, Building 3, Unit 1, 501. Wash your butt and wait for me to come. After replying, Yi Qingyi felt comfortable. Tang Zhe took the phone and glanced at it. "You are good at chatting, and you actually asked her to clean up. How about you go and play?" No. I am helping the master to relieve his anger." Yi Qingyi hurriedly said, shake his head. "Since we are so excited about chatting, let's talk about your affairs." Yi Qingyi asked in confusion. "My matter? What matter? Did he do something wrong again and provoke this devil?" And Bai reminded, "It's just some personal issues. I haven't seen you much in the community before, or how you and your fiancé met." After hearing this, Yi Qingyi's expression became sad. "I have been hiding in my brother-in-law and sister's house until that day, when my brother-in-law was betrayed by his brother and killed his brother-in-law and sister." The reaction of the three of them was not particularly big after hearing this. They seemed to be used to this kind of betrayal, and none of them had experienced it before. "Then how did you and your fiancé meet?" Sun Ting started to gossip. "Well, it's actually nothing," Yi Qingyi said subconsciously, but quickly reacted and added, "My fiancé and I met at a GG collaboration." Sun Ting asked, "You knew she was a rich second generation, so you chased him? How is it possible?" At that time, he was studying in his family's company and his position was lower than mine, so he pursued me shamelessly. "Money offensive?" And Bai asked with curious eyes open. "If it's a money offensive, if you still can't catch up, use a shameless and tender offensive." Sun Ting smiled and said, "All serious women do this." "Then how did you react when you found out he was a second-generation rich man?" Tang Zhe was curious, whether he should be happy or unhappy. Yi Qingyi said jokingly, "Isn't there a saying, you can pretend to be poor, but you can't really be poor?" "Brilliant." Sun Ting gave a thumbs up. "Just kidding, I was quite angry at the time, but also kind of happy. It was very contradictory anyway." Yi Qingyi thought about it and didn't lie. Sun Ting suddenly raised the question of death. "Now, which one do you think is better, the master or the fiancé?" "Of course it is the fiancé." Yi Qingyi said his thoughts without thinking. And Bai secretly thought it was bad. The master would be angry. But Tang Zhe was not angry. He just showed it with practical actions. In the garage. "Boss, we've stormed Building 3 tonight." "That's right. We've taken down Buildings 2 and 5. We don't have to worry about the number of people at all. That broken gun doesn't have many bullets." "Boss, think about it. But there are 3 beauties in a house of supplies." Hearing what the younger brother said, the supplies were not that fragrant, but when he thought of the figures of the 3 women, this was the driving force. Which man would refuse such stunning beauty? Beauty, and that darn food delivery guy can play every day. When I think about the quality of my own products, there is no way to compare them. Just kill a few people. Do it? Get ready. I'm going to kill the food delivery guy tonight, but I also need to plan to kill him directly. Ding Feng was heartbroken. He could either enjoy the beauty's goods or be killed. There was no third option. The brave will be starved to death, and the timid will be starved to death. In the evening, Ding Feng gathered his confidants and promised to give them some time to play with if they caught the beauty, and then the confidants smiled and agreed. There were 10 men sitting at the large round dining table. Ding Feng sat at the head seat, the boss had a solid position, and his girlfriend sat next to him. Although she was not beautiful, she was young and useful. "Brother Feng, now you are also the boss of the community. When will you lead your brothers to conquer the world?" One of the younger brothers was a little drunk and laughed. Ding Feng took a sip of beer and said with a smile, "Conquering the world is a bit exaggerated, but our district is no big deal. Do you want any beauties then? Even celebrities?" "Boss, I want Li Linger." "Okay, just once. You can die." A man with rat eyes and a deer head said drunkenly. A mouthful of yellow teeth could kill someone. The short man sitting next to him burped. I miss Li Linger too. You Min, can't you speak more civilly? Ding Feng's girlfriend rolled her eyes. She is a new and popular idol, and she looks like that it's a country with a beautiful city, and you're not even qualified to lick your toes. The second boss chuckled. Sister-in-law, what we are doing is not a civilized thing, and we are still talking about civilized things. Go to darn civilization. Cheers. Ding Feng raised his glass and shouted. Cheers. A sip of beer is very refreshing, and if you add a beautiful woman to it, it will be even better. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and one of the boys stood up unwillingly, shouting, What kind of door are you knocking on? These men are really ignorant and want to come in to eat. Opening the door, the boy looked at the hallway. The 4 men who were supposed to be guarding the door fell in a pool of blood, while the delivery boy stood at the door with a smile. It's really sad that we don't invite our brothers to come over to hang out even when we have delicious food. Tongza chuckled, and the sword in his hand stabbed directly through the younger brother's abdomen, and his intestines were scattered all over the floor. Everyone in the room was stunned for a moment, and immediately took out their mobile phones on the table to shake people. However, when they saw the delivery boy Tang Zhe standing at the door, their angry faces gradually became filled with fear. Why did he come suddenly? Ding Feng, who was still arrogant at first, was frightened and his hands began to tremble. Tongza dragged the bloody sword into the house, leaving a long blood mark on the tip. As Tongza sat down, the hearts of the men around him were in their throats, and they didn't dare to take a breath. I was indeed plotting to kill Tongza just now, but it was also in a state of conspiracy. When I saw him appearing, it was a different attitude. Otherwise, why would I plot to kill him? It was just because of fear. There are also peanuts, which are good to eat. Karasawa ate the peanuts easily. As the boss, Ding Feng felt that Tang Zhe was unkind, but it was too much of a coincidence that Tang Zhe appeared just as he was plotting. There is a traitor in the team. Just after thinking about it, a younger brother immediately knelt down in front of Tang Zhe. Brother Tang, you promised not to kill me but to give me supplies. Everyone looked at this betrayed man with hatred. When did I promise you? Tang Zhe asked curiously. When the younger brother looked confused, the sword flashed and the white wall was covered with hot blood. Putting the knife on the corpse, Tang Zhe looked at everyone and said, If I betray you today, you will betray me tomorrow. So I helped you kill this traitor. Shouldn't you thank me? None of the 9 men dared to speak. The sister-in-law was trembling with fear. Compared with him, her own man was so different. She could control everyone just by sitting there and was scared out of her mind. This is my sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I don't kill women, Tang Zhe said with a smile. Ding Feng knew that tonight would not be a peaceful night. Whoever made him have murderous intentions would probably not come to his door if he hadn't. It's better to do nothing than to be slaughtered like a pig. What do you want to do? Ding Feng asked in a low voice. His momentum was a bit lacking. Tang Zhe scratched his hair and clicked his tongue. As the saying goes, when you want to kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed in return. Darn him. Ding Feng immediately picked up the wine bottle and threw it at Tang Zhe. The 2 younger brothers sitting next to Tang Zhe immediately pressed down on Tang Zhe's shoulders. The wine bottle landed firmly on Tang Zhe's forehead and broke into pieces. The wine flowed down Tang Zhe's face, but there was no bleeding. My strength is a little weak. I'm going to start resisting. Tongza's laughter made the 2 boys next to him feel their hearts sinking. The huge power came, and they couldn't suppress the beast in front of them at all. He pulled out his Janma sword and chopped off the heads of the 2 people around him. Do you know why I like to use a knife? Compared with using a gun, I prefer the feeling of the blade cutting on people. The skin and flesh are torn open. The blood is splattered, and the despair and the cry of pain. Ding Feng felt that he was already perverted enough, but he didn't expect that there would be someone even more perverted. What are you doing standing still? Kill him. Otherwise we will all die. Ding Feng shouted wildly, saying that he had no way out. Under the threat of death, the brothers rushed towards Tang Zhe without caring about their own interests. There were also hurried footsteps outside the house, and all the owner's boys were seen arriving. They were frightened when they saw Tang Zhe inside the house and the corpse on the ground. He only has one person. Let's kill him. Everything belongs to us. Ding Feng shouted angrily. With all the men in the community gathered here, how could they still kill a food delivery guy? Obviously, Ding Feng underestimated this food delivery man. Kill. Brothers, kill him, and the beauties will be ours. Sure enough, the beauty was more motivated, and some even rushed towards Tang Zhe, but Tang Zhe directly slashed her body in two, and this terrifying power shocked everyone. But the people at the back didn't see it and kept pushing in, fearing that they wouldn't get the credit. This was simply a way of queuing up to die, but Tang Zhe became more and more excited while slashing. His eyes were red and his head was visibly swollen, and he went straight to the door. The corpses on the ground were piled up, making it as terrifying as hell. Back in the house, Ding Feng stood there blankly, holding the fruit knife in his hand unsteadily, looking at the bloody Tang Zhe, as if he had just crawled out of hell. Tangza stuck the knife on the pile of corpses, took out a few paper towels and wiped the fresh blood on his face. Can't we be more peaceful? I didn't want to kill you. After all, we have to live for a few days, and we don't want the community to be lifeless. Not popular. It's fine now. I've almost finished killing all the men. Ding Feng's breathing was rapid, and he suddenly grabbed the fruit knife and rushed towards Tang Zhe, his eyes exuding the last light. Draw the knife and stab. Poof. Before he could rush in front of Tang Zhe, his abdomen was penetrated by a Zama sword. His whole body was stuck on the wall with the sword, and the blade was pointing upwards. Green veins popped out on Ding Feng's forehead. He held the handle of the sword tightly with both hands. Shun will be cut in half. The woman on the side was so frightened that she didn't dare to move at all, and her whole body couldn't help but tremble. Don't be afraid. I really don't kill women. Tang Zhe walked up to the woman and smiled, then pressed her down on the table. Ding Feng's eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred, but soon turned into fear. His woman turned into a mummy, as if all the blood had been drained out. Is this food delivery guy a vampire? Arriving in front of Ding Feng, Tang Zhe smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be able to hold on for so long, so I'll spare your life. I have to visit the other owners. Pulling out his sword, Ding Feng dropped it to the ground. The blade had already reached his chest. Blood was flowing all over the ground, and his face was pale. This is not to spare one's life. This is to wait for death and pain. Devil, 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 ghost. Ding Feng murmured. Why would he provoke such a person when he could obviously have a good life? The Wurther has a knife on my head. The ancients would not bully me. Tangza, who had tasted the sweetness, began to knock on the door from door to door, forcefully opening the door without opening it. Standing in the master bedroom, Tang Zhe opened the bed with a smile. Your husband wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. Don't you blame me? The woman shook her head violently, not daring to look at Tang Zhe. After Tangza walked out of the bedroom and collected the supplies in the house, Tangza continued to visit the next house. This night was a bloody night, a night of killing. The screams did not stop until dawn. In the living room, the three women were not sleeping because they couldn't sleep. Last night, Tang Zhe just said that he had to go out for something, and then he never came back. Now it's daybreak, and there's still no news at all. There are constant sounds of panic outside. What's going on? If Tang Zhe died, then inhuman torture would be waiting for them. Even Yi Qingyi didn't want anything to happen to Tang Zhe at this moment. This kind of pressure made Yi Qingyi cry softly, thinking of the recent tragic experience, the tragic death of her sister and brother-in-law. She burst into tears even more uncontrollably. Crying is also contagious, and Ambai also started crying together. Sun Ting couldn't help but tremble, thinking that she would become a corpse like her friend, and the fear made her eyes filled with tears. After leaving Tang Zhe, I was nothing. As the door opened, the three women looked with fear and expectation in their eyes. I saw Tang Zhe walking into the room with a smile and a big gift box in his hand, but his body was covered in blood. I cried so early in the morning. I'm not dead yet. And Bai burst into tears immediately. She was really scared to death. If Tang Zhe died outside, she thought she would jump. It's not that I'm dying for love. I just don't want to be tortured. Oh, take care of her, Tangza said helplessly. Sun Ting wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xiaobai is like this, timid. Tang Zhe shook his head and came to Yi Qingyi's side, putting down the gift box. This is for you, you're welcome. Looking at the gift box in front of her, Yi Qingyi was a little confused. And Bai stopped crying, and Sun Ting was even more envious. This was the first time Tang Zhe gave a gift. It probably contained cakes or something. Sun Ting thought to herself that Yi Qingyi didn't do anything. How did he get such a reward? Could it be that you performed well last night? I'm going to take a shower while you clean up. Your makeup is stained from crying, and you look like ghosts. Be careful and I'll kill them all. The three women were stunned and quickly packed up. Tang Zhe only likes beautiful women, not ugly women. In the bathroom, hot water rushed over Tang Zhe's strong body, and the blood stains were washed into the sewer. Thinking about the results of the night, Tang Zhe felt secretly happy. He rushed to 63% of the progress in a flash, and was still a little short of upgrading the gift pack. It came quickly like this, but the quality is worrisome. In the living room, the three women have all arranged their makeup and are sitting next to the gift box. What on earth is it? I'm really curious. And Bai opened her big watery eyes. Sun Ting said enviously, We have been here for so many days without any gifts, but you have only been here for a few days and now you have a gift. Maybe it's because I'm young. These words were so shocking that Sun Ting and Mbai looked hurt. Yi Qingyi chuckled. I'm just kidding you. Let's eat together. It is definitely necessary to have a good relationship with them. Sun Ting and Mbai were very happy to hear that Yi Qingyi was willing to share food, and their views on Yi Qingyi changed slightly. Yi Qingyi slowly took off the box, and the three women's originally smiling faces immediately froze. And Bai immediately covered her mouth. Her stomach was tumbling, and she immediately vomited towards the trash can next to her. Sun Ting originally just wanted to vomit, but when she heard Mbai's vomiting sound, she couldn't help but vomit. On the contrary, Yi Qingyi didn't react at all and looked at the head in the gift box. It was the murderer who killed his brother-in-law and sister, Mao Gang. Sun Ting's face turned pale from vomiting, and she pointed and asked, Who is this? It's the person who killed my sister and brother-in-law. Yi Qingyi said calmly, Sister and brother-in-law, you can rest in peace. Gongzi will go over and give it to you. Kowtow to apologize. And Bai took out a tissue and wiped her lips, saying enviously, Master is so kind to you. Yi Qingyi just smiled awkwardly. Why did Tang Zhe suddenly act like this? Was he attracted by his beauty? Soon, Tangza walked out in his underwear and sat directly on the sofa. I'm exhausted. Sun Ting and Mbai understood instantly and immediately went to give Tang Zhe a massage. Thank you. Yi Qingyi squatted at Tang Zhe's feet and said gratefully. Tang Zhe closed his eyes and said calmly, I just happened to meet him. He said he was your brother-in-law's good brother, so I killed him directly. What about his wife and daughter? They are all dead. Tang Zhe said slowly, feeling like he was going to sleep. On fire. Sun Ting, who was doing the massage, looked at Yi Qingyi and smiled, and asked curiously, Master, why are you going out all night? Kill some people, and you won't have to stay in the house all the time. You can walk around the community. Tangza said with joyful comfort, and Bai groaned. I don't dare to wander around. I will be caught. There are only 4 of us left in the whole community. And Bai and Sun Ting looked at Tang Zhe in disbelief. Are they the only ones left in the entire neighborhood? What about everyone else? Are they all dead? Okay, I'm going to bed first. Tang Zhe patted Yi Qingyi's head. I like your performance very much. After returning to the bedroom, Tang Zhe went straight to sleep, but there was a pistol at the door. Anyone who dared to open the door would definitely be shot in the head. The 3 girls all knew this rule and would not enter Tangza's bedroom at all. Let's go out and take a look. Sun Ting suggested, and Bai said worriedly, What if it's a joke? Yi Qingyi shook his head. He wouldn't joke with our lives. Yi Qingyi still had a sense of responsibility, and Sun Ting and Anbai thought it was right. The 3 women opened the door and went out from the kitchen with kitchen knives. I had the courage to walk to the underground garage, which was so quiet that it was scary, and I came to building 4. I could smell the smell of blood as soon as I entered the building. There was blood dripping from the top of the stairs. After swallowing, the 3 women continued to walk up. The bold Sun Ting walked in front, the timid Anbai was in the middle, and Yi Qingyi followed behind. Soon we arrived on the first floor. The smell of blood filled the entire corridor. The man's body was lying on the ground. When they walked into the room, the three women took a deep breath. This scene was beyond control, and the three women leaned against the wall and vomited in unison. The corpses were all like a hill, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. There was also a shriveled female corpse lying on the dining table. Her eyes widened with fear. Did he kill all these people? Yi Qingyi murmured. Could this be done by one person? Sun Ting couldn't believe it, but the fact was right in front of her. He should be a disciple of a certain master. Delivering food is just to hide his identity. And Bai felt that Sun Ting's speculation made sense. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful that one person could cut down the entire community? How did this woman become like this? Yi Qingyi endured the smell of blood and walked into the room to observe the situation. And Bai whispered, "It seems like all the blood in her body has been sucked away. Is she a vampire?" Sun Ting knocked on Bai's head. "I've watched too many American TV series, and she's a vampire." Then she was really sucked dry. And Bai touched her head aggrievedly. "What should I do if she was knocked silly? Master, he'll shoot me in the head." Yi Qingyi felt that Bai was right. There was indeed no blood on his body. This was too strange. Could it be another virus? Let's go and have a look again. When they arrived at the next house, the three women also saw the shriveled female corpse. The whole number 4 building was the same. The women were all shriveled. No, it should be said that the whole community. This frightened the 3 women to death, because at this time, it was certain that it was Tang Zhe who did it. With a little speculation, it was even more certain, because at that time, I almost turned into a corpse like this. When they returned to the house, the 3 women had not come back to their senses. They were like zombies. I think Karasawa is a vampire, and it's the kind that specializes in attracting women. At this time, Tang Zhe walked out of the room yawning, and immediately saw the 3 women looking at him with fearful eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "You've seen it all, right?" And Bai nodded tremblingly. "Are you a vampire?" Yi Qingyi asked dully. Tang Zhe snorted, calling her smart. She was indeed smart. Calling her stupid, that would be a bit too. I saw Karasawa suddenly become more serious, and said with a dull tone, "Originally, I planned to live in peace with you, but now I don't pretend. It's a showdown. I am Nicholas, the 79th branch of Edward's domestic branch, domestic Shuanglinlu vampire." The 3 women took a deep breath after hearing this. He is really a vampire. No wonder he can conjure food. This is probably the special function of vampires. This is how it is shown in movies. Looking at the reactions of the 3 women, Tang Zhe laughed in his heart. "You all believe this. Forget it. Just believe it. You re-stupid." Walking in front of them, Tang Zhe suddenly made a fierce face, which frightened the 3 women into hugging each other. Ha ha ha. Listening to Tang Zhe's wild laughter, the 3 women were convinced. "Be honest, or I'll suck all your blood." Tang Zhe pinched Bai's cheek. This little Bai was quite cute. Xiao Bai nodded fiercely, and Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi on the side also nodded together. "Just tease them and that's it. They're starving and have to eat the whole meal. I'm going to have a filet mignon for lunch today to supplement my nutrition. Master, can I ask you a question?" And Bai raised his head and asked nervously. After eating a piece of steak in one bite, Tang Zhe hummed, "Master, why do you only eat meat and don't drink some blood? Are you malnourished?" Tang Zhe's mouth twitched. "Master, do you sleep in a coffin at night? Master, have you evolved so that you are not afraid of the sun? If you have different blood types, will you feel nauseated when you smoke it?" And Bai asked questions like a curious baby, and Tang Zhe's mouth began to twitch. He immediately picked up the curious baby Xiao Bai and came to the balcony and said fiercely, "I'm going to suck you now." "No, master." Tang Zhe bit directly at Bai's snow-white neck. Bai felt like he was going to die, but found that his neck didn't hurt. "If you ask any more, I will suck your blood dry," Tang Zhe said fiercely. Bai hugged Tang Zhe's neck tightly, wrapped her long jade legs around Tang Zhe's waist, raised her head slightly and gasped, "Yes." Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Xiao Bai was going to die. Suddenly, Tang Zhe stopped and looked outside. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. He didn't know what happened. The The rain has stopped. And Bai shouted in disbelief. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi, who were in the house, immediately came to the balcony and opened the windows. Although there was a dark cloud above their heads, the rain had stopped and the wind had stopped. They could even see the sunshine in the dark clouds, as if it was about to break out. Yi Qingyi secretly wondered, does this mean that rescue will arrive soon, or will this crisis be over? Yi Qingyi's originally slightly dim eyes suddenly brightened, even Sun Ting's. But before they could be happy, they saw a scattered group of people outside the community gate. This group of people gathered more and more. Their shoes seemed to be covered with some plastic, so they walked a little strangely. But if he read it correctly, he should be heading towards his own neighborhood. There are at least about 100 people. You have to know that there are only 50 or 60 men left in this community. And with so many of them left, there must be no civil strife. At least there is less civil strife. These people all had knives in their hands. They were definitely not here to rescue, but to kill. Tang Zhe suddenly became excited. He hadn't had enough killing last night, and someone came to kill him again today. It would be great if killing people could increase his energy gauge. Under the community, the leading man had a big bald head and looked fierce. He was holding a butcher knife in his hand, and even used white cloth to wrap the handle and hand together. Boss, I'll kill Xie Yuhong and Feng Jin later. Mad, they chopped up my brother last time in the supermarket. A man said coldly, wanting to chop the two of them into pieces. Mohan turned to look at his brothers and shouted. Today's mission is very simple. Kill men, steal women, steal supplies. The boys raised their knives and shouted excitedly. Kill men, rob women, rob supplies. Boss, I heard that there are beauties in this community. There are stewardesses here. I saw them last time. They are so beautiful. The man's wretched appearance, it's almost nausea-inducing. Mohan spat. From now on, all the women in this area belong to me, Mohan. I have 3,000 beauties in my harem. Long live the boss. Tang Zhe on the balcony hugged the panting and Bai and smiled. These people are working together, unlike us. How about we hide? Yi Qingyi suggested. There were too many people on the other side. However, Tangza threw the blushing and Bai on the sofa and took out the sword again. The golden handle was engraved with complex patterns, showing nobility, and the blade was sharp and emitted a cold light. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi began to worry when they saw that Tang Zhe was going out to fight again. I didn't kill enough yesterday, so I'll make up for it today. Tang Zhe opened the door, but paused. He took out a gun and threw it to Sun Ting and warned. You can use it to kill people or commit suicide. I don't want to see my food rations dirty. After that, Tang Zhe closed the door and left. Sun Ting held the cold pistol in her hand and looked at Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi swallowed and seemed to have trouble turning her head. Sun Ting looked at him Bai again. Forget it. She couldn't find Bai. A group of people below had already entered the community. When they saw the corpse in the central green belt, they paused for a few times. This neighborhood is really chaotic. So many people died. Isn't it? Look at these women. TSK, TSK, TSK. They're not much good for me to play around with. However, there were still a few men hiding aside and vomiting wildly. They thought that their community was already cruel enough, but after entering this Jinyuan community, they realized that they were still too gentle. At least not so many women died. Boss, it's a bit quiet. I feel something is wrong. A young man looked at the surrounding floors. He thought someone would watch, or at least secretly report the news. However, he found that there was no one at all the windows. It was so weird that it made people feel chills on their backs. I even felt a chill. Mohan snorted coldly. So what if there is an ambush? If we don't rob them today, your wife and children will all starve to death. Upon hearing this, the man who was still a little confused immediately clenched the knife in his hand. Now either they will die, or he will die. Follow the previously planned actions and make a quick decision. You don't know when it will rain in this darn weather. I saw a group of people walking into different floors and putting their shoe covers outside. The group of people smashed the glass and entered the hall directly. Mohan came to seek revenge from Ding Feng today. He suffered a loss last time when he grabbed things outside, and Ding Feng robbed most of them. So as soon as the rain stopped, Mohan chose Jinyuan community instead of other communities. Boss, it smells of blood. The younger brother who rushed to the front was only 20 years old. He was wearing a peaked cap and seemed a little nervous. The knife in his hand was shaking. "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Let's go." Mohan sneered. Although the floor was high, he couldn't take the elevator. It was too narrow. If he was ambushed, his advantage of having more people would not be realized. "Boss, there are a lot of corpses upstairs." The younger brother ran down in a panic with a pale face, not daring to go up at all. It was so miserable, like hell. Mohan stretched out his hand and slapped it. "It's worthless. I'm afraid the corpse will look like this, so follow me." 20 people bravely climbed the stairs. The blood on the steps gradually became more and more shocking. Even Mohan couldn't help but become nervous. What on earth happened here? Soon, everyone saw corpses one by one. Some were cut into pieces, some were separated from the middle, and some had their heads moved. All the internal organs were scattered on the ground. Ouch! Half of the people retched immediately. Such a scene has never been seen even in movies. When they walked into the house, 3 layers of corpses made the group of people stand there blankly. What happened here? Boss, this? What happened here? It seems that they were all killed by some sharp blade. The younger brother, squatting on the ground, looked at the wound and said, "Why don't you leave, boss? It's so weird." Mohan looked at Ding Feng's body and felt something was wrong. There was a hole in his chest. "Go find supplies quickly." Everyone immediately dispersed to look for supplies. A young man accidentally bumped into a woman at the dinner table, and her body fell to the ground. When the younger brother saw the woman's appearance, he immediately screamed, startling the people around him. "The grass mud horse is dying. Boss, this woman. The younger brother pointed at the woman and was trembling all over, stuttering when speaking. Mohan looked at it and was immediately shocked. Only the skin of this woman was left, like a mummy. "Boss, all rooms are out of supplies." "What?" Mohan shouted angrily and rushed into the bedroom to take a look. Sure enough, there was nothing. Could it be that they were robbed by another group of people in advance? Otherwise, how could so many people die? "So what's going on with this woman? Search the whole building for me. I don't believe there are no supplies." Mohan's face was gloomy. He was more afraid of starving to death than this strange woman. At this time, the phone rang. It was the leader who went to other buildings. "Boss, everyone here is dead, and the women have all turned into mummies." "Same here. No one is alive. And there are no supplies at all. They have been looted a long time ago. It seems that we are too late, otherwise." The younger brother screamed before he could finish his words. Mohan immediately shouted, Hey, glasses, talk." A panic suddenly spread, and Mohan felt that it was actually better to be hungry than to die here. "Tell the brothers to retreat, quickly," he said, and immediately shouted in the group to retreat. However, painful roars have begun to appear in the community, making people shudder. "Boss, Building 3. There is someone in Building 3. They have killed all our people and are heading towards Building 2. Mohan immediately asked anxiously, How many people are there?" "I only saw one. But we weren't right at all." Mohan thought the other party was a group of people, but it turned out that he was just one person. "Brothers, if you were scared out of your wits when you were just one person, you can't just let it go and kill our people. I guess all the supplies are in this person's house. Darn him. Kill him." Mohan looked at the vigorous men, and the fear in his heart was blown away again, and he ordered to the group, "All brothers, go to Building 2. When they put on their shoe covers and walked cautiously to Building 2, screams could already be heard inside, which undoubtedly calmed their excited hearts. "Brother, don't be afraid." Mohan tried his best to calm people's hearts, and everyone walked into Building 2 cautiously. Turning on his phone, Mohan shouted softly, "Hey, how's the situation in Building 2? After waiting for half a minute, the group was quiet. "Hey, Knife, Noob, Monk, hey, are you all dead? Say something." However, no one responded in the WeChat group, and Mohan's lips began to tremble. He looked at the door and did not dare to touch it at all. Suddenly, a man knocked open the door of the safe passage, and a painful wail sounded. "Rookie, where did you go?" Mohan gradually became sluggish and found that Rookie's legs were gone and he was crawling on his hands. Two shocking streams of blood flowed on the porcelain plate. While crawling, the Rookie murmured in a daze, "They're all dead. They're all dead. They're all dead. Devil, I want to go home. I want to go home." After listening to the Rookie's words, Mohan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of dry saliva. At this time, the door of the safe passage was opened again, and everyone looked in the direction. A bloody man appeared holding a cleaver. His appearance was not clear at all, but he could see the slightly raised corners of his mouth. "There are so many people." Tongza walked up to the Rookie and smiled, raised his knife, and immediately chopped off the Rookie's head. It explains what it means to kill someone like killing a chicken. At this time, some boys had already started running, and they were running with screams. One of them forgot to put on shoe covers. The shoes stepped on the wet road, and the rubber soles melted soon after the soles of the feet touched the ground. There were water stains on his body, and he fell down in pain. His whole body twitched, and he died within a few seconds. There was also a man who was wearing a Pew sole shoe and ran away. But water splashed on his back, instantly eroding his skin, and he collapsed with an ouch. Tang Ze raised the knife and swung it, and the scarlet blood spread out in a brilliant snowflake. He put the blade on his shoulder and said, "Why are you standing there? Why don't you run away?" Even the boss, Mohan, turned around and ran away without hesitation. When the others saw the boss running away, they hurriedly followed. Tang Ze stood at the door and watched the escaping people, and when Mohan saw that Tang Ze was not chasing after him, his fear turned into peace of mind. "Thin him, just wait for me. If you kill my brother, I will definitely hack you to death next time." After saying that, he saw Karasawa put down the knife and produced a pair of one-piece pants from somewhere, like the kind of waterproof pants used to fish for fish and shrimp in the pond. But Tang Ze's suit was not made of rubber. When he saw Tang Ze coming towards him again with his sword, Mohan's face turned dark and he ran away quickly. The brothers next to him all secretly cursed the boss. "He didn't come after him just now. Why are you saying such harsh words? Now that he's fine, he's coming after him again." Walking out of the community, a car with only wheels actually appeared on the street. There were 4 people sitting in it. It didn't break at all and knocked down the 2 people who were running for their lives. The 2 people in the back seat extended their middle fingers and laughed. "You idiots, hit me. Kill you." Tongza paused for a moment, then the sword in his hand shot out like arrow feathers. The driver and co-driver were directly penetrated through the necks. The out-of-control car rushed into the green belt next to it and hit a tree. The people who escaped looked back with strange expressions, but they still ran towards their own communities. Tongza walked slowly to the car, and the 2 people in the back climbed out of the car in a daze, their foreheads bleeding. Pulling out the sword from the man's neck, Tang Ze said calmly, "I hate it when people call me a fool." The man was not as arrogant as before. He looked at Tongza with pleading, but he could not stop the blade from falling. His head rolled, and he looked at his body and the man who looked like a devil. "I regret it so much. Why did I need to get high orally? In the past, it didn't matter if you were drunk, but now, it's fatal." At this time, Tang Ze's state of mind was like that of a lake. He killed people without any ripples, just like trampling an ant to death. Looking at the fleeing people and their fearful eyes, the corner of his mouth gradually raised an arc. "Close the door quickly. Close the door quickly." The first man who rushed into the community began to shout loudly. Many figures appeared near the window. They looked at the men who had just left the house with confusion. Why did they come back so quickly? They didn't have anything in their hands. Materials. Didn't they rob the community opposite? No. Why are there so many missing people? "Wait for me. Wait for me. I haven't come in yet." The man running behind shouted loudly. He didn't know where to throw the knife in his hand. He only had one thought in his mind. Go home, close the door tightly, and hide under the bed. "I hope today is all a dream." Mohan looked at Tang Ze who appeared, and his heart became cruel. "Close the door." The double iron doors gradually closed and the iron chains were immediately tied. At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If he dares to turn over later, stab him to death. Mohan was still panicked, but his mind was still flexible. Open the door, brother. I gave you water yesterday. Please, my wife and children are still inside. The man who was locked outside knelt down and begged. However, the brother inside was pale and did not dare to answer a word. At a window on the third floor, a woman and her child looked toward the door. Mom, that's Dad. Why don't you let Dad in? The little girl, 7 or 8 years old, seemed to not know what was going on and asked innocently. The young woman was only in her early 30s. At this time, she had lost consciousness due to fear, and her peeling lips were trembling slightly. When he saw the young man holding the knife walking up to his husband, he raised the blood-red blade and chopped it off, causing his head to fall to the ground. The woman immediately covered her mouth and subconsciously covered the child's eyes. At the door, Tang Ze looked at the men inside the iron gate, kicking the head next to the trash can, and blood kept pouring out of the body. As a courtesy, now it's my turn to snatch you away. Tang Ze's chuckle was like a voice coming from hell, making people shudder. Mohan held up the knife and chuckled crazily. Boy, if you dare, flip over here. When he flipped over, he stabbed his stomach to pieces. Tang Ze looked at the iron gate in front of him. He could indeed climb over it, but why bother? Raising his saber, Tang Ze's eyes narrowed. A clanging sound, dazzling sparks bloomed, and the chain was cut off. The men seemed to be looking at a ghost. Is this strength still a human being? The man who had some confidence just now yelled and ran towards the building, only regretting that his parents didn't have more legs to come out. Tang Ze opened the iron door slowly and tied it again. It was obvious that Tangza had no intention of letting anyone in the community go, and a one-sided massacre was about to take place. Mohan returned home in shock and immediately started packing his clothes. Husband, what are you doing? What's going on? Where are you people? Mohan didn't say anything, but he packed his clothes hard. His whole body was shaking, and even his pants were wet with urine, and he didn't even know it. Husband? Husband. Mohan came back to his senses and looked at his wife in horror. Go, go. We can't stay here anymore, devil. He killed everyone. Looking at her unconscious husband, the woman didn't know what to do. Suddenly her daughter next to her pointed out the window. Mom, it's raining again. After hearing this, Mohan's whole body stiffened, and he slowly raised his head. The glass window gradually became wet, and he collapsed directly on the ground. It's over. No one can leave now. Quick, close the door. Put the furniture against the door. Quick. Mohan screamed in fear, and his wife was frightened to death. The dignified community overlord was actually frightened to such an extent. It was obvious that Tang Ze's methods had frightened him out of his wits. Downstairs, as soon as Tang Ze came into the building, it started to rain outside. That's fine. No one can leave. Go directly to the outside of room 101 in building 1. Tangza tidied up his appearance, then knocked on the door with a smile. Owner number 101, your takeout is here. There was a family of 3 living in the house. The man had just gone out and was covering his face tightly. The same goes for his wife beside him. His 10-year-old son didn't seem to realize anything yet and wanted to speak, but the man immediately covered his mouth. Whoever speaks out will die. Fear had already filled the man's heart, and he didn't notice at all that he covered his son's mouth and nose with his big hands. He even used extra force, and his son began to struggle. However, the man just looked at the door in horror. The knock on the door was like a death knell. Dong, dong, dong. With a bang, the security door was kicked open by Tang Ze. Looking at the 3 people next to the sofa, Tang Ze said calmly, You know, I hate those who don't open the door when delivering food. Do you know that I am in a hurry? After finishing speaking, Tang Ze was stunned and said with a smile, Brother, you can do it. You can even cover your son to death. That's awesome. After saying that, he gave a thumbs up. I'm afraid Tang Ze, can't do such a thing. The man looked down and saw that his son was no longer breathing. The woman screamed. The man was as motionless as a puppet. Tangza walked slowly, the blade rubbing against the ground, making a slightly harsh sound. Sitting on the small bench, Tangza breathed a sigh of relief. This is the way the world is. You rob me, and I rob you. Either you kill me, or I kill you. Unfortunately, you are weaker than me. After saying that, He chopped off the man with a knife. The man's head was split open and blood splattered everywhere. The woman's screams resounded throughout the community, and all the women's faces were extremely pale, without exception. When Tang Ze walked out, he came to the door of another room again. Owner number 102, your takeout is here. The words sounded like a reminder again. The sky gradually darkened, and the screams in the community did not stop. Mohan squatted on the ground, wrapped in a quilt to increase his sense of security, and looked at the community group with his eyes. He is knocking on my door. What should I do? What should I do? Someone come and save me. Why is it a food delivery guy? Why can't you even kill a food delivery person? Who can help me? I don't want to die. He came knocking on my door. Wurwu. I told you not to go out and rob the community. You will be retaliated against. But you just didn't listen. I can't stand it anymore. There was a muffled sound outside the house, and a man jumped off the building to escape the psychological fear. However, the owners who sent the messages never sent a second one. Mohan's eyes were desperate, and his phone slipped from his palm to the wooden floor. His wife looked at her husband, who was the boss, and he looked so scared at this time. Boom, boom, boom. Your takeout is here. The voice at the door made Mohan feel dazed for a moment. He looked at the half bottle of water in his hand, and his eyes gradually became firmer, as if the bottle of water had blown away his fear. Looking at his wife and daughter, Mohan held the bottle and whispered, I will die with him. You must live well. Husband, Dad. Mohan seemed to have assumed the responsibility of a husband and father at this time, and slowly opened the bottle cap. That's right, this was the rainwater that he was dying for. Anyone who was splashed a little would meet the king of hell. Who would dare to do such a dangerous thing? Even though Mohan is the boss, he goes to bed in fear every day, fearing that the younger brother below will kill him to seize the throne. This bottle of water is a big killer. Now, it comes in handy. Standing at the door, listening to Tang Ze's voice outside, Mohan showed a look of death, threw away the table and chairs pushed at the door, opened the door suddenly, and threw the water directly towards Tang Ze half a meter away, and there was some water along the edge. It flowed down the bottle and wet Mohan's hands. But at this time, Mohan was not afraid, and even laughed wildly, because the face of the devil in front of him was covered with rain. Ha 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 ha. You darn delivery guy. I've finally killed you. Tang Ze stood there, his expression a little stiff. He never expected that someone would pour water on him to death. Is he crazy? A heartbreaking pain welled up in Mohan's heart, and his breathing immediately became rapid. He slid down the wall, but the devil in front of him did not react at all. Fear appeared on Mohan's face again. Why? Why are you okay? Why is this happening? Did you splash rainwater? Tang Ze was stunned and subconsciously touched his face. A wave of fear surged onto Tang Ze's face at the same time, and he shouted angrily, Grass mud horse! Tang Ze raised his sword and slashed furiously. The porcelain plates were chopped into pieces, and Mohan's body smelled like meat. Tang Ze gasped for breath. He was careless. He was careless. I didn't expect that someone would use the rain to kill people. I never thought of this. No. He's already poisoned? Why haven't I gotten poisoned yet? Isn't it time yet? After waiting for a minute, Tang Ze still felt nothing. In his impression, a person exposed to the rain would twitch and suffer within 5 seconds, and die within 10 seconds. Is it to strengthen the body? Can you even resist this virus? Walking to the window, Tang Ze opened the window directly and slowly stretched out his hand. The cold rainwater fell on the palm of his hand and gradually formed water droplets. It would be impossible for Tang Ze not to feel nervous at this time. But I just got splashed in the face and it's okay. Time is moving slowly, and the smile on Tang Ze's face is getting deeper and deeper. As expected, my strengthened body can resist virus invasion. The low laughter sounded slowly, getting louder and louder, but to other people's ears, this was the greedy laughter of the devil. The 3 women on the other side were sitting on the fluffy carpet. They didn't say much. Maybe they were all thinking about their own things. Sun Ting looked at the rain falling outside, and then looked at the gun in her hand. Will he come back? Anbai asked weakly, holding her legs. Do you want him to come back? Sun Ting asked. Anbai paused. because he didn't know how to answer. If he didn't come back, the supplies here would last for a long time, and even the entire community would be deserted, making it very safe. But on the one hand, I hope to come back because of the sense of security. Sun Ting looked at Yi Qingyi again. What about you? Yi Qingyi nodded, feeling that as long as he said no, he would be shot in the head by Sun Ting. Yi Qingyi's guess was correct. As long as the answer was wrong, Sun Ting would not hesitate to shoot him because this would save one person from needing supplies, and even if Tang Zhe came back, there would be facts as evidence. In fact, Sun Ting didn't know how to answer. She hoped to come back, but also hoped not to come back. Maybe the three women have the same idea in their hearts. Suddenly, the mobile phone rang, and the sound of the voice call startled the three women. After all, they were the only ones left in the entire community. It was Yi Qingyi's cell phone. You knew who it was without even thinking about it. Zihui. Yi Qingyi held the phone in his hands, his face tense. Zhang Zihui noticed something was wrong with Yi Qingyi. What's wrong? Are you so nervous? Oh, the rain stopped just now, but it started raining again. I thought I could go out. What a pity. It stopped raining over there. I don't have one here. Yi Qing said, oh. Zhang Zihui could feel that his fiancée was acting a little weird recently. She used to be very dependent on him, but in recent days she felt less dependent. She didn't even ask him how she was doing here, and he always called her himself. Hold on a little longer. My dad is going to form a team. Yi Qingyi was stunned. What team? It is to make our area the safest area, with security, search teams, medical teams, etc. Then do you have guns? After these days, Yi Qingyi knows that having a gun is the only way to go, and everything else is useless. My dad's company's security department has a few pistols. I'll go get them when the rain stops. Yi Qingyi nodded and suggested, if you can, it's best to go to the police station's gun store to have a look. Huh. Zhang Zihui exclaimed. His fiancée could say so calmly about robbing the police station. Kind of words. Seeing that her fiancé was frightened by her, Yi Qingyi forced a smile. Isn't it like this in movies? Idiot, it was a movie. The rain stopped, and the police didn't even go back to the police station to get their guns, and you still want to grab it. But it rained in the early morning that day, and I was at home after work. How much can I do if I stay at home now? Yi Qingyi said lightly, hoping that her fiancé would consider it. Zhang Zihui didn't recognize the fiancé in front of him. He was worried about having food before, but now he was worried about whether he had a gun. I feel like my fiancé is overly stressed and overworked. No matter what, wait for me. I will come to pick you up, I swear. Yi Qingyi smiled and hummed, but now when he looked at his fiancé, he didn't feel as happy and dependent as before. What on earth was wrong with him? Was he sick? I even felt that when my fiancé said his vows, he felt funny instead of moved. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingyi put his hands in his hair, looking particularly confused. At this time, the voice call on Yi Qingyi's mobile phone rang again. When he saw the display, Yi Qingyi answered it immediately. Yeah. Looking at the girl in the video, Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. The girl on the phone has a delicate and beautiful appearance, thin red lips, lively eyebrows, waist-length black and shiny hair, white skin, especially those crescent-like eyes that seem to be able to speak. Auntie, I just called my parents, but they didn't answer the call. Are you together? Xie Mingyue looked worried. Seeing that her aunt was fine, her parents should be fine too. Yi Qingyi paused and showed a steady smile. Brother-in-law and sister are talking about something at Gangzi's house. Don't worry, I probably left my phone at home. That it scares me to death. Xie Mingyue patted her chest and revealed a smile that is very warm. Yeah. What's wrong with you these days? Are you shutting down your phone? There's something wrong with the electric switch. It was fixed today, but I suspect someone deliberately broke it and didn't want us to contact the outside world. Xie Mingyue frowned slightly, which was a bit cute. Yi Qingyi suddenly felt something bad. What happened recently? Is there anything to eat? There is much less food than before. I also saw some girls going to the room with the teacher. The next day the girls were separated. Got a lot of food. Yi Qingyi secretly said that this phenomenon is the prelude to bad things. If he is just pretending now, he will not even start pretending later. Auntie, don't worry, I won't go. Not even to my death. Don't tell my parents, lest they worry. Yi Qingyi nodded, not knowing how to tell Ye about her sister and brother-in-law. After ending the call, Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Your niece's place is about to be in chaos, Sun Ting said lightly. It all started with the exchange of food. Once a woman obeys, the man's greed will gradually increase. Of course, there are good things, but it is really hard to be a good person these days. Nothing good ends. And that was a university, and the most indispensable thing was young and beautiful girls. Once it got messed up, it might be even more exaggerated than here. Yi Qingyi shook his head. Whatever he could do, he couldn't get through it at all. A kind of powerlessness swallowed Yi Qingyi. Didn't the master say that he would take us away? And Bai suddenly whispered, which made Yi Qingyi seem to regain hope. Sun Ting sneered. He won't save people for you. And Yi Qingyi said subconsciously, my niece is very beautiful. After saying that, he even took out his phone and flipped through the photos. So she is your niece. Sun Ting looked through Yi Qingyi's cell phone. Perhaps because of the woman's sympathy, she did not mention these photos to Tang Zhe. Sun Ting chuckled and said, you are such a good aunt. Our place seems safe, but in a sense it is not safe either. Yi Qingyi raised his head and stared at Sun Ting, and said in a deep voice, one is better than a group. If you follow him, you can at least live, but Ye cannot die. You should look away. Sun Ting took a sip of water and couldn't help laughing. After a while, from ancient times to the present, women have only one way, and that is to cling to a strong man, so that everything can be guaranteed. And Bai hugged the pillow and asked curiously, what about your fiancé? Are you going to abandon him? This question is too sharp. It seems to be asking, do you want to fulfill your sister's last instructions or choose to go to your fiancé's house? Yi Qingyi would definitely choose to save his niece and then go to his fiancé's house. However, this idea is a fantasy, and it is simply impossible. If you really have to choose, Yi Qingyi chooses the former. Ye is dangerous, but her fiancé is safe. Sun Ting suddenly thought of something and said with a wicked smile, won't you two be embarrassed in the future? And Bai. Yi Qingyi's lips twitched. He really hadn't thought about this. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Sun Ting said with a sly smile. The scene must be very exciting. And Bai opened her eyes wide, as if she was also looking forward to it. Yi Qingyi rolled his eyes. Two perverts. Goose goose. Sun Ting and Mbai both laughed and seemed to be harmonious. That night, the three women didn't sleep. They talked about interesting things from the past, about skincare products, about celebrities, and finally about men. By the end, the topic was already unbearable, and they all started talking about which position was the most comfortable. The sky gradually turned white, but it was still dark, and the rain was still falling. Tangza let out a long breath, and finally the brush was full. He thought it would be full soon, but he didn't expect that the last 10% took an entire night. Fortunately, the last one is finally 100%. Unlocking the Doomsday Gift Pack 2. Zero Materials 2.0 has been accepted. Advanced Enhanced Body has been accepted. Weapons and Equipment version 2.0 has been received. Psychic Master has been activated. Note: items extracted by mind. Extracting the Doomsday Gift Pack 3.0 requires upgrading the energy tank. Oops, advanced body strengthening. Tang Zhe couldn't wait to test how strong he was. Why not try to chop himself with a knife? Forget it. I'm afraid of pain. The supplies version 2.0 includes more protective clothing, modified vehicles, and medical equipment. In version 2.0 of weapons and equipment, Tangza finally saw a lot of new weapons, grenades, RPGs, anti-tank mines, javelins, stingers, and other individual combat equipment. Compared with hot weapons, Tang Zhe still prefers to use cold weapons. Unfortunately, version 2.0 does not have aircraft, artillery, and tanks. It would be so cool to have a Dongfeng. Look at the highlights. Telekinesis Master, an ability that can actually control items. Looking at the cup on the coffee table, Tang Zhe stared closely at it, but the other person didn't move at all. Darn it, how do you operate this? At least give me an instruction manual. Don't always let me study it by myself. Can it fly if I want it to? As soon as he thought about it, the teacup suddenly floated in the air, and Tang Zhe was shocked, as if he was magic. Broken. The teacup shattered immediately, but it did not fall, and the residue continued to float. Fun. As Tangza thought, the fragments were embedded in the wall like bullets, which made Tangza take a breath. This was no slower than a bullet. It's interesting, the devil, am becoming more and more perverted, asking ordinary people how to live. Standing on the balcony, Karasawa looked down at a Toyota Corolla. The vehicle gradually floated and then crashed into a large tree on the side. However, Tangza suddenly felt a little dizzy and cursed secretly, wondering whether the distance was too far or the vehicle was too heavy, but maybe it was because he was not strong enough that he felt so dizzy. After sitting on the sofa and resting for a while, Tangza felt a little more comfortable. This ability was his trump card, and it was better to use it at critical times. Just like the water splashing this time. If the body had not been strengthened to resist the virus, I would have turned into a corpse lying on the ground. I'm still a little scared when I think about it. My colorful life has just begun. All the supplies in the community were confiscated. Although I didn't have to worry about supplies, I wouldn't leave them to others. If I, Tangze, were to be a good person, it would be impossible for me to walk out in the rain in this life. The neighborhood behind him was cleared. Looking at the damaged Corolla, Karasawa slashed it with his knife, and the entire car was split into two from the B-pillar. Tangze was stunned for a moment and shook his head helplessly. He was so strong. As for the Upgrade 3.0 gift pack, Tangze is not in a hurry right now. First of all, this method is a bit tiring, and the quality is not very good. You have to go door to door to find it. It would be okay if you queue up, but people are not stupid and still queue up. Moreover, it did not rise as fast as at the beginning. The last 1% took 10 people, all of whom were ready to sweep the next community. Also, there was not a single pretty person in the entire community. Could it be that everyone was killed at the beginning? Tangze was indeed right about this question. A few good-looking people did die. If he had known earlier that his body could withstand rain, he might have been able to take advantage of it. Returning to the community, Tangze took off all the clothes on his body, then took out water and rinsed directly, especially his hair. There was not only rain but also blood, so as not to go back and kill them. There are too few beauties nowadays. Upstairs, the three girls who had been chatting all night fell asleep, but this time they did not separate, but leaned together. When the door opened, Sun Ting immediately woke up and pointed her pistol at the door. Oh, I surrender. Karasawa smiled and raised his hands. If this shot was really fired, I'm afraid the bullet would turn around and blow your head off. Sun Ting suddenly let out a long breath. I was scared to death. I thought it was someone, and Bai immediately went to pour water. All her worries turned into smiles, and she became a good baby in an instant. Even Yi Qingyi let go of his worries. Unknowingly, Tangze's life and death seemed to represent their life and death. If he died, Tangze would definitely live, but if Tangze died, he might not be able to leave at all. If you leave this city, you may not even be able to leave this district. Remember to open insurance next time. Tangze patted Sun Ting's head. Sun Ting was confused. She had never played with this kind of gun. Here. Sun Ting handed over the pistol, so she would not take such a dangerous thing. Sun Ting felt that she knew a thing or two about Tangze's character, and having a gun was a threat to him. Tangze glanced at it, smiled lightly and said, "Keep it for yourself?" Huh. Sun Ting was stunned, and Yi Qingyi and Enbai were also dumbfounded. An even more incredible thing happened. Tangze took out 2 more pistols and gave them to Enbai and Yi Qingyi. Since they were planning to go out, they had to be prepared for self-defense. It was best for them to have some means of self-defense. They didn't want to go rescue them when nothing happened. Wait a minute, you all practice your marksmanship. I'm starving to death. Kill Ichigo. After saying this, Tangze turned around and started preparing food for the 3 girls. 3 women holding pistols. For them, this is the perfect opportunity. Just turn on the safety, shoot Karasawa in the back of the head, and you'll be free. Once Tangze died, the 3 guns were enough for the 3 girls to ensure their own safety, and there were supplies at home, so Yi Qingyi felt that she could go find Yeya. But this was just a trial by Tangze. It is said that human nature cannot withstand temptation, but Tangze wants to try to see if you have the courage to kill me. In fact, Tang Ze wanted to try it for a long time, but he took too many risks before, and he really got himself killed and became the victim of a big mistake. But things are different now. There is nothing to fear about the ability of Telekinesis Master. As long as she shoots, she will die in the next second. For a moment, the living room was eerily quiet and suffocating. Tang Ze took out fried dough sticks, rice porridge, soup dumplings, steamed dumplings, and other breakfast items. And Bai didn't react at all. Sun Ting frowned and didn't react at all, but Yi Qingyi slowly raised his arm, but the arc was not very big. At this time, Yi Qingyi was fighting in his heart. If he killed him, would his bullets really be able to get out? Yi Qingyi even thought to himself that if he fired the shot, Sun Ting and Nbai's bullets would kill him. Even if Nbai was too timid to shoot, Sun Ting would definitely do it. In her heart, she meant food and life. Beating Tang Ze to death would mean cutting off her way of life. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyi lowered his jade arms. Maybe this was his fate. Tang Ze squinted out of the corner of his eye with a cold look, but as Yi Qingyi lowered the muzzle of his gun, Tang Ze showed a disdainful smile. I thought you would shoot, but I was disappointed. You were just an ordinary woman after all. After a hearty meal, Tang Ze burped and began to let the three girls practice marksmanship at home. Don't stick your butt up so high. Tang Ze slapped Nbai's sweet buttocks. Nbai felt aggrieved. If you want to spank her, just say so. Her butt is already so raised. Sun Ting has a strong learning ability and is on target from 10 meters away. There was something wrong with Yi Qingyi's posture, so Tang Ze went to hug Yi Qingyi himself. Hold it with both hands. Tang Ze whispered in Yi Qingyi's ear, which made Yi Qingyi a little nervous, but she still did as Tang Ze wanted. But the next words made Yi Qingyi feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. You just raised your hand. Yi Qingyi was so frightened that he pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the pistol fell to the ground. Tang Ze picked up the dropped pistol and handed it to Yi Qingyi with a smile. Why are you more timid than Xiaobai? I'm a little disappointed. I won't let you down, Yi Qingyi said firmly immediately. Tang Ze patted Yi Qingyi's buttocks and said with a mysterious smile, Then it depends on your performance. You guys practice hard and I'll go to bed. When Tang Ze closed the door, Yi Qingyi collapsed on the ground in fear. He saw that he raised his hand, and he was ready to kill himself. A chill ran down my back. He can let us use the gun, which means he is not afraid anymore. Sun Ting put it bluntly. Why didn't you give me money when you had money before? But now you can give it freely and boldly. There must be something wrong with this. Yes, he is a vampire. Maybe if he goes out and upgrades this time, he won't be afraid of guns. Yi Qingyi secretly cursed himself for forgetting his identity. Suddenly, Tang Ze stuck his head out of the bedroom and said with a smile, Whoever falls below the 8th ring tonight, congratulations, you have to stay with me all night. After that, Tang Ze closed the door. The three women looked at each other and immediately began to practice their marksmanship. Even the frightened Nbai became determined. Who can stand it all night long? It's better to practice with this gun. Naturally, you won't die. That gun will kill people. This time Tang Ze slept until night and woke up, eating and looking at his results. As the saying goes, sharpshooters are fed bullets, and the distance is only 20 meters, so it's not too difficult. All three women passed the test. Then it becomes more difficult. For a distance of 50 meters, just stay within the target, and then for a distance of 100 meters, just stay within the target, but there will be rewards for good results. Master, what is the reward? Nbai asked curiously. What reward do you want? Nbai thought for a moment and said sheepishly, I just want to accompany the master. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi secretly thought that it was a good meeting. Maybe Tang Ze would be reluctant to kill him if he made a mistake in the future. Where competition leads to progress, the distance from the balcony to the building opposite is almost exactly 100 meters. At this distance of 100 meters, the bottle on the coffee table opposite is just a dot, which is very difficult for a pistol. Bang, 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 there were more and more bullet casings on the ground. But Tang Ze had already prepared 10 boxes of bullets, which made the three women confused. He was like an arms dealer. People in other communities thought they were setting off firecrackers, and they kept banging and banging. After practicing for 2 consecutive days, they could more or less hit the target at a distance of 100 meters. Tang Ze was already very satisfied with their progress. Next up is the rifle. The recoil of AK is a bit too strong for them, so use the G36 assault rifle. The three women were still a little uncomfortable with the weight of the rifle, so they started to do some strength training, lifting dumbbells and so on. Sun Ting, at 9 o'clock below, there is a body in a white coat, Tang Zhe said while holding a telescope. Sun Ting was holding the gun very handsomely now, and she pulled the trigger continuously towards the corpse in one go. Bang, bang, bang. Tangza showed a satisfied smile. At least it was all on the corpse. Seeing your outfit reminds me of the Peace Elite. Tang Zhe looked at Sun Ting and teased, girl in black stockings. Isn't this an appropriate skin? Yi Qingyi chuckled and said, it's quite a bit. You yourself are different. Sun Ting rolled her eyes, embarrassed to tell me, you are much more coquettish than me. Next, Anbai and Yi Qingyi completed the shooting mission, and their bodies were beaten to pieces. Master, do you have a sniper rifle? Anbai asked curiously. Do you like sniper rifles? Karasawa asked curiously. I like to play CSGO during my free time, and I'm very good at sniper rifles. Karasawa directly took out an AWM sniper rifle. Yi Qingyi said that even if Tangza took out a rocket launcher from his pants, he wouldn't be surprised. Anbai's eyes lit up as soon as he saw it, and he immediately started playing. He even put down his bipod, set up his gun, and lay on the ground. Tangza sat directly on Anbai's back, holding a telescope to observe the target. At 11 o'clock, there is a crystal ball in the red curtain. Copy that. Anbai was quite professional. Bang. Tang Zhe raised his eyebrows. This novice has something. Too close. Give her back the cow. The street downstairs, about 300 meters, has streetlight bulbs. Bang. Awesome, Xiaobai. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but praise him. Tang Zhe suddenly had an idea. The rations should not be too weak. Sometimes they had to help him grab other dog food. They could not raise them in vain and waste their talents. Tang Zhe continued to look for the target, and suddenly a window caught Tang Zhe's attention, and the corners of his mouth raised. Xiaobai, direction 2 o'clock, about 700 meters, middle window on the 8th floor. Anbai looked towards the target and saw a woman pressing her hands against the window, seemingly in pain. The man behind him had an arrogant smile and kept beating the woman's body. Your target is that man, Tangza said calmly. Anbai expressed his gratitude and aimed at the man's head. He was not afraid at all at this moment, even if it was his first time to shoot a living person, because looking at that man, he would think of those guys who were worse than animals. Bang! Anbai's delicate body trembled slightly. Tang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and patted Anbai on the shoulder. You still need more practice. After saying that, he put down the telescope. Sun Ting immediately took a telescope and looked at it. It was indeed a hit, but it blew the woman's head off. Xiaobai, you have also relieved her of pain. Sun Ting comforted her. Anbai's face looked a little bad, and she felt guilty. She obviously wanted to kill the man, but she forgot that the ballistic trajectory had a downward trajectory, which did not exist in the game. Yi Qingyi said softly, Xiaobai, even if you beat that man to death, other men will beat that woman to death. But it was my mistake. Tang Zhe patted Anbai on the head and said, just practice more. This brought out Anbai's determination not to admit defeat. As a girl, she was often criticized when playing games. Especially this sentence, the more you practice, the more you practice. In the next 3 days, Anbai practiced like crazy. The distance started at 800 meters, and gradually the distance became farther and farther. The best result was a headshot at 1,000 meters. The deceased were all men. Sometimes they would startle themselves, and then they would say, I almost hit the cute cat. This shocked Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi. The previously obedient Xiaobai shot the man with a sniper without blinking an eye, and even went after the headshot rate. I have to say, this is a girl who is addicted to games. However, this also caused all the curtains on the opposite floor to be closed, and they were so scared that they didn't even dare to show up. Anbai and Sun Ting's marksmanship have also improved a lot. The corpses in the center of the community are no longer intact, and now they are just short of actual combat. You still have to practice close combat before the actual battle, but don't grab your hair or anything. As for fighting, Tangza has no experience. His own experience is to chop, which is a subconscious behavior of the body, but they don't know that. Fortunately, Yi Qingyi learned a little bit of Sanda. A little teaching is better than nothing. You still need to practice before going out. Now the battles are basically based on buildings. The enemy's heavy firepower is the machete. There is nothing to be afraid of. The only thing to pay attention to is that the enemy will not be afraid of death and will splash rain, so be sure to stay safe. Distance. The next three girls started to work together as a team, but their clothes were still so charming. Tang Zhe felt that they were just trying to please himself. Who would wear pants to wrap their breasts around their breasts to shoot a gun? This configuration can only appear in the game. Maybe everything will be harmonized in the game. In the early morning, it was still raining outside the house, but it was much lighter. Vehicles would appear outside the street from time to time, all risking their lives to look for supplies. After all, it wasn't windy yet, and when it did, few people would come out. A clicking sound echoed in the living room. The three women wiped their pistols with skillful movements. Tangza grabbed his fluffy hair and came to the living room. It looks like it's almost done. Let us go out today. The three women suddenly stopped moving, feeling a sense of excitement and nervousness, as well as fear of the unknown. Patting Yiqingyi's round buttocks, Tang Zhe smiled and said, "You can't hide your gun when you go out dressed like this. Master, we have been prepared for a long time." And Bai put on the extended down jacket on the side, only showing her white ankles. But when Mbai opened the down jacket, the scene was really bloody and too charming, and the gun was hidden on the side of the down jacket. I have to say that I have put in a lot of effort to please Tangza. I can take off my down jacket anytime and anywhere. The main thing is convenience. Take away all the supplies, not even leaving a bottle of water. This is Tang Zhe's principle. Wherever you go, not a blade of grass grows. Since it was their first time to go out, the three girls dressed up carefully. Sister Yi is so beautiful. No wonder she fascinates the rich second generation. Xiaobai, let's see if I don't tear your mouth apart. Yiqingyi rushed towards Anbai with a smile. Anbai hurriedly hid behind Sun Ting. Sister Ting, help me. Ting Ting, get out of the way. Okay, it's time to go out. Sun Ting forced a smile. The rain outside was still falling. Although Tang Zhe said there was a way, but they didn't know. What if they died in the rain? Why wasn't Anbai worried? He just used this method to stop himself from thinking about it. After preparing everything, Anbai suddenly whispered, "If there is an afterlife, we may be friends, the best kind." Yiqingyi smiled and patted Anbai's head. "There won't be an afterlife, so let's live this life." "Well, I'll be drunk today." Sun Ting also patted Anbai's head. Anbai glanced at the corner of his mouth. "You made me stupid. When the time comes, the master doesn't want me, you will have to pay for it." Goose, goose, goose. Tang Zhe, who was waiting outside, heard the laughter of the three women. What was going on? They were so happy and didn't know how to share it. Soon the three women came to Tang Zhe, swaying their bodies slightly, showing off and pleasing. I have to say that the mesh cover Xiaobai chose is good, pure lust style, hazy and charming, and still transparent. Yiqingyi is also good this time, with charming fishtail lace, soft lace close to the skin, soft bow decoration, sweet style. Sun Ting is more direct, wearing black halter-neck open stockings. The design of the ring connection is just right, showing a hot style. But looking at their high heels, Tang Zhe said that they were really good, and they couldn't run away even if they chased people. But if they stop on the street like this, men will probably swarm in like zombies and tear them apart. Let's go. The three women were wearing down jackets, covering up their exquisite bodies. But no matter how much they covered up those three beautiful faces, it was useless. The men were not blind. Arriving in the underground garage, the three women saw the clothes Tangza had prepared in advance, which looked like protective clothing. The whole body is sealed, keeping warm and resistant to rain, and is easy to put on and take off. Tangza will definitely not let the three girls die. After all, they have been training for so long, and they can be regarded as his own thugs. Where can I find these rations and thugs? These clothes are from Materials 2.0. I tried them in the past 2 days, and they work. It's really lightweight. Sun Ting moved and exclaimed after putting it on. Anbai said naively, "Why do I feel like we are like those scientists in Resident Evil?" It's really a bit similar. Yiqingyi tried to do a split, and the flexibility was very good. Could he have Doraemon? Pocket? Anything can be conjured. Shall we walk out? Bai asked curiously. Tangza shook his head. Do I look like a person who can walk? No. He pressed the car key. Beep beep. Only a damaged version of the tank 300 not far away flashed. Bai trotted over curiously and then exclaimed, Come and see. It's so amazing. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi walked over and took a look and were stunned. The tires of this car were actually tracks. They felt that they should be used in snow, but it was best used at this time. Karasawa came over and patted the hood. The original 2.0 was replaced by a 4.0 engine, reinforced anti-collision beams, thickened body, bulletproof glass, and no rubber parts in the whole car. With this guy, we can travel anywhere. Place. Yi Qingyi could not wait to go to Yunhai City to bring her niece out immediately. As for her fiancé, her mind was very confused now. You drive. Tang Zhe threw the car keys to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi was stunned for a moment. Wasn't he afraid that he would drive away by himself? Now that he had a gun, protective clothing, and even a car, he couldn't help but run away in this big world. Tangza forgot to mention that there are 2 C4 bombs in the car. If you drive the car away, they will explode into the sky. I'm afraid I will be sad for 3 days. After all, Xiaobai is still very cute. But Yi Qingyi is not stupid. Tang Zhe will not leave it to him so easily. Maybe there is a locator or something in the car. If he drives away, he can find it soon. It has to be said that Yi Qingyi's mind was still spinning very fast, but he overlooked one thing. Tang Zhe would not look for it at all, and there was only one outcome for betrayal. Die. Take off your protective clothing first. Nothing will happen in the car. You can put it on after getting off the car. After saying this, Tang Zhe sat in the back seat. Sun Ting and Bai naturally sat obediently on both sides of Tang Zhe, while Yi Qingyi drove honestly. Yi Qingyi had never driven a tracked vehicle before and seemed to be extra cautious. Tang Zhe said calmly, Drive as you like. With these words, Yi Qingyi directly stepped on the accelerator and felt the push on his back, but the tracks were still much slower. Driving out of the underground garage, rain poured on the roof of the car, and the wipers automatically turned on. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Tang Zhe, who was holding Sun Ting in his arms, said calmly, Let's go to Yinghua Road and Dihai Community first. The appearance of the car attracted the attention of many people. Everyone looked at the road from the windows with surprise and envy. It is indeed enviable. After all, there are top beauties in the car, and the fragrance is overflowing. Tang Zhe looked at both sides of the street. Burnt vehicles and scattered corpses lay everywhere, especially in front of supermarkets or shopping malls, where there were more corpses. But the street seemed deserted, with almost no one around. After all, it happened in the early morning, and everyone was basically at home. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, didn't avoid the corpse at all and ran over it. Tang Zhe said speechlessly, Have you never driven a car before? It's too shaky. How can you be a driver? Sorry, I'm too lazy to hide from the corpse. Look, there are a lot of people dead over there at the police station. Bai pointed not far away and shouted, There were indeed a lot of people dead at the door. Sun Ting guessed. It is estimated that several groups of people want to go to the police station to get guns and kill each other. Go and have a look. Tangza said calmly. Yi Qingyi drove the car into the police station and stopped. You go ahead. I'll caboose the car. Tangza's words made the 3 women's hearts tremble. This was a police station. If there was someone with a gun hiding inside, it would be over. But the 3 women did not dare to go against Tang Zhe's wishes. They put on protective clothing, grabbed MP9 submachine guns, opened the door and got out of the car. Now it was not a drill but an actual battle. Tang Zhe found that both Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi looked nervous, but Bai became excited. The 3 women entered the hall without speaking, all relying on gestures. The lights in the hall were still on, and there were several corpses lying on the ground. One of them was still wearing a police uniform. Maybe he was on duty. Bai and Yi Qingyi guarded the surroundings, while Sun Ting observed the wounds on the corpse to see if they were gunshot wounds or stab wounds. However, they were all stab wounds, and there were no gunshot wounds. The 3 women continued to touch the building. Just after walking through the corridor, Yi Qingyi noticed that there were more corpses in front of him. He immediately raised his hands and clenched his fists, and the tense atmosphere suddenly emerged. Yi Qingyi approached the body cautiously and found that the body had gunshot wounds, and his expression suddenly changed. Walking along the corpse, I arrived at the gun store. The door was opened, and all the safes inside were opened. It didn't take much to think that the guns had been taken away. The three women looked at each other, nodded, and continued searching the room. There were at least 50 or 60 corpses along the way, all of them shot to death. There were bullet holes in the walls, and the glass was broken. It seemed that there had been a gunfight here. Tangza, who was sitting in the car, closed his eyes and waited quietly. He couldn't always guard them and had to grow up as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Tang Zhe saw the three women walking out, and he felt braver. The three women came under the carport and pressed the disinfection button on their wrists. The rainwater on the protective clothing slowly evaporated. After doing this, they got in the car. "How about it?" Sun Ting replied in a deep voice. There was no one inside, but there was a gunfight and many people died inside. No guns were found. They must have been taken away. Even if they are taken away, there probably won't be many bullets left. Yi Qingyi added, looking at the degree of decomposition of the corpses, they must have been dead for at least 10 days and a half. It doesn't matter, let's go. Karasawa didn't take it to heart. What kind of weapons can ordinary police stations have? Pistols are standard. At best, shotguns are added. Maybe only the city bureau has rifles or something. Sun Ting pursed her dry red lips and said, "They are a group of desperados who can rush into the police station and grab guns. Some elites in high-end communities will not take this risk. It is most likely organized by the big brothers in society." "You mean, these people are most likely hiding in entertainment venues such as clubs, KTVs, saunas, and bars?" Yi Qingyi whispered. And Bai reminded, "In the early morning, only these entertainment venues are open." Tang Zhe suddenly laughed, and the three women all looked at Tang Zhe. "We are discussing a problem. Why are you laughing?" "That's what I thought in my heart, but I didn't dare to say it. It's true that 3 female Zuges can guess the approximate murderer." Tang Zhe gave a thumbs up. After getting Tang Zhe's approval, the 3 girls were a little proud. Who are they looking down on? We all graduated from college, and Yi is still a top student in 985. In fact, Sun Ting had such a guess because when she just inspected the corpses, she found that most of the young people in society had tattoos. "I have to do my own thing first." Tang Zhe didn't want to waste time in a place like this. Yi Qingyi continued to start the car and drove towards the destination. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the target community and stopped under the eaves of the alley. "You guys wait here. I'll come as soon as I go." Putting on protective clothing, Tang Zhe slowly walked out of the alley. The 3 women seemed a little quiet in the car. And Bai was playing with a submachine gun and seemed to be very interested in firearms. Yi Qingyi held the steering wheel tightly, not knowing what he was thinking. However, Sun Ting reminded, "If you dare to drive away, all 3 of us will die." After hearing this, Yi Qingyi frowned tightly, then relaxed after a while. "I won't drive away. Let's find a chance to talk about your niece's affairs. Maybe he will go." Yi Qingyi hummed, "Thank you." On the other side, Tang Zhe has already entered the community. Unlike his own community, there are not many corpses downstairs. It seems that the people in the high-end community are much higher quality and more harmonious. After finding the place based on the address, Tangza knocked on the door. There were footsteps inside, and the door opened. Tang Zhe saw a man with chapped lips, decadent and thin. If you remember correctly, this is the manager of a hot pot restaurant. He used to be a fat man. When he was working in the store, he would only bully himself. He would find various reasons to deduct wages and make himself work overtime without paying overtime pay. Finally, he overheard. The guy actually took the money he deducted. He was so angry that he left without asking for half a month's salary. Presumably, he also took away his half-month's salary. "Karasawa, are you really coming? That's great. Can you bring something to eat?" The man immediately looked at Karasawa's hands, but they were empty. "Why didn't you bring food?" "Didn't I ask you to bring food?" The manager's expression immediately changed and returned to before. Looking at the former manager's face, Tang Zhe showed a sincere smile and took out his pistol. Bang! The manager fell straight to the ground, and Karasawa walked into the elevator with his hands in his pockets and left. Next, it's just that the community was frightened by the gunshot, and anxiety welled up in everyone's heart. Maybe Tangze didn't know that the shot he fired started the riot in the community early, but Tangze didn't care at all. In this apocalyptic world, what Tangze cares about most is himself, and everyone else is just a passing cloud. Looking at the cars in the alley, Tangze smiled. He was so good that he didn't drive away. Next, Tangze executed people one by one according to the list, and until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, all the people on the list were cleared. This was also an explanation to his former self. But now there is one left. I've already contacted him and said I'll be here this afternoon. Yi Qingyi returned the phone to Tangze. Tangze was very satisfied. I heard that rich people live in Shanhu community, so there must be quite a few beauties. The 3 women shook their heads and said they didn't know. It depends on luck. Shanhu community is a Riverview house in Huan City. It is also a house in a school district. There is a park not far away. It can be said to be a prime real estate. Many bosses have bought a house here. Of course, many people also want to buy it with a loan to show themselves. Identity. For Tangze, a house here is an astronomical figure. But that was before, now maybe a bottle of water will do. At this time, Bai Jin and Chao Yu were discussing how to capture Tangze and ask him to hand over all the supplies. Should we leave here? Chao Yu seemed to not want to leave, but the food and drink here were almost gone. After so many days, Bai Jin's body shape has not changed much, but he has still lost a little weight. What? You can't bear to part with this nice house. Bai Jin snorted coldly. If he hadn't seen you as useful, he would have dumped him long ago. Chao Yu said nothing. Bai Jin looked at the messages on his phone with a solemn expression. His community was lucky. The photos posted among his colleagues were shocking. Bai Jin felt that it was only a matter of time before this community was destroyed. If he didn't leave as soon as possible, he would probably end up with these useless subordinates. Same. And Tangze actually said that he had a way to come over, which undoubtedly made Bai Jin very happy. What a fool. He came to show off for such a stupid woman, which made people laugh. By the time I have his supplies and those women, I won't be much better than this. When he comes, I will add medicine to the water. Bai Jin took out a pill. How could Chao Yu not recognize it? Sometimes Bai Jin would let himself take it, and his whole body would be weak and let him destroy it. Chao Yu could only nodded and did not dare to resist. Bai Jin hugged Chao Yu with his fat body and said, "We will have those supplies by then, and they can carry them for at least a few months. Maybe this crisis will be over." After hearing this, hope burst into Chao Yu's eyes, and his eyes became firm. At this time, the phone rang, and Chao Yu looked over. He's almost there. Bai Jin suddenly showed a sly smile. If he really brought a woman with him, he would feel great. Tangze didn't just bring one, he brought 3 with him. There is someone at the gas station ahead. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, looked to the left and saw that there was indeed a Sinopec. There seemed to be 2 cars parked under the roof, and several figures could be seen standing beside the cars. Then go get some gas. After speaking, Tangze patted Sun Ting on the head. You're still eating. Let's get to work. It's my turn. And Bai said pitifully. Tangze shook his head helplessly and put on his pants. Sun Ting took out the pistol to check the ammunition and then loaded the bullet. And Bai on the side could only stuff in a bubble gum to satisfy his craving and skillfully check the pistol. The mechanical sound of the machine seemed to make Bai very addicted. Brother crazy. A car is coming. Next to the car, a young man with dyed green hair shouted, holding a baseball bat in his hand. In Karasawa's eyes, this was no different from a primitive tool. The man sitting in the car smoking has a crew cut and a silver decorative necklace on his chest. In the colder weather, he is actually just wearing a black vest with a skull tattooed on his shoulder. He has sinister and fierce eyes. At first glance, he is a character who is not easy to mess with. His hands there was also a Nepalese army knife in his hand, stained with blood. Holy shoot, crazy guy, we seen it. It's actually a modified Tank 300 with tracks. The co-pilot was so excited that he opened the door and got out of the car with a knife. Crazy brother blew out a puff of smoke. Treads are indeed a good idea. Smart? Brother crazy, kill them all later. Okay? The crazy brother popped out the cigarette, but not caring that this was a gas station. Since you have this ability, naturally you have to keep it. It will be helpful to Mr. Hua. But Brother Madman also warned, it's not a bad idea to dare to come here when you see us. Please pay attention and observe before taking action. Don't mess up the plan. Yes, crazy brother. When the group of people saw that the driver was actually a woman, they were stunned for a moment and took a closer look. She is actually a beauty. Brother Crazy, this is the best. Brother Madman was shocked. The crisis has been almost a month. How can women be so exquisite? Even the women around Mr. Hua can't compare to her. Let's take a look first. If it's suitable, we'll arrest the woman and send her back first. A bloodthirsty smile gradually appeared on the corner of the lunatic brother's mouth. He was so pretty and wandering around outside. He was really stupid. Yichingi parked the car, slowly opened the door, and stretched out her white ankles. The men standing nearby looked at the red high heels and white ankles and swallowed hard, as if they had not touched a woman for a long time. When he saw Yichingi's face, his eyes were like jackals, wanting to tear Yichingi into pieces. The only pity was that he was wearing a long down jacket and could not see his figure. But even if you have a flat figure, you are still in top shape. After getting off the car, Yichingi stretched out his waist, twisted his slightly stiff neck, and whispered, I'm so exhausted. Crazy brother and others on the side are confused. Could it be that she can't see us and we are invisible? At this time, the rear door also opened. When they saw Anbai and Sun Ting getting out of the car, the boys, including the crazy brother, were stunned. It had been a long time since they had seen such a woman. Those high heels seemed to be stepping on the ground, but they were clearly stepping on the brothers. In my heart, I am ecstatic. You can't grab those legs and darn them hard. Today I missed something, and when I came across 3 top quality items, Mr. Hua had to give them a generous reward. The crazy guy even wanted to keep them all for himself. Sure enough, for a beautiful woman, he would do anything. Beauty is a disaster. Finally, Tang Zhe jumped out of the car and attracted the attention of Crazy Brother and others. 1 man and 3 women? Who is this man? How could he be accompanied by such 3 superb women? Crazy Brother? What's going on? The younger brother asked quickly. Crazy Brother is not too confused yet. Let's explore the bottom first. If you can have the confidence to come out with 3 top quality products, you must have 2 brushes. Brother Crazy, are you too cautious? There is only 1 man. What are 3 women afraid of? The younger brother seemed to have been carried away by the beauty. However, Brother Madman was unhappy and said, You are the boss, so I am the boss. The younger brother apologized quickly. Tang Zhe smiled and took out a pack of cigarettes. Sun Ting, who was standing next to him, took out a lighter and lit it. You 2 go take a look inside the house. Tangza said calmly. Anbai and Yiqing grunted and walked towards the house. However, all the food and water inside were taken away. There were some corpses lying on the ground, 3 of them wearing gas station work clothes. After all, the gas station is also a place where materials are stored, which is equivalent to a battlefield. On the other side of the cashier, there was a naked woman with messy hair and a face that could not be seen clearly. A buck-toothed man charged with a sinister smile. He was so engrossed that he didn't even notice the arrival of Anbai and Yiqing. Outside, the younger brother came over with the bat on his shoulder. Brother, where are you from? Tang Zhe flicked the ashes from his cigarette and said calmly, It's none of your business. These words made the younger brother unhappy. If the boss hadn't told him to be calm, he would have greeted him directly in the head. We are Mr. Hua's people. That's Brother Crazy over there. Come over and say hello. After saying that, those eyes scanned Sun Ting's face, becoming more and more greedy. In the down jacket, Sun Ting was holding a gun and couldn't help but want to blow his head off. Something suddenly popped up. Mr. Hua paused for a moment. He looked at the car not far away and walked away with a sincere smile. The younger brother looked like he was very sensible and even flicked his tongue towards Sun Ting. Brother Crazy, I have long admired your name. Tang Zhe laughed. Seeing that Tang Zhe seemed to be very knowledgeable, the crazy brother opened the door and walked down, and also let Tang Zhe see the Nepalese saber in his hand, which had already claimed 10 lives. Brother, where are you going? Brother Madman asked with a smile. as if he was an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. Tangza shrugged. I don't have any plans, just wandering around. Are you the only one? Crazy Brother asked curiously. The killings in my neighborhood are already crazy. Who is left to die? Crazy Brother laughed when he heard that there was only one person. Isn't it? The current community is very hypocritical. It is not like us, who are loyal, share difficulties, share blessings, and have women to play with. It sounds like the environment there is pretty good, Crazy Brother. Indeed, the Imperial City has heard of it. Our boss, Mr. Hua, has great control over the supplies. As long as he has the skills, he will be happy to accept them. I think this modification method of brother is good. Do you want to join us? Tangza had indeed heard of the Imperial City Hotel and even went there to deliver takeaways. It was also a famous venue in Huan City. The young ladies there were young and beautiful, but it was a bit expensive. Tangza said he couldn't afford it. If he wasn't going to Chao Yu's house, Tangze really wanted to go there. Wherever there was a beautiful woman, he would go there. How many days do you want? Can you send me a WeChat message? Tangze said this sincerely, but in the ears of the Crazy Brother, it was too perfunctory, and he was simply rejecting himself. Where are you going to be busy, brother? The smile on Crazy Brother's face disappeared a little, and the evil in the corner of his mouth gradually began to show. Go visit an old friend. That's it. Seeing that the car was empty, Tangze asked curiously, what about you? Where are you going? Didn't you find any supplies? The lunatic brother did not answer, but sighed. Brother, you should be aware of the way this world is. If I talk to you properly, you should also talk nicely, otherwise it will make things difficult for everyone. Why didn't I speak properly? Tangze looked confused, and when Sun Ting saw that innocent look, she couldn't help laughing. Boy, if you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with a drink. Tangze scratched the back of his head and said innocently, You're doing this, and I'm in trouble too. The younger brothers standing nearby had moved slowly, as if surrounding him, the knives in their hands glistening. Madman! Suddenly a panicked voice sounded from the house. One of the boys didn't even have time to put on his pants and ran wildly outside, as if he saw a ghost. However, the people around him laughed, and some even joked, Brother Yu, why don't you even put on your pants? Brothers don't like this. Brother Yu was probably frightened to the point of impotence. Just when he was enjoying himself, he saw two guns appearing and subconsciously ran out. A loud gunshot broke the fragile balance. Brother Yu was shot in the back of the head. The boys around him were stunned and looked towards the door. Yi Qingyi raised his arm, and a little smoke came out of the gun. And that crazy guy was dumbfounded. That woman actually had a gun. Yi Qingyi walked slowly, and the younger brothers around him subconsciously backed away, a little at a loss. Arriving next to Brother Yu, Yi Qingyi emptied the magazine towards Brother Yu's crotch. Bang, 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 bang. After being beaten to a pulp, all the younger brothers around were shocked by Yi Qingyi, who originally thought she was just a weak woman, but she killed people without even blinking. It was indeed Yi Qingyi's first time to kill someone, but he didn't feel guilty at all for killing such a jerk, and he even felt very happy, especially the way these men looked at him. Ejecting the magazine, Yi Qingyi took out a new magazine from his pocket and loaded it again with a click. The boys seemed to be frozen, and then looked at the Crazy Brother. They have guns, Crazy Brother. What should we do? Tangza spread his hands and said helplessly, I'll just say it was very difficult. If you don't believe it, it's fine now. My cats are going crazy and I can't control them. After hearing Tangza's words, the three women knew what to do, but they felt that there was no challenge at all. The weapons in their hands were too primitive. Crazy Brother didn't have the same attitude as before. He immediately smiled and said, Brother, how about I give you a micro? Before she could finish her words, Sun Ting raised her hand and shot her head. Oh, what are you doing? They just gave me WeChat and you got a headshot. Tangze turned around and rolled his eyes. Are you so cruel? Sun Ting pouted pitifully. I'm sorry. Why are you saying sorry to me? Tell someone else. Okay, arriving in front of Mad Brother, Sun Ting said seriously. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have blown your head off. After that, she shot him in the head again. The boys around me have never seen him so ruthless. He killed the madman while talking and laughing, and even shot him in the head after he died. Are bullets so worthless? Tang Ze covered his forehead. You smashed his face? How can you scan his face and open the phone later? Crazy Brother's phone is unlocked with a fingerprint. The boy on the side quickly threw away the knife in his hand. He is indeed a model of a wise man who knows the current affairs. And Bai showed a gentle smile to her younger brother. Thank you. Ah, you're welcome. The younger brother suddenly felt shy. Such a cute girl must have been coerced. Another bang. The younger brother fell down in disbelief. The last image in his mind was the gentle girl raising the pistol. Why did she smile so softly? The boys around me have never seen such a strange thing. It felt like they were playing house. Two boys even ran into the rain. And Bai and Yi Qingyi raised their hands and fired. The running boy shot a bloody mist from his head. He was not killed by the rain, but his head was shot. Sister is good at shooting. And Bai said with a smile. Yi Qingyi was modest. Good luck. The remaining four boys knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. These were not human beings. They were all devils. Compared with them, Mr. Hua looked like an obedient primary school student. Tang Ze sighed. I just want WeChat. I have to fight. Now it's fine. I'm dead. The four younger brothers cried and cursed in their hearts. How shameless. Tell me, where are you going to grab supplies? Tang Ze smiled. The younger brothers had never seen such a terrifying smile before, and they were so frightened that they rushed to tell the truth. Brother, we are going to Shanhu community. Tang Ze was stunned. It turned out that they had the same goal. You guys are going to rob Shanhu community? It's not to rob, it's to teach a lesson and explore the reality. Tang Ze hissed. I can't understand what you are saying. Sun Ting raised her hand and shot. You tell me. The younger brother looked at the fallen body next to him. All his excrement and urine came out, and he couldn't say a word. Bang! Tang Ze pressed his shoulder on his younger brother and showed a comforting smile. Don't be nervous. Just do and be like the two of them. The younger brother nodded sharply. We, Mr. Hua, have a deal with Mr. Shi from Shanhu community. We, Mr. Hua, provide water, and Mr. Shi buys it at 100 times the market price. However, in the past 2 days, Mr. Shi South Real Estate has been mortgaged to Mr. Hua, so Mr. Hua asked her to pay for the water. Men and women, if Mr. Shi doesn't want to, he sends us to make trouble and kill a few people. The four of them were all surprised after hearing this. Can they still buy supplies with money? It has to be said that they are still looking forward to returning to the past. As businessmen, there is indeed nothing wrong with it. Yi Qingyi suddenly asked out of curiosity. Isn't the Mr. Shi you were talking about Mr. Shi from Conway Real Estate? Yes, that's her. Tang Ze turned around and asked, do you know her? We met at a banquet, and this Shanhu community is also her real estate. And Bai suddenly remembered something. I seem to have heard the first-class boss talk about the real estate queen of Huan City, Mr. Shi, who is also a philanthropist and has donated many primary schools. Yes, that's it. The younger brother nodded quickly. Tang Ze frowned. Did I let you speak? Sun Ting raised her hand and shot. The last boy was trembling all over. He suddenly twitched all over and foamed at the mouth. His eyes were wide open. He fell to the ground and twitched twice before disappearing. Are you scared to death? And Bai looked confused. Yi Qingyi frowned. It should be so. It's so scary. Tang Ze, who is scaring you? You women are more shameless than me. But from this time, it seems that their combat effectiveness has been formed, and their marksmanship is not bad. They can shoot headshots from a 10-meter moving target. Just as he finished thinking, Tang Ze heard the sound of vomiting. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi were propped up next to the gas pump to vomit. And Bai patted the two women's backs and showed a helpless expression towards Tang Ze. Just get used to this situation. Go get a mobile phone. Tang Ze said softly. And Bai took out the phone from his younger brother's pocket, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and then changed the settings. Tang Ze just wanted to see who the so-called Mr. Hua was, and it was still necessary to obtain useful information. Back in the car, Tang Ze suddenly remembered something. Is Mr. Shi you just mentioned beautiful? Yes, beautiful. Yi Qingyi nodded. Similar to you? Almost the same. Her breasts are bigger than mine. Tang Ze, who was sitting in the back row, was stunned. He stretched his head to the front row to take a look, then reached out and grabbed it. It's real or fake? Yi Qingyi's face turned slightly red. Yeah, really. Okay, how old is such a big boss? I think 36 or 77. Old woman. Tang Ze suddenly became excited. Half of the fun is lost. What comes to mind is loose flesh, sagging, and crow's feet. Yi Qingyi rolled his eyes to the back of his head. They take good care of themselves. I've seen them before, but they look just average. Just brag. Really, I didn't lie to you. I don't believe it. You. Unless you bring someone here. Yi Qingyi. And Bai and Sun Ting snickered on the side, and suddenly realized that this was the real Tang Ze. He had a little bit of humor. In fact, he thought Tang Ze was quite handsome. Why didn't he have a girlfriend? Not because of one word. Poverty. Just when Yi Qingyi was about to step on the accelerator and leave, a woman wearing single clothes ran out of the house. Her hair was messy, but she didn't look very old. She was probably around 30, and she had a pretty good figure. Wait a minute. Yi Qingyi stopped the car and lowered the window. What's wrong? Can you take me away? I beg you. I don't want to stay here anymore. The woman begged and bowed her hands. Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't say anything, the woman continued to plead. These people deliberately keep me here. Every time they come, I beg you, be kind and repay me. Tangza lowered the window on the side and said with a smile, Sorry, beauty, I can't sit down anymore. However, when the woman saw that there was no one in the passenger seat, she immediately knelt down and said, Brother, please, I still have my mother at home and my children, please. Tangza sighed. It's too pitiful. Let her be free from humiliation. Yi Qingyi's heart trembled. He saved her, but he still wanted to kill her? Looking at the woman kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, Yi Qingyi slowly took out his pistol. However, as soon as the woman raised her head, she saw the gun pointed at her, and her eyes suddenly became filled with fear. I'm sorry, I'm leaving, I'm just leaving. After saying that, the woman turned around and ran away, and Yi Qingyi pulled the trigger. Bang! A bloody mist floated in the air, and Bai lowered his head slightly, feeling a little disappointed. Tang Ze hugged and Bai to his side and said, This is the way of the world. She will only die of torture, so why not give her a happy life? However, Tang Ze added that if you want to get on the bus, you must at least meet their standards. Taking out his younger brother's cell phone, Tang Ze looked through the chat history. Mr. Hua did have some tricks. There were actually 287 people in this group, and he was the boss. These 8 people were just a group, and the so-called crazy brother was just the leader. As they said, they went to Shanhu community to cause trouble, but this trouble was not to destroy, but to kill people. Tell me, if these people didn't reply to the boss message, do you think they were killed by people from Shanhu community? Tang Ze joked. Sun Ting unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Tang Ze. With Mr. Hua's method, next time it will not be a threat, but to call on the younger brothers to capture Shanhu community. Then we have to take action first. Not yet there must be a lot of beauties in the captured community. Tang Ze chuckled. I am a big pervert now, the kind that ordinary women don't bother to pay attention to and don't even want when they come to my door. I no longer want to suffer the pain of gaining experience. After all, doing it just for the sake of gaining experience is really boring, like an animal. There must be more than in our community. Sun Ting was also a little worried now. If there were new people joining, would it affect her? She looked at Xiaobai, who was playing with guns, and there was no scheming at all. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, even there is also the illusion of separation. The 3 of them say they are united, but they also say they are not united. And if there are a few beauties in this Shanhu community, I am afraid they will be a different group if they join. When the time comes that the 3 of them are not united, Sun Ting will turn her back just thinking about it. Chill. Xiaobai is obedient. He will have a good chat with Yi Qingyi later. No matter what, we must unite now. If there are new women who join, we must step on them. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, was not stupid. The 2 women thought of going together. No matter what kind of women joined in the future, they would have to undergo a series of training before they could take up the job. As for this so-called training, Yi Qingyi has already experienced it once, and it can be described in 4 words. Life is worse than death. Tangza probably doesn't know it yet, but class layers are beginning to appear in his cat's nest. But Tang Ze doesn't care about this. Only with competition can progress be achieved. What's the difference between a group of mindless women and robots? Again, Tang Z's requirements will become higher and higher, and I don't want to raise idle people. Change a car. Tangza suddenly said. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, hummed. In fact, he had just wanted to suggest changing to another car. After all, it was a bit inappropriate to drive such a modified car into another community. Change the lace pendants you are wearing underneath. Otherwise others will think I am a pervert. The three women snorted at the same time. TSK, why are you laughing? I'll darn you believe it or not. Tang Ze rolled his eyes. If I were a pervert, you would be even more perverted than me. Xiangyan's clothes appeared in the car, and Tang Ze teased her from time to time. This little day was very comfortable. Putting the car in a small alley not far from the community, the four of them found a BYD with only wheels and got on it. Xiaobai, after entering, you will be my girlfriend. Really? That's great. And Bai said happily. Sun Ting pouted her little lips. Master, can you let me be your girlfriend next time? Okay, everyone will take turns. Tang Ze spread his hands, now scrambling to be his girlfriend. He used to deliver food. Why didn't you see such positivity? Suddenly, Tang Ze put his hand on Yi Qingyi's head and rubbed it gently. Xiao Yi, how about we make a bet? Bet? Yi Qingyi asked doubtfully. I know you have a niece trapped in school. You win. Let's go. Yi Qingyi's eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded quickly. Don't nod so hastily. You know the consequences of being saved by me. Listening to Tang Ze's words, Yi Qingyi bit her red lips slightly. The original tender red lips gradually lost their color. After a while, she replied, I know. Don't be happy so early. If I win, if I want to kill your fiancé and his whole family, do you dare to bet? And Bai and Sun Ting sitting in the back row were stunned. This was asking Yi Qingyi to make a decision. It seemed that Tang Ze had never let down his guard against Yi Qingyi. I won't lose, Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice, holding the steering wheel tightly. Okay, I admire your energy. Tang Ze patted Yi Qingyi's shoulder. Women with courage are much better than those who only ask for help. What's the bet? Tang Ze hadn't thought much about it yet, so he looked back at Enbai and Sun Ting. What do you think we should bet on? Sun Ting and Enbai were shocked. They actually left it to them to choose the bet. Aren't they afraid that they would favor Yi Qingyi? Yi Qingyi turned around and looked at the two of them with pleading. Sun Ting secretly thought that if she chose a bet that was beneficial to Tang Ze, Yi Qingyi would probably break up, and now there is an unknown beauties in Shanhu community who would definitely be retaliated against. It's better to give him a free lover, even if he has to bear the punishment of Tang Ze. How about we use Mr. Shi to make the bet? Xiaobai said suddenly. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi paused for a moment, using women as bets. Isn't that Tang Ze's strength? No woman can escape his clutches. My little Bai is still well-behaved and sensible. Tang Ze reached out and pinched Bai's cheek, and Bai nuzzled Tang Ze's palm playfully, like a big ragdoll cat. Bai continued, You just bet on whether Mr. Shi will run away in the end. Master, you can't threaten others. Haha, interesting. Tang Ze was immediately interested, and then looked at Yi Qingyi, Ms. Priority. Yi Qingyi clenched his small fists, his heartbeat quickened, his breathing became rapid, and his mind became confused. I won't run, Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice. Mr. Shi is not a stupid woman. She should also realize the benefits of following Tang Ze. However, Yi Qingyi seemed to have forgotten one thing. What Bai said was not a threat. Then I guess she will run away. You two will bear witness. Sun Ting and Bai nodded. Of course, you two can provide her with a little help this time to prevent me from bullying others. Yi Qingyi was secretly happy. Although he and Ximing only met once, they were still considered acquaintances. Hey, you see ain't threaten people with guns. Tang Ze reminded, don't break the rules of the game. Otherwise you will eat peanuts. Naturally, the three girls would not play tricks, knowing that Tang Ze would not like it. Bai suddenly laughed sweetly. Master, I'm really curious how you can win over this real estate queen. You can't threaten food to seduce the transaction. You're a noob. You VE blocked all the roads I'm good at. Bai stuck out her sweet tongue and said, Master, you are not bad at all. You are tall and mighty, with jade trees facing the wind. As soon as you get to that station, I will bow down to you. Let us go and see who this Mr. Shi is. Tang Ze waved his hand. However, he suddenly added another sentence. Before that, let our boss make it a little more difficult. After speaking, Tangza took his younger brother's cell phone and sent a message. Mr. Hua is in trouble. Crazy brother and the others were beaten to death. The three women looked at the message sent by Tang Zhe and thought to themselves that this was accelerating the attack on Shanhu community, and they did not have much time left for them. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi suddenly looked at each other and suddenly realized something was wrong. Their mission was to prevent Mr. Shi from running away, and the prerequisite was that they must follow Tang Zhe, so they had to offer Mr. Shi both hands. Tang Zhe didn't even have to do anything, and the three of them helped him catch him. Xiaobai, what question did you ask? And is Xiaobai really stupid and sweet? Obviously not. It seems that they have given Tang Zhe a difficult method, but in fact, as long as they complete the goal by themselves, they will naturally achieve it. Tang Zhe will not lose face at all, and they will even praise them when the time comes. Xiaobai had his own way of making Tang Zhe happy. At the entrance to the garage of Shanhu community, several cars blocked the entrance and exit. 7 or 8 men were sitting around, holding knives in their hands. But these men were well-dressed, and they looked like social elites. Their eyes didn't even look ferocious. The knives seemed to just scare people, and the blocked vehicles were just to prevent someone from driving in from outside. After all, the rain has subsided in the past 2 days, and many people have begun to venture out for activities. As one of the rich communities, no one dares to relax. Oh, when will it be over? A man in his 40s wearing a woolen sweater sighed. Mr. Shi said it's almost time. If you stick to it for another month, you will be back to your old life. Another person showed a longing look. The man in the lead shaved his head, mainly because there was no water to wash it. Shaving his head was the easiest and could also be a deterrent. His name is Luo Jun, the director of the security department of Shanhu community. He has 2 brushes and is very loyal to Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi gave us 10 times our salary. After the disaster is over, we will still own the shares of Shanhu Group, which is worth tens of millions. As soon as they heard this number, everyone's eyes lit up. In their hearts, the disaster was only temporary and the weather would eventually clear up. Not only Simon, some other bosses may have paid high wages to provide safety guarantees. The elites in the community naturally joined in, and they were extremely convinced that the light would shine on the earth again. Just as a few people were thinking about their future life, the horn blared wildly and a rapid voice came from the intercom. A car broke into the garage. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately picked up the knife and stood up, staring at the entrance. 10 seconds later, a BYD crashed directly in. The wheel hub without tires could not brake at all. With a bang, the 2 cars blocking the front were directly hit, and the airbags in the cars exploded. A group of people carefully watched the car rushing in. No one dared to rush forward. Only Luo Jun slowly approached and observed. When he saw a man and 3 women in the car, he was slightly relieved. They should not be Mr. Hua's people. They most likely ran out from outside. But these 3 women were so beautiful, and there was a man sitting next to them. This combination was really strange. Brother Luo, support is coming soon. Hold on. A rapid voice came from the intercom. Luo Jun pressed the intercom. They are fleeing. Don't be nervous. Mad. I was shocked. I thought it was those people. Tang Zhe in the car kicked the door open and said with a smile, Sorry, this thing can't stop, so let's smoke. Seeing Tang Zhe actually smoking, the anger on the faces of the several men calmed down a lot, and even they were all a little embarrassed. To them, the cigarette had long since disappeared, and the huazi that Tang Zhe took out was simply a sacred object. The most direct way for men to interact with men is cigarettes. As the 3 women in the car got out, the men dropped the cigarettes from their mouths and stared blankly. I originally thought Mr. Shi was pretty enough, but I didn't expect 3 of them. Luo Jun calmed down quickly. Although there was no cigarette, he kept the lighter in his hand and lit it directly, making Tang Zhe angry. Brother, what's going on with you? Tangza's acting skills came to light immediately. If it weren't for them, how could I have risked my life and run out? Looking at the beauty of the 3 women, the man also knew in his heart that if he did not bring them out, he would be in trouble. Tang Zhe pulled him by to his side. This is my girlfriend Xiaobai. This is my girlfriend's best friend Sun Ting. And this is my girlfriend's neighbor Yi Qingyi. Hello, brother. and Bai shouted tremblingly, like a frightened big cat, giving the man the feeling that humans and animals are harmless. Who would have thought that she had just beaten someone's head to pieces? Yi Qingyi still looked indifferent and just nodded to say hello. The men didn't say anything. They just felt secretly happy. What are they pretending to do? Sun Ting instantly transformed into a female anchor. Hello, brother. Excuse me. Luo Jun took a deep breath of the cigarette, feeling the comfort of the smoke in his lungs, and then exhaled. Brother, you are so fierce. You just ran out with 3 women. You are quite a man. A man next to him asked curiously, why did you run to our community? Who in Huan City doesn't know about Shanhu community? I thought your place must be safer. The men smiled. Isn't this what it feels like to buy a house here? But these 3 women are indeed good-looking, with such figures, such small faces, and such perky buttocks. The woman in the lead immediately caught Tang Zai's attention, and he knew it was Mr. Shi without having to guess. Because Yi Qingyi said that Mr. Shi has big breasts, they are indeed big. She has long hair tied behind her head, a beautiful face, a straight nose, and flaming red lips. Even at this time, she is wearing accessories, which seems to show her authority. A red dress cannot wrap up the mountain peak, as if it is about to break out. Generally, I have to say that Yi Qingyi did not lie to himself. This Mr. Shi was fair-skinned and beautiful. He really couldn't tell that he was in his 30s. He was not bad, but he was so big that he couldn't control it. There are 2 good-looking women behind her. There are indeed many beauties in the rich community. Ximing is very wary of outsiders, just to avoid bad people sneaking in. As long as they are investigated clearly, they will still be allowed to stay. Although many people opposed it, it could not shake Ximing's status, because Ximing had his own material warehouse and had a lot of food, but water was in short supply, but Ximing would pay wages, so no one made any noise. Ximing's eyes naturally focused on the 3 women, and he seemed a little surprised. Their faces were still so rosy, and they were better than himself. They didn't look like they were malnourished at all. Why does that girl look familiar? I can't remember who it is. Mr. Shi, they just broke in. Luo Jun said with a smile. Ximing stood there with an aura of calmness and authority. Tang Zai felt that it was much stronger than Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi was only a vice president. Ximing was the chairman of the group and the youngest one. Yi Qingyi suddenly exclaimed, Are you Mr. Shi? Who are you? Ximing asked curiously when he saw Yi Qingyi showing recognition. We met in Yunhai City at the cocktail party. I am Jiang Zihui's fiancé. Oh, why do I think you look so familiar? Ximing showed a kind smile and said that he seemed to have seen him somewhere. It turned out to be Jiang total granddaughter-in-law. Yi Qingyi felt ashamed and said, I'm so sorry, Mr. Shi. We really have no choice. I was originally at my sister's husband's house, but there was a riot in the community. If it hadn't been for Tang Zai, we wouldn't have been able to escape. Ximing looked at Tang Zai, who scratched the back of his head naively. He looked like a well-to-do young man in society. They are all friends of my girlfriend, so let's just go along. What do you do? Ximing looked at her. Tang Zai asked, I deliver food. Do you have any evidence? Tang Zai secretly thought that this woman was so cautious, but he was originally a delivery person. So he took out his cell phone and showed Ximing the information of the delivery person. Simon felt relieved slightly, looked at Bai and asked, What about you? What do you do? I'm from an airline, a flight attendant. Bai hugged Tang Zai's arm tightly and said cautiously. Seeing Bai's look, Ximing didn't ask any further questions. What about you? I'm an anchor, the kind who dances and chats. As Sun Ting finished speaking, a man next to her whispered, No wonder you look familiar to me. I saw your live broadcast in the same city and gave you a rocket. Sun Ting shouted directly, Thank you, boss, for the big rocket. Ha ha ha. The men all laughed, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. And Tang Zai smiled secretly, You women, you are not at all vague when it comes to deceiving people. Little did they know that 4 tigers had entered the sheepfold. Behind the crowd, Bai Jian and Chao Yu were standing there. Bai Jian's eyes were always on the 3 women, as if he wanted to swallow them whole. In this community, Bai Jian can only be inferior to Ximing, but if he goes out, Bai Jian feels that he can become the overlord of other communities. The beautiful women can do whatever they want. All the men become his wage earners, and all the women become his crotch things below. Perhaps for Yi Qingyi's sake, Ximing personally took the four of them to find an empty house. Walking in the underground garage of a rich man, Tang Zhe saw many luxury cars, enough to hold a car show. Soon, Tang Zhe came to a large house of 148 square meters. The exquisite decoration inside made Tang Zhe feel arrogant. The owner here is abroad and it has been vacant. You can move in first, but don't damage the furniture. Ximing reminded Tang Zhe, thinking that girls would be more careful, but not Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe nodded as if I was very honest. Ximing felt that it was a miracle that Tang Zhe could escape with three such beautiful girls. They were thin and weak and had no fighting ability. When the time came, let him do some logistics work. Karasawa, now that we are here, everyone will have their own jobs. Okay, I understand. Ximing was quite satisfied with Tang Zhe's attitude, and Tang Zhe could feel that the way Mr. She looked at him was no different from that of the employees. After all, he was too familiar with this kind of look. Here are your supplies for a week, so save some. A man reluctantly brought in a box of water and a box of breakfast biscuits. Tang Zhe was stunned. Not only Tang Zhe, but also Yi Qingyi and the other three girls were stunned. The reactions of the four people seemed so normal in Ximing's eyes, and there was not much suspicion. As long as you obey my orders, supplies are the most basic guarantee. After the disaster is over, you can all come to work in my company and I will definitely reuse you. Thank you, boss. I will definitely obey. Tang Zhe immediately expressed his position, and Bai and Sun Ting also followed, and Yi Qingyi naturally did not. There is a program every night, held in the underground garage at 7 o'clock. There is also a lottery with many prizes, including drinks, snacks, and even meat. Tang Zhe was shocked that there was actually an entertainment program at this time, but it had to be said that Mr. Shi was still very good at drawing cakes. Mr. Shi, thank you. Yi Qingyi stepped forward to express his gratitude. Ximing turned around and said with a smile, with a little effort, we will definitely cooperate in the future. Yeah. Bidding Ximing off, Yi Qingyi understood very well that she was planning for the future by allowing her to stay. The investment queen it's not built. Everything you do is invested. As soon as the others left, Tang Zhe lay down directly on the sofa. Shout Yi, this seat is indeed bigger than yours. Yi Qingyi was also convinced in her heart, talking as if she were Xiao Longbao. The environment here is great. Then Bai stood on the balcony and looked at the lake. There was a golf course not far away. Sun Ting was also standing nearby. She had never had the opportunity to live in such a good house before. She really envied the rich. But now I'm not so envious. Xiaobai, check if there is anything monitored here. Tang Zhe threw an instrument to Anbai. Anbai hummed, took the instrument and began to scan the entire room, but found no surveillance cameras. You guys, keep it. Tang Zhe threw the pistol to the three women, so that they would be able to protect themselves. Then Mr. Hua would attack at any time. Holding the gun, the three women obviously felt like they were holding their own lives, as well as the lives of others. Xiaoyi, it's time to report that your fiancé is safe, so that Mr. She won't take the credit first. Tang Zhe patted his leg and said with a smile, you know the old rules. Yi Qingyi didn't resist. Why did he feel this way? The video call was quickly connected. You finally called me. Jiang Zihui deliberately didn't contact him for 2 days, just waiting for Yi Qingyi to call automatically. He almost couldn't bear it, but luckily his fiancée called, and he was very happy. Yi Qingyi showed a satisfied smile. Zihui, I'm sorry, there was chaos in our building these 2 days, so I didn't contact you for fear of worrying you. It's good that it's safe now. What? Chaos? You are now where? Jiang Zihui stood up suddenly and looked at his fiancée closely. Don't worry, I ran away with a few friends. You should know the president of Shanhu Group, she just took us in. Thank God. It really scared me to death. Jiang Zihui patted his chest. His face turned pale with fright. But when such an expression fell in Yi Qingyi's eyes, she was not moved. Instead, she felt that her fiancé was weak and timid, especially the action of slapping his chest. How could he be so girly? As expected of a woman who had killed someone, her thoughts had changed drastically. By the way, where is your sister and brother-in-law? Yi Qingyi lowered his head slightly and said nothing. Zhang Zihui understood immediately and expressed regret. At this time, Anbai suddenly came to the side, waved his hand and sweetly shouted, "Hello, brother Jiang." Seeing Anbai, Zhang Zihui was stunned for a moment. Such a sweet girl. "Hello, thank you for taking care of my brother Jiang. It's thanks to my boyfriend that you can escape." "I must thank you. Your boyfriend is here." Yi Qingyi almost rolled his eyes in his heart. "Stao Bai, you must have done this on purpose." "Zihui, please wait. This has confused Tang Zhe. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your fiancé? It's so intense." "Mr. Jiang, hello." Tang Zhe shouted with a smile. "Your fiancé is a bit easy woman tie today." Looking at the ordinary man in front of him, Zhang Zihui immediately felt relieved. His fiancé would not like this at all, but it was really strange that that cute girl was actually his girlfriend. "Brother, thank you for taking care of my fiancé. When the disaster is over, 5 million will be transferred directly to my brother's account." Tangza said, "Your fiancé is on my body now," with a face of satisfaction and intoxication. "It seems that I have taken good care of her. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. We are all in the same building. As long as I don't die, Mr. Jiang's fiancé will be fine. Okay, let's have 2 more drinks after we meet." The camera shifted to Yi Qingyi's face again, but it was a little rosy. Seeing such a charming fiancé, Zhang Zihui felt itchy, but there were some love words that he couldn't say now. "I will ask my dad to tell Mr. Shi and let her take care of you." "Zihui, I love you." Zhang Zihui didn't expect his fiancé to be so straightforward, and he was a little embarrassed, but he responded and hung up the phone. As soon as the phone was hung up, Yi Qingyi's moans could no longer be suppressed and flowed out unbridled from the depths of his throat. "Oh, I can't bear it. The whole neighborhood has to hear it." Anbai covered her ears and shouted. After the pleasure, Yi Qingyi lay on Tang Zhe's chest and panted, as if he was already going further and further down the road of depravity. "Did you hear just now that our fiancé is only worth 5 million? Sun Ting said with a sly smile, and patted Yi Qingyi's buttocks. Not to be outdone, Yi Qingyi slapped her back. "You darn Ting, I won't hit you." "Master, how much are we worth in your heart?" Anbai suddenly asked curiously, and Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting also looked at her. "Come over." And Karasawa said slowly, "It's worthless." The 3 women were stunned for a moment, and then burst into sweet laughter. Yi Qingyi felt uncomfortable when he heard that he was worth 5 million, but when he heard Tang Zhe's words that he was worthless, Yi Qingyi found it quite funny. "Okay, I have to visit my so-called ex-girlfriend. Master, won't you take me to show off?" Anbai said pitifully, begging the master to take me. However, Tang Zhe shrugged. "Am I the kind of person who likes to show off?" After speaking, Tang Zhe opened the door and walked out. Anbai was disappointed for a while, because she really wanted to kill someone. Sure enough, Anbai's mentality began to change. Now the only one who was normal was Sun Ting, and Yi Qingyi began to gradually deteriorate. After going out, Tangza saw the camera in the corner. "I am a telekinesis master. Wouldn't it be a simple matter to destroy all the cameras?" Not long after walking into the elevator, all the pictures in the control room turned into snowflakes, and the security guard on duty was still fast asleep. Arriving outside room 501, Unit 1, Tangza rang the doorbell. Bai Jian in the room immediately winked at Qiaoyu and hid in the closet. Qiaoyu wore translucent pajamas, put on beautiful makeup, and collected her thoughts before walking out of the bedroom. As the door opened, Tang Zhe saw this woman from many years ago, who was not even an ex-girlfriend. She was much more mature than before. "You're here." Qiaoyu lifted her temples, as if deliberately lowering her body slightly to reveal her deep V. "I thought to myself, even Bai Jian ain't bear to be dressed like this. You, a poor loser, are still not fascinated by me, so you just drink the water prepared for you." Tang Zhe smiled slightly and said, "You are dressed so coquettishly. Wait until I come to punish you." Qiaoyu was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect Tang Zhe to be so direct. Just when he was about to explain, Tang Zhe's big hands grabbed his neck, and a feeling of suffocation came to his heart. "Let me go." Qiaoyu subconsciously slapped Tang Zhe's arm, but no weak woman could break away. Tang Zhe grabbed Qiaoyu's neck and walked into the room, and the door gradually closed. Didn't I do as you wished? Let's get straight to the point. Tangza showed a devilish smile and walked directly towards the bedroom. He already felt that there was someone hiding in the bedroom. Can you buy a house here with your income? You want to work as a mistress for others and want to join forces to trick me? Are you really treating me like a fool? No, let's have a nice chat. Wait. Chow Yu quickly begged for mercy. This was not what she thought at all. It's okay. Let's talk while we're talking. You. Let me go. Kicking open the bedroom door, Bai Jian was startled in the closet. What's going on? When Bai Jian heard Chow Yu's begging for mercy, Bai Jian frowned. This was different from what he thought. Go away, Karasawa. You beast. Tang Zhe directly pressed Chow Yu against the wardrobe. Bai Jian, who was hiding inside, could see Chow Yu's face through the gap and gradually became nervous. You stinky loser. I won't let you go. Feeling a strong sense of suffocation, Chow Yu stopped cursing and began to beg for mercy. Don't kill me. I want to die. Help me. Lao Bai, save me. Chow Yu bulged his eyes. He looked towards the frightened Bai Jian in the closet and asked for help. Bai Jian never expected that Tang Zhe would be so cruel. This was simply not in line with the character of a food delivery person. Besides, what's your name, you stinky woman? You'll expose me. Hey, she is your woman after all. Why don't you come out and save her? Bai Jian didn't dare to say anything at all, thinking that Tang Zhe was cheating. Look, if he doesn't come out to save you, you have to tell his name before the king of hell. With a click, Chow Yu's cervical vertebrae were severed, and the white neck tilted 90 degrees as if there was no support. Seeing Chow Yu's eyes wide open, the terrifying look made Bai Jian tremble, and suddenly he covered his chest and fell out of the closet. Tang Zhe quickly stepped back to avoid being hit by this fat man. Bai Jian fell to the ground, clutching his chest, as if he was having a heart attack. He subconsciously took out the Sushin Jushin pill from his trouser pocket, but he lost it and rolled it aside. He reached out to get it, but Tang Zhe slowly moved it away with his shoe. Why do I feel that you look familiar? Yes, I met you at the year-end meeting. You seem to be the manager of the hotel. Bai Jian grabbed Tang Zhe's trousers, his eyes pleading. You're so fat, let's go lose weight. You. Bai Jian felt that he was shrewd. He climbed from nothing to the position of deputy general manager of the hotel, but he fell into the hands of a food delivery man. Tang Zhe just watched quietly as Bai Jian lost his breath, and then threw the two bodies on the bed. Remember not to practice the devil type in your next life, or you will die miserably. Soon Tang Zhe returned to the house, and Bai trotted over and asked curiously, Master, what punishment did you give her? Crush her neck with your bare hands. Tang Zhe pinched Bai's jade neck and smiled, said, and Bai was not afraid at all, and even looked like he was enjoying it. Sun Ting said softly, that's too cheap. If it were me, I would have to torture him severely. Yeah, torture. Yi Qing agreed. Tang Zhe let out a long sigh. Why was he hanging out with some perverts? Who taught them? They were all ruined. In the luxurious box of the imperial city, a 50-year-old man was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigar, with a gold chain hanging around his neck and a gold ring in his hand. Two women were lying in front of him to serve him. Darn you witch, you dare to kill my people. Huo Wanyan became angrier as he thought about it. He immediately stood up, picked up the whip on the coffee table, and walked aside. An 18-year-old girl hangs here. She was caught by Huo Wanyan for escaping. Her body has been beaten to pieces, leaving only a weak breath. Snap, snap, snap. There were 3 more blood marks on the girl's delicate body again, which was shocking. The 2 classmates kneeling next to her did not dare to speak at all. Playing in the club in the early hours of the morning is what you get for playing. Picking up the phone, Huo Wanyan called Shimeng, smelly woman. Do you really think the men in your neighborhood can withstand my attack? At this time, Shimeng, who was sitting at home, saw the call from Huo Wanyan. Her eyebrows suddenly frowned, but she had no choice but to answer it. Hey, Mr. Shi, I just sent people to talk to you, and you just killed them. Isn't it appropriate? Shimeng was confused. Mr. Hua, what are you talking about? I don't understand very well. You idiots. Why are you pretending to be with labor and management? If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, you will die. Ming immediately became angry and was inexplicably accused of murder. Huo please keep your mouth clean. Don't think that Ming, are afraid of you. Okay, just wait for your words. Your community will wait. Die. After saying that, Huo hung up the phone. Ming also slapped his phone on the table, annoyance showing on his brows. At this time, a man in his 40s appeared next to him. He was holding a cup of hot water and said with a smile, "Honey, don't be angry, drink some hot water." This gentleman is Ming's husband, Payal. Belongs to the good wife, however, Ming was able to gain a foothold only with the help of her family. Otherwise, how could a weak woman achieve such an achievement? Ming took the hot water and drank some, and said calmly, "Husband, please drink some too." "I'm not thirsty." Simone said nothing more and inserted her slender fingers into her hair. "Are you having trouble with Mr. Hua?" Simon snorted. "Actually, I think it's not a bad thing to cooperate with Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua has water and you have a food warehouse, but water is more scarce." Fuqi persuaded. In fact, this was not the first time he had been persuaded, but he just didn't listen. Simon suddenly said in a deep voice, "Were those conditions of his put forward by others? He would give them women on a regular basis, and he also wanted men to be their thugs. When did I, Simon, bow my head to the evil forces? Hey, this is not the case today. Shibi, you let a few strangers come in today and distributed supplies, and someone has already expressed their opinion to me." "Who?" Ming's eyes turned cold. "Oh, don't worry about who it is. Now that supplies are in short supply, stop showing kindness. By then, everyone below will turn against you." With a bang, Ming slammed the table and shouted, "Dare you?" Fuqi looked at his obsessed wife and shook his head, finally feeling the terrifying compassion. In the private room of the club, Huo slammed his cell phone on the sofa, grabbed the kneeling girl's hair, and vented his anger. 30 seconds later, Huo felt slightly comfortable, picked up his phone and dialed a number, then his signature smile appeared on his face. "Mr. Qian, have you received my gift?" The girl's screams rang out on the phone, and at the same time Mr. Qian's voice rang out. "These girls are very good. I like them very much. I still have some here. I will send new ones to Mr. Qian when he gets tired of playing with them." Okay. Mr. Hua, you understand me. "Hey, Mr. Qian, what happened last time?" Qian Zhongran paused and said with a smile, "Mr. Hua, it's hard to get guns now. The people on duty at the General Administration would rather destroy all the bullets than hand them over. Didn't you say last time that you could get guns from the armed police? Haha, there are a lot of dead people at the door of the armed police. They would rather starve to death inside than trade with me, brother." Huo cursed in his heart. "I sent a few pretty girls there, but I didn't even give them a gun. When I get the gun, I will kill you." "Oh, Mr. Qian, I'm planning to take over Shanhu community. All you need to do is give me the gun, and I'll tie up Ming and send it to your bed. How about it?" "Are you serious?" Qian Zhongran's tone suddenly changed. He became serious. It seemed that Ming was still very attractive. Huo secretly cursed the old fritter. "Can I defraud you of money? Haha, you don't even dare to try. Let's do this. We grabbed a few spray guns from the escort company and we'll give you 1 in 5 bullets when the time comes." "Escort?" Huo wanted to slap himself, but he didn't expect that these people would let Qian Zhongran take the advantage. "Mr. Qian, are you missing 5 bullets? What's missing? Today's guns are just for deterrence. Who would bet on whether there are bullets in your gun? Just shoot them and scare them all." Huo himself was made to laugh by adding 5 bullets to a troll in exchange for a beauty like Simone. "I'll give you a shoot. Get the gun first." "Thank you very much, Mr. Qian. I will send someone to your place later. Bring 2 more beauties here." "Grass mud horse." "Okay, I will give you the money and you will choose the best one." After hanging up the phone, Huo roared loudly to vent his anger. He looked at the woman next to him and found that he couldn't lift his head. He became even more angry and picked up the whip to start lashing out. Suddenly, there was a sound of pain. "After we take down the Shanhu community, recruit the men there, and then kill Qian Zhongran. No matter how many bullets you have, will I have more people?" When he thought of this, Huo self-confidence returned. He pulled out a pistol from his waist and put it on the girl's head. Serve me obediently. Don't kill me. I will do it. I will do it. Huo Wanyan closed his eyes and enjoyed it. But no one knew that there was no bullet in the gun, and Huo Wanyan had fired it all in the police station. However, with this gun, no young man dared to disobey, let alone these women. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tang Zhe took in Bai's little hand to the underground garage. Sun Ting followed enviously. Yiqingyi looked around and found that the men were all looking towards her. Compared with this kind of look, Yiqingyi prefers those looks at the gas station. Fear, fear. Clean my car once, 10,000 yuan. Suddenly a voice sounded, and a boss wearing sunglasses raised a hand pay red bills while parked next to a Rolls-Royce. Boss, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't fight with me. 5 or 6 men rushed over, and even started to quarrel. Oh my God, the money is still useful. And Bai was shocked, thinking that the money would be long gone. Yiqingyi said calmly, they all think it is only temporary. Tang Zhe murmured, it costs 10,000 to clean the car once. I want to go there. Xiaobai, help me clean it together. Tangzi smiled and pinched Xiaobai's face. It was tender and smooth. They felt that their skin was much better than before. Could it be that they had absorbed their own essence? Does it still have this effect when applied on the face? Brother, do you still have cigarettes? A voice suddenly sounded from beside him, and Luo Jun was seen standing aside with a smile. Tangzi was stunned and took out his cigarettes. Only one was left. Forget it. Keep it for yourself. Luo Jun patted Tang Zhe on the shoulder and smiled. Tang Zhe handed it to Luo Jun. Actually, I rarely smoke, so I'll smoke it for you. Luo Jun couldn't stand it anymore. He divided the cigarette several times before finishing it. Even taking one puff felt like a luxury. Brother, if you have any problems in the future, just come to me. Luo Jun took the cigarette without hesitation. Tang Zhe asked curiously, what are you doing? Are you preparing a stage in the middle to give a speech? Mr. Shi, this is also to give everyone hope, and also to let everyone not stay at home. Go out for a walk and communicate, which can relieve their mood. That's it. Tang Zhe felt that this was trying to spread the pie. Luo Jun sighed. She is always a good person. I hope this crisis can pass quickly, otherwise everyone will be unable to hold on. Being able to separate a box of water, Tang Zhe felt that he was a living bodhisattva who stood tall in the sky. After all, who in his own community had such courage? Who was that pretty girl? Tang Zhe looked at a woman who was quite delicate. She was wearing a shirt, tie, black skirt, and black stockings, a very professional suit. Although it is not a high-quality ration, it can also become a poor-quality ration. Luo Jun was a little surprised. His girlfriend was right next to him, so he asked other women. But for the sake of a cigarette, Luo Jun introduced, her name is Feng Mingming, and she is Mr. Shi's secretary. Can a secretary live here? Tang Zhe secretly thought that secretaries' salaries were high. She doesn't live here. That night she reported work at Mr. Shi's house until very late. Then it rained, and she never went back. I heard that her neighborhood was in chaos. Tang Zhe let out a long oh, and as more and more people came down one after another, Tang Zhe didn't find that kind of top quality. There was only one like Feng Mingming, let alone one as good as Mr. Shi. Isn't that right? There are so few beauties in wealthy areas. The promised star school beauty is here. Lai Yin's heart suddenly lost half of his heart. If it weren't for Mr. Shi, he wouldn't want to continue playing. Sun Ting, who was observing from the side, felt relieved. Not many people would be attracted by Tang Zhe. Even if Ximing was included, there would only be 2 left. At this time, Ximing finally walked out of the elevator. She should be so eye-catching. Her voluptuous figure made people unable to take their eyes away. She was a mature woman among mature women, just like a peach. There was a man behind Ximing. Tang Zhe asked curiously, who is that man? That's Mr. Shi's husband. Please pay attention. Oh, I have a husband. The Chow thieves gather here. Standing on the stage, Simon picked up the loudspeaker. Every owner, are you all here? Everyone looked around and counted the number of people. Mr. Shi, Lao Bai is not here. Shimini frowned. Call him to come down. You have no sense of time at all. However, no one answered the call at all. Tang Zhe stood in the crowd and kept smiling. Go tell him to come down. Okay. Not long after, A man ran back with helplessness. Mr. Shi, don't open the door. This is not a naked challenge to Simon's authority. If the first one fails to come now, there will be a second one next time, and he must be severely punished. Pry the door open for me. I want to see what this guy does. He doesn't even participate in raising a mistress. Tangze chuckled and said, even that darn fat man raising a mistress knows it. Master, how do you know? Xiaobai asked curiously in a low voice. I won't tell you. Ying and Bai's coquettish voice was so alluring that Tangze wanted to pull Xiaobai aside to do it first. If Xiaobai died now, Tangze would probably be sad for 4 days, that's all. Soon several men hurried down. Mr. Shi, it's bad. Bai Jian is dead. This statement immediately shocked everyone. There was actually a death in a community where no one had died. Who wouldn't be afraid? Dead? How? Killed? Simon asked in a deep voice. Several men looked at each other. Say, Bai Jian and his lover died on the bed. His lover had his neck broken by him. Bai Jian himself seemed to have died suddenly of illness. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The fat man must have killed himself for fun. And Bai finally understood at this time. That's how it was. Ximing was relieved after hearing this. He thought it was a homicide. This Bai Jian was usually sneaky and had no good intentions. It would be better if he died. Also, Mr. Shi, the control room seems to be poisoned and there is no picture. Everyone immediately became noisy and conspiracy theories came out. Don't be impatient. Ximing's words made everyone quiet down. Today is exactly 1 month since the disaster began. Over the past month, we have all worked together to overcome the difficulties. Next, we must maintain this state. I believe that it will not be long before this disaster will pass and we can return to our original lives. Tangze almost fell asleep as he listened. It turned out that Mr. Shi would convey this idea every night. The deeper the hope now, the more ruthless the riots will be. Mr. Shi, how long will it take? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone's eyes were on Ximing. Ximing smiled and said, everyone, to be honest, I got the news today that rescue will be available as soon as next month. Fu Qi, who was standing next to him, was stunned. He didn't even know. My wife is lying. However, after hearing this, smiles appeared on everyone's faces again. And some even shouted that there was help, there was help. I really don't know how she will end up next month. Sun Ting whispered. Yi Qingyi said calmly, those who can't wait until next month are just trying to stabilize these people. Master, there is a beauty in a white short skirt over there. And Bai reminded in a low voice. Tangze had noticed it a long time ago and said with a low smile, it's just so-so, a little worse than you. Master, just make do with it for now. Wait for Xiaobai to find one for you later. Okay. It's really difficult. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes. Seeing how difficult it was for him to agree, she must have had a plan in mind. Just when everyone was enjoying themselves, Luo Jun's walkie-talkie made a frightening voice. Brother Luo, there is a garbage truck rushing towards the garage. Luo Jun was stunned, looked back at the entrance not far away, and immediately shouted, everyone spread out. Everyone spread out. Everyone looked at the anxious Luo Jun in confusion. At this time, the garbage truck had already appeared and rushed away the car blocking the road at the door. Everyone was so scared that they ran away in all directions. There were even a few people who were knocked down by the car and fell to the ground wailing. Honey, what are you doing standing still? Let's go. How can I leave at this time? If you want to leave, you go. Xiang Mengjiao shouted and threw away Fu Qi's hand and shouted to everyone. Don't panic, everyone. Take up arms and resist. Don't run. The rain cloth on the garbage truck was lifted, and 20 young and strong men jumped out with knives. The leading man was holding a half-meter machete. Mr. Shi, Mr. Hua asked us to say hello to you, Kill. He killed someone. Run quickly. The so-called upper-class elites are so scared that when they encounter local gangsters, 3 or 4 of them fall to the ground in the blink of an eye. Luo Jun shouted angrily, brothers, come on. However, the brothers around him were also shocked by the other party and were a little at a loss. Tangze gave the 3 women a look. Don't shoot at this time. Go back. The 3 girls, who had already had murderous intentions, reluctantly walked up the stairs, But Tang Zhe did not leave. "Brother, leave quickly." Luo Jun looked at Tang Zhe and warned, then rushed forward with a knife. Several men saw Luo Jun rushing and rushed with him. While Simon was still anxiously blocking the escaping men, these losers were frightened. "Don't run away. There are only so many of them. There are so many of us." However, Ximing couldn't stop these elites who were fleeing for their lives. At this time, Ximing's face turned ugly and he shouted quickly, "Luo Jun, organize people to kill them." "Mister," Luo Jun shouted, but just for being distracted, he was stabbed in the back. Looking for death, Luo Jun still had a second chance and slashed the opponent's neck with a knife, causing blood to splash everywhere. Seeing Luo Jun kill someone, the morale of the brothers here also increased. They picked up weapons and rushed forward. However, the fighting method was worrying. Looking at Hua Wanyin's men, they even had their wrists and arms tied. Thick paper, and the leader even wore a body armor. "Brother Luo, be careful." Poof. Luo Jun's back hurt, and he suddenly felt as if his lower body was out of control, and someone stabbed him in the lower back. Falling to the ground helplessly, Luo Jun tried his best to wave the knife. But he was quickly surrounded by 3 people and hacked to death with knives. Huazi, with his ear clamped, slowly rolled to the ground, stained with blood. And Tangza is now in Heroes Save the Beauty. There are indeed many beauties in rich people's neighborhoods. A young man stood in front of Feng Mingming with a watermelon knife, showing a greedy smile. Feng Mingming had never seen anything like this before. She was so frightened that she kept retreating. She leaned against the wall and could not retreat. Looking at the men running for their lives, Feng Mingming was desperate and wanted to leave here. "It's a bit rude to treat a lady like this." Tang Zhe's voice sounded next to him. The younger brother was stunned and immediately looked back. The fist in front of him was getting closer and closer, and he was knocked unconscious by one punch. Of course, Tang Zhe had to restrain his strength. Otherwise, he could have punched his head through, and then others would not look at him like a monster. Feng Mingming stared blankly at Tang Zhe in front of her. "Why are you so dazed? You're still not leaving." Tang Zhe patted Feng Mingming's head. Feng Mingming came back to her senses and immediately ran towards the elevator, but soon turned back and shouted, "Thank you." Tang Zhe smiled and replied, "I charge a fee." Feng Mingming was stunned for a moment, but ran away immediately. Looking at the battlefield in the middle, those gangsters on the opposite side actually have the upper hand. "Huh? Isn't that Luo Jun dead? I originally thought he was pretty good." Arriving next to Luo Jun, Tang Zhe sighed softly, closed his eyes and murmured, "I'll send them to you." At this time, the leading man shouted at Ximing, "Brothers, arrest that woman. Kill her. Honey, if you don't leave, it's too late." Fu Qi dragged Ximing in. There were only 4 loyal subordinates in front of Ximing, but these 4 seemed a bit small, and the other party had 17 or 18. Tang Zhe felt that this place was too sad, just like a kindergarten. 20 people scared hundreds of people away. Can you believe this? I used to think that the 8 people at the gas station were a bit silly going to other people's communities to threaten others, but now it seems that I made a mistake. We are all people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. We can only share blessings, but not difficulties. Tang Zhe sighed softly and then started the performance. "Mr." Even Ximing was very pleased. "Sir, you are righteous." "Mr. Shi, please leave quickly." Tang Zhe was also convinced. "Could you please stop being so pretentious and run away as soon as I tell you?" However, Ximing looked at death as though he were dead. "I won't leave. I will fight with you until the death." Tang Zhe, is there something wrong with this woman's mind? However, the 4 people next to him were stunned, and one of them suddenly shouted, "Mr. Shi, be kind to my parents." After that, he rushed out. The other 3 also left their last words and rushed out. At this time, Tang Zhe finally understood how a leader could make his subordinates die generously. "Mr. Shi, help me take care of my girlfriend." Tang Zhe also said a word and rushed out. Of course, Tang Zhe naturally has to restrain himself, neither too strong nor too weak. With the momentum of dying together, the younger brother on the opposite side suddenly became weak, especially the 4 loyal subordinates. who had to hold one of the younger brothers to chop them with several knives in their bodies. Tangza thought while chopping, if all the men here were like this, would they be afraid of them? It's a pity that even Ding Feng and the others are not as good as them. Soon, only Tang Zhe was left, and there were 8 more on the opposite side. The corpses lying on the ground frightened these young men. After all, Mr. Hua said that they would not resist, but in the end, they were still dead. The eldest brother who took the lead saw that the younger brother was a little scared, and immediately shouted, "Brothers, when we get back, Mr. Hua will give out women, food, and beer." Sure enough, after hearing this, the younger brother's eyes gradually became fierce. Shiming stared at the other party, and Fuchi was desperate. "Wife, let's go. We can't do it anymore. I told you, I won't leave." Fuchi almost burst open on the spot. He was still stubborn at this moment. What would happen if they caught him? "Do you still think Hua Wanyan won't do anything to you? Don't be so naive. Is Shiming that stupid?" His eyes were focused on Tang Zhe. He had been paying attention to Tang Zhe just now. Those younger brothers were no match for him at all. Even the blood on his body belonged to them, and there was no injury at all. He is obviously different. Luo Jun is dead now, and other loyal people are also dead. If he is accepted as a bodyguard, he will have more say here. "Tang Zhe, I will fight with you." Shiming actually stepped forward and stood beside Tang Zhe. The 2 acting masters were having love on the spot, and the husband next to them was completely messed up. Tang Zhe really wanted to open this woman's head to see if there was any shoot inside, but Shi Mingming wanted to see how strong Tang Zhe was. I have to say that Shi Ming's courage is really extraordinary. If it were any other woman, she would have been so frightened that she would have run away. "Kill!" The leader yelled angrily. It was just one person. After killing Shi Ming, he kidnapped Shi Ming and his mission was completed. Tangza could only sigh and rushed forward with a knife. After a brutal battle, he finally cut down all the opponents to the ground. However, Tangza had no injuries at all. He was injured for the sake of acting. This was not Tangza's style. "Brother, don't kill me, or come with me to hang out with Mr. Hua. There are many beauties there. It's up to you, brother." "Really?" Tang Zhe said deliberately. As expected, Shiming secretly thought something was wrong. "Tang Zhe, don't be fooled by his sweet words. Brother Tang, don't believe this woman. She has deceived Mr. Hua a lot." "That's nonsense." Shiming was furious. "Brother Tang, I'm not going to lie to you. Mr. Hua has female college students, school beauties, and so on. This woman can't give you anything." Shiming secretly cursed him for being shameless, actually using a woman to seduce him, and this Tang Zhe seemed to be following this trick. "Tang Zhe, I have some benefits here. Kill him. Don't be confused." Before he could finish his words, Tang Zhe's head was beheaded directly. His head slowly rolled to Shiming's feet. Shiming's whole body was trembling with fear. Even Fuchi next to him looked at Tang Zhe with fear. The corpses around were all stabbed to death, and the only one who was beheaded was shocking, and it came from the mental torture. "Of course I believe you, Mr. Shi." Tang Zhe turned around and smiled. Looking at Tang Zhe's smile, Shiming felt a shudder. After letting himself calm down, Shiming patted Tang Zhe on the shoulder. "Xiao Tang, I am very optimistic about you. If you follow me from now on, you will be able to achieve anything." "Thank you, Mr. Shi." Tang Zhe looked very happy. Shiming thought to himself, it seems that his skill is not proportional to his brain. Fuchi asked curiously, "Little brother, where did you learn this skill?" "I was abandoned at the gate of Shaolin when I was a child, so I learned martial arts from an early age." Fuchi sighed. Sure enough, none of the delivery boys are ordinary. He thought that his wife had found a treasure this time. However, neither of them noticed that the corners of Tangza's mouth were curling deeper and deeper, and the game had just begun. As the invaders were killed, the men who had just escaped came down one after another. When they saw the scene, they vomited everywhere. However, Shi Ming started his excellent speech and almost praised Tang Zhe as the god of war in the garage. It's true that in ancient times there was an elevator god of war, and now there is a garage god of war. Brothers and sisters, we encounter difficulties and challenges every day. Avoiding will not solve the problem. As long as we have the courage, every step is leading to success. Don't be afraid of failure. Failure is just another way of success. Their deaths make us stronger and take steps bravely. The darkest moment is usually just before the dawn. Keep faith and victory will belong to us. Everyone looked at Tang Zhe. This man must be too powerful, especially now that he is standing next to Mr. Shi. In this way, he is even more powerful than Luo Jun. I heard that the head of the leader was cut off by Tang Zhe. What a fierce delivery boy. Ming Ming, is he really a food delivery guy? The girl in the white dress asked curiously. Probably. He saved me before. Feng Mingming said softly, as if she hadn't recovered from the fear yet. Oh, Mr. Hua has already started to take action. I'm afraid we won't be safe. Feng Wei was worried. She was a helpless girl. If she had been caught just now, it would be unthinkable. Feng Mingming sighed and looked at Tang Zhe's back, thinking that it would be great if there was such a powerful person to protect her. Feng Wei followed Feng Mingming's gaze. Maybe she was thinking about this problem in her heart. When encountering such a thing, a woman would seek shelter from a powerful man instead of a rich man. Tangza had gained a reputation and was even rewarded with a lot of snacks. Tangze, thank you for your hard work tonight. Let's talk about some things tomorrow. Shiming showed a gentle smile, feeling that he had figured out Tangze. Thank you, Mr. Shi. You should also go to bed early. Seeing how much Tangze respected him, Shiming was very satisfied, nodded, and turned to leave. Just as the door closed, Tangza stretched himself out and said, I'm really tired. It seems that Mr. Shi hasn't realized his problem yet. Sun Ting snickered. She probably felt that she had gotten a big advantage. Yi Qingyi shook his head helplessly, who would know Tang Zhe's true background. On the other side, Simon returned home and poured a glass of red wine. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If it weren't for Tang Zhe, we would all be dead. Shiming's smile grew wider. If I leave, will Tang Zhe be willing to follow me? He will only feel that he has found a good boss now, and the food and water will be enough to keep him happy for several days. Honey, think about it carefully. How could Tangza, who is so skilled, run out of the community with 3 such beautiful girls? Maybe he killed everyone in the entire community and just changed to another community. Shiming couldn't help but smile sweetly. Husband, he is very strong, but he is only one person. If there are more people on the other side today, I'm afraid Tang Zhe will not be able to do it. It is precisely because of his skill that he can take the girl and run away. Come out, Fu Qi said helplessly. I just asked you to be wary of him. Don't worry. With him here, these owners won't dare to mess around. Shiming's eyes flashed fiercely. Anyone who dares to rebel against him will be killed by Tang Zhe. At this time, Hu Wanyan was waiting for the replies from his younger brothers, feeling a little anxious. As it got later and later, Hu Wanyan knew that this plan had failed. I still underestimated this stinky woman Shiming. On the big bed, Shiming and Fu Qi both fell asleep. Fu Qi reached out to Shiming at this time, and Shiming said softly, I'm too tired today. I'll just let it go. Fu Qi said with a smile. All Shiming was thinking about was big things, and he suddenly said displeasedly, I've already told you that I'm tired, but you can't put out the fire when I find it, so I have to do it myself. Fu Qi's face fell, and he could only turn around. I'm afraid no one knows that the husband of this investment queen is a fool. The next morning, Karasawa enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Then there was a knock on the door. Well, game over. After tidying up his clothes, Tang Zhe went to open the door. The one who opened the door was a girl. Isn't this the Feng Mingming he saved yesterday? V-shaped low cut. So charming? Feeling Tang Zhe's eyes, Feng Mingming lowered her head slightly and picked up the dinner plate in her hand. Oh, thank you. Tang Zhe took it with both hands, but when taking it, he deliberately touched Feng Mingming's fingers, which made Feng Mingming blush and hurriedly pressed the elevator button to leave. After closing the door, Sun Ting said with a smile, Let me tell you, Master Yushu Linfeng, don't take action at all now. The little sister will break her head to show her kindness. Tang Zhe opened the dinner plate with a wry smile. There were 4 fried eggs inside. It must be said that there are still eggs. It is indeed very arrogant and spend a lot of money. For me, women who throw themselves into their arms are boring. I still like those who have a strong sense of resistance, just like our little Yi. Yi Qingyi said delicately, How can I resist? Sister Yi doesn't even admit it now. Staobai, your skin is itchy, right? Sister Yi, My skin is not just itchy. Just as Tangza was sitting on the sofa, his cell phone rang. Are you free now? I have something to discuss with you. Are you free? It was Simon calling. Well, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Tang Zhe stood up and relaxed his muscles. Master, we agreed not to threaten scoundrels. Tang Zhe made an okay gesture, opened the door with a smile, and left. Soon Tang Zhe arrived at Xi Ming's house and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The person who opened the door was Feng Mingming. When she saw Tang Zhe at the door, she even looked away a little shyly. What Tang Zhe said before was true. The feeling of throwing yourself into someone's arms is boring. Of course, it's all delivered to your door and you throw it away. If you don't play for free, you won't play. On the sofa, Simon looked at his cell phone with an elegant posture, frowning slightly. But Simon didn't mean to pose. He just received a call from Huo Wanyan in the morning. He wanted to negotiate face-to-face in his club. Of course, Ximing knew that this was a trap, but it was not an opportunity for him. If he could kill Huo Wanyan, he would have no worries, and he could even recruit Huo Wanyan's people to grow stronger. But under these conditions, it depends on whether Tang Zhe can do it. Tang Zhe is here. Feng Mingming stood aside and said respectfully. It was still the job of a secretary, while Ximing still acted like a big boss, without any change at all. And Tang Zhe likes this kind of aloof woman, and it will definitely hurt like hell if she falls. Pour me a glass of water. Okay. Feng Mingming soon poured 2 glasses of water. It was very luxurious. But here, the curvature of the waist is much wider, and Tang Zhe can see the white and tender deep V. Ximing, who was drinking tea, saw it in his eyes. Although his girlfriend looked sweet and lovely, there was no man who didn't steal the charm. There were more stimulations outside than at home. As Feng Mingming left, Ximing looked at Tang Zhe with a smile, and Tang Zhe lowered his head shyly. This reminded Ximing of the newly graduated college students in the company. Isn't this the expression they have? And these people are the best to control. Tangza, if you need anything at home, please tell me. You're welcome. Tang Zhe nodded fiercely. There is everything in the house, so you don't have to worry about it. This is a bit confusing. You are almost my younger brother at this age. From now on, you can just call me Sister Shi. Tang Zhe twitched the corner of his mouth. Do you have to make the relationship so complicated? Sister and brother have appeared. That's so embarrassing. Tang Zhe said naively. If you're sorry, just call me now and let me know. Tang Zhe performed that awkward look so vividly that Yi Qingyi was convinced when he saw it. He must have graduated from Chinese opera. Sister Shi. After holding it in for a long time, she finally shouted it out. Simon was very satisfied. Isn't it enough to shout out now? From now on, you will be my biological brother. You don't have to be afraid if you have a sister here. At this time, Fu Qi walked out of the bedroom and said with a smile, If I recognize my brother, then don't I become a brother-in-law? Hello, brother-in-law. Karasawa stood up and shouted. Haha, sit down, sit down. We will all be a family from now on. Tang Zhe hummed. You two are quite good at scheming, but this method is much better than by Jian and Xiaoyu. You brothers and sisters, let's chat first while I go out for a walk. Fu Qi smiled, took a sip of water, and went out. As Fu Qi left, Ximing shook his head helplessly. Your brother-in-law will go out to brag with other men at this time. I often brag too. Tang Zihan smiled and scratched the back of his head. Brother, there is something I want to ask you. It is very important. You must tell the truth. Ximing said seriously, blinking her beautiful eyes. Well, I won't lie to you, Sister Shi. Karasawa's sitting posture was like that of his elementary school days, with his hands on his legs. If I were your enemy and I was sitting here, would you be able to kill me directly? It's that simple. Hearing Tang Zhe's answer, Ximing felt that Tang Zhe was bragging. Young people are like this, brother. You can't talk big. No, really. Then you demonstrate it to me. Sister, she just throw the paper cup, Tang Zhe said confidently. Ximing wanted to see what gourd medicine Tang Zhe was selling. So he drank the water in the paper cup and threw it in a random direction. At this time, Tang Zhe threw out his right hand, and the paper cup was instantly pierced by the flying knife and fell into 2 pieces. On the ground, Ximing was so stunned that he didn't even see his movements clearly. In this era of knife attacks, There was such a flying knife that looked like a gun. Awesome, brother. Ximing even clapped and patted Tang Zai's leg, but Tang Zai was so shy that Ximing felt like he was going to take advantage of this little brother. Suddenly the conversation changed. Brother, how was that girl just now? Did you like her? I have a girlfriend. Tang Zai's reaction was so impeccable that even a woman who pays attention to details like Simon didn't notice it. Ximing clicked his tongue. My good brother, no matter how fragrant the domestic flowers are, wildflowers also have their own unique flavor. Don't worry, my sister will keep your secrets. Seeing that Tang Zai hesitated to speak, Ximing secretly thought that men are just men after all. Sister, if you swear, I promise you won't say anything. I believe it. It's just what? I don't like that girl. Ximing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Which one does your brother like? I can help you tell me which one you like. Tang Zai looked shy, lowered his head and hesitated, as if he was a little embarrassed. Ximing was stunned after seeing it. How could he exclude himself? Such a young man would definitely have thoughts when he saw him. This is normal. You can't think randomly, Simon said displeasedly, deliberately putting on a serious look. Tang Zai didn't say anything. He just looked disappointed and didn't lower his head to look at Ximing. This little kid is really difficult to deal with, and all his ideas come to him. Tang Zai suddenly raised his head and looked at Ximing. Ximing was stunned for a moment. Is this look so sad? Sister, do you look down on me? Ximing, I never expected that he would say such a thing. I know that I am an orphan. No one looks up to me. I work at the lowest level. I am not as glamorous as my sister. My sister and I are just two different people. It's my own fault. After saying this, Tangza stood up and prepared to leave. Even his eyes were red. It was unjust not to give Tang Zai a statuette. Ximing stared blankly at Tang Zai's back. How could such a powerful master feel so inferior? Brother, what are you doing? My sister didn't say she looked down on you. Ximing quickly stood up and grabbed Tang Zai. Tang Zai is her only weapon now. If Tang Zai is not around, those people below will not be at ease. Let alone he said that killing Huo Wanyan would disrupt all his plans. Tang Zai looked like an angry child, stubborn and aggrieved. Okay, my sister is wrong. Okay, let's sit down and talk. Okay. After half a push, Tang Zai was still pushed on the sofa by Ximing. Ximing also had a headache when he saw Tang Zai. How could he have thought of such an idea and ended up like this? The little brother is so focused on himself that he is angry and funny. Brother, if you help my sister kill that person, she will risk her life. Ximing just threw a big pie, and most men would nod obediently. However, Tang Zai said seriously, No. Why? Ximing was surprised. This was too decisive. My previous bosses all said similar things, but they didn't kill people. In the end, none of them kept their promises. What kind of shady bosses are these, teaching a child to be so vigilant? Seeing Tang Zai's appearance, Ximing felt helpless and chuckled. You can make any request you have. Tang Zai hesitated and glanced again. Ximing knew that this was a guy with a lustful heart but no courage, so that was easy to say. As long as you agree to my sister's request, my sister won't let you suffer when things are done. Ha! Tang Zai was shocked and wanted to draw a pie for me. I knew my sister still looked down on me. I know, I'll leave now. As Tang Zai stood up, Ximing became anxious. He really wouldn't agree to it if he didn't give him some benefits. Stop, Ximeng Jiao shouted, and the corners of Tang Zai's mouth curled up to see who was controlling whom. Ximeng came to Tang Zai and looked at Tang Zai fiercely, but Tang Zai turned his head away. This made Ximeng angry and funny. As long as we can get rid of Huo Wanyan, everything we do will be worth it. After leaving Ximeng's home, Tang Zai stretched his legs and did not leave in a hurry. He walked into the safe passage and opened a window to get some air and smoke a cigarette. After just 2 puffs, I heard footsteps downstairs. When they saw Feng Mingming walking up, the two of them looked at each other. The situation was a bit awkward and ambiguous. Feng Mingming lifted her temples and looked a little nervous. Why don't you take the elevator? Tangza spoke first. I live downstairs. It's too slow to wait for the elevator. Hurry up the stairs. Feng Mingming lowered her head and said. Tangza said oh, and became quiet again. Thank you for saving me last night. Feng Mingming looked at Tang Zhe and expressed her gratitude. Don't worry about small things. Feng Mingming bit her red lips slightly, holding the document tighter and tighter, and said in a very low voice, Did Mr. Shi tell you? Tang Zhe was stunned after hearing this. Do you all communicate in this way about killings? Look, it scares the kids. I said it. Then you agreed? Yeah. Feng Mingming's face turned red. President, she had already told her this morning, and she didn't feel disgusted. It was a way of repaying the favor of saving her life, and maybe she could protect herself in the future. Tang Zhe looked at the shy Feng Mingming and felt something was wrong. You are so shy about killing people, and you are not a novice. Feng Mingming said softly, Why don't you go to my house? Tang Zhe twitched the corner of his mouth, and now he understood. Ximing had said before that he asked her to accompany him. We are not talking about feelings in the same channel. However, after looking at Feng Mingming's conditions, it was indeed quite good, and she even sent them to her door automatically. Okay then. After hearing Tang Zhe's agreement, Feng Mingming was also very happy. After all, with such a strong backer, she would be safer. After a long time, Tangza returned to the room and began to tell his story. The three women listened with great interest. Sun Ting even gasped, This is no better than Yi Qingyi grabbed Sun Ting's neck, and Sun Ting spit out her tongue, looking like she was about to be strangled to death. And Bai sighed, I never expected that it's not our turn to take action yet. Following in Bai's words, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi laughed mischievously, as they were both experienced. Originally, Yi Qingyi was worried that Ximing would not let Tang Zhe succeed so easily, but he never expected that Ximing would not hesitate to let Tang Zhe kill people like this. She is really an astonishing woman who will do whatever it takes to gain power. I thought Ximing was a kind person and a living bodhisattva, but it turned out that she just wanted to control the entire building, even the rich bosses. But now her ideas have been moved to another group of people. Yi Qingyi was ashamed of his courage. No wonder other people's businesses were getting bigger and bigger. At this time, Feng Mingming came to Ximing's door, as if she was bathing in the spring breeze. After entering the room, she handed over tonight's manuscript. I'll come tonight. Fu Qi smiled and took the manuscript. Feng Mingming looked at Ximing in confusion and asked with concern, Did Mr. Shi catch a cold? Ximing said nothing and looked very unhappy. Feng Mingming was a little worried. Maybe it was because of herself. Mr. Shi, you need to pay attention to your rest. We can't live without you. Feng Mingming said softly. Without Mr. Shi, I'm afraid those owners would rebel. Ximing hummed, and then raised his hand to let Feng Mingming out. Feng Mingming looked at Fu Qi, and Fu Qi nodded. As Feng Mingming left, Fu Qi comforted him. Honey, don't worry, I often give this kind of speech at work. I'm going to take a rest first. With a little hoarseness, Simon walked to the bedroom. Fu Qi felt a little strange. Tang Zhe had obviously agreed, so why was she still looking annoyed? Lying on the bed, Simon tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. In the afternoon, Tang Zhe, who was idle and bored, decided to go and play with Feng Mingming. After all, he was still fresh, which made the cats at home moan and groan. However, when Tang Zhe left, he suddenly felt happy and it was another relaxing day. Let other women bear it. Arriving at the door, Tang Zhe knocked on the door, but the person who opened the door was a strange girl. Isn't this the girl in the white dress? Is Mingming here? Tang Zhe asked curiously. Did he go to the wrong door? Yes, I'm her friend. My name is Feng Wei. Hello, my name is Tang Zhe. The two shook hands in a friendly manner. At this time, Feng Mingming came out of the bedroom and saw that Tang Zhe was still a little shy. Of course Feng Mingming knew why Tang Zhe was here. They were just friends playing at home. Brother Tang, come in and sit down. Feng Wei saw something wrong with Feng Mingming's expression. Why was she blushing? Tang Zhe hummed and walked into the room. Feng Mingming poured half a glass of water. Now that he could receive guests with water, it was definitely the most sincere act. Feng Mingming was embarrassed to sit next to Tang Zhe and sat on the other end of the sofa. Feng Wei sat on the single sofa holding a pillow, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Tang Zhe was helpless. This Xiaofeng is very ignorant. I'm already here. You're smart. Shouldn't you find an excuse to leave? Are you waiting to watch a show? Are you guys chatting? Tang Zhe is not very good at talking to girls, So what's the point of talking to girls if he can? Feng Mingming hummed. Well, Wei Wei is homesick. You don't live here? Tang Zhe asked doubtfully. Feng Wei sighed. I work in Huan City. My dad was afraid that some communities were unsafe, so he bought me a set here. Then you are the rich second generation. Tang Zhe shrugged. But Feng Wei, her sitting posture was a bit strange. Didn't she realize that she could see the white lace panties? Or was it intentional? Brother Tang is joking. My dad just has a little money. Feng Wei smiled modestly, and Tang Zhe didn't ask deeply what this had to do with him. Feng Mingming looked at the light rain falling outside and sighed. I don't know what it is. It would be better if it rained harder. At least Mr. Hua and his group would not dare to come. Yeah, if the wind blows again, who will you dare to go out? This light rain is really killing people. Feng Wei also looked very melancholy, thinking about how to leave and return home safely. It's been a lot colder these days. I don't have any clothes to keep out the cold. If there's a power outage, I'm afraid I'll freeze to death. Thinking of this, Feng Mingming couldn't help but shiver. She was very afraid that the power would go out the next moment. It's definitely a fatal blow. As for when the power outage will occur, no one knows, but it is only a matter of time. Maybe next moment, there will be no mobile phone signal. I'm going to go to the bathroom first. I've been getting angry lately, Feng Wei said with a wry smile. Is it okay to eat some snacks every day to satisfy my hunger without getting angry? After Feng Wei left and the toilet door closed, Tang Zhe and Feng Mingming looked at each other. Feng Mingming immediately lowered her head shyly, while Tang Zhe pulled her into his arms. After a while, the toilet door opened. Feng Mingming immediately sat aside, and Tang Zhe acted as if nothing happened. I don't know what's going on in other cities. Are there any that safe? Feng Wei didn't notice anything unusual and sighed repeatedly. I guess there will be, but I ain't get out now. Tang Zhe looked at Feng Mingming's uncomfortable look with amusement. Feng Wei asked tentatively, Brother Tang, you are so powerful. You should be able to escape to a safe city. Tang Zhe just laughed at these tentative words and said nothing. My car is not that easy to get into. Seeing that Tang Zhe didn't speak, Feng Wei also knew that Tang Zhe wouldn't be able to protect her if she didn't pay something. Plus last night's revenge, who knows when Mr. Hua's people will come next time. Think about the men who ran away. When they were bragging, they were all as awesome as the Hulk. When they really came to kill them, they ran faster than anyone else. I'm going to the bathroom, Feng Mingming said with a slight blush. Tang Zhe shook his head. Why do you guys take turns going to the toilet? Suddenly, Feng Wei sat over from the sofa next to her and sat directly next to Tang Zhe, exhaling like a blue breath. What are you doing? Tang Zhe was stunned. Is this girl so proactive now? Just hold your hands when you come up? I didn't get such treatment when delivering food. I once imagined that the female owner would drag me into the house domineeringly. Brother Tang, can you protect me? Feng Wei looked up at Tang Zhe longingly. Tang Zhe's lips twitched. It turns out this is a deal with me. I quite understand. That's easy to say. As the door opened, Feng Wei hurriedly sat back. Brother Tang, you were so awesome last night. Don't say that, it's just to survive. I don't know what Mr. Hua and his group will do next time. Come when. Mr. Shi must have his own way. Feng Mingming, who knew the inside story, comforted. While chatting, it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Zhe was already hungry and was ready to go back and have a big meal. Brother Tang, there is a piece of pork in the refrigerator. Why don't you stay and have a meal? Feng Mingming naturally wanted to please Tang Zhe and was even willing to take out such rare things as pork. Sure enough, Feng Wei immediately complained. When Brother Tang comes, you are willing to eat meat, and you are reluctant to give it to me. Isn't it done now? You still blame me. Feng Mingming said angrily. You were so the meal was quite good. Soon, Lao Ganma's fried meat was served on the table, along with hot white rice. It was a luxury to the extreme. However, the meat tasted weird. It must have been frozen for too long, and it lost the characteristics of pork. Fresh. After dinner, Tang Zhe whistled and pressed the elevator. He looked at the time and saw that it was almost 7 o'clock. Let's go and watch Sister Shi's speech. It's such a comfortable little life. With Tang Zhe's appearance, people around him also expressed their goodwill, and even some women began to ogle. but Tang Zhe looked down on those vulgar fans, and the minimum acceptance conditions were at least like Mingming and Feng Wei. I'm a picky eater. Feng Mingming saw Tang Zhe coming and seemed to pass by Tang Zhe, but she said softly, "Come to my house tonight." Tang Zhe spread his hands. He didn't know why, but he became particularly popular after the end of the world. Why? However, Tang Zhe said it was not interesting for such a woman who took the initiative to betray her. As Fu Qi stood on the stage, Tang Zhe paused. "Dear owners, Mr. Shi is feeling a little unwell today, so I will say a few words on her behalf." Tang Zhe scratched his hair. He had to apologize to Sister Shi, lest he say he was too cruel. Soon Tang Zhe came outside Ximing's house and pressed the doorbell. Ximing saw Tang Zhe at the door through the peephole. He was originally angry and didn't want to open the door, but if he continued to think wildly, wouldn't his efforts today be in vain? Opening the door, Ximing looked at Tang Zhe with a straight face and walked back to the living room with an angry look. Tang Zhe walked into the room and said sheepishly, "Sister Shi, I just heard that you are not feeling well, so I came here to see you." Ximing rolled his eyes. He had never suffered such a loss since he was a child. He had always manipulated men into his hands, and Tang Zhe was no exception, but the price he paid was too high. Tang Zhe sat next to Ximing and suddenly held Ximing's hand. Ximing was stunned. Her heartbeat accelerated, and she wanted to pull out but couldn't. "My sister will be angry if you keep doing this. Today, you got your wish," Ximing said in his eyes, looking at Tang Zhe sideways with a pair of beautiful eyes. Tang Zhe would not be so cowardly. "Actually, I fell in love with you when I saw Sister Shi. After saying that, I felt that instead of delivering food, I should go to Hengdian and try acting. Maybe I could become a star because of my good acting skills." Ximing snorted coldly. "My sister has heard this kind of talk from you too many times. It is okay to lie to your little girlfriend. How can she have a sister? You understand me." Ximing Fong couldn't help but tremble in her heart. This Tang Zhe really knew how to do it. "Go out and get some air." Ximing stood up and walked out of the house. Tang Zhe was stunned and followed him with a smile. At the safe passage, Tang Zhe leaned on the railing and smiled. "Sister Shi, you haven't gone home yet. The air outside is good." Ximing glared at Tang Zhe angrily. If it wasn't for the plan, how could he have suffered a loss? This is not my Simon style at all. Tang Zhe threw the butt of his cigarette on the ground and stamped it out. "Okay, I'll go back first. Sister Shi, please go back quickly. Don't catch a cold." Ximing's face darkened, and he just watched Tang Zhe go downstairs. This jerk, after the matter is over, we must find a way to deal with him. After adjusting his mood, Ximing returned home and Fu Qi sat on the sofa watching a movie. When he saw his wife came back, "Where have you been? Don't go out if you have a cold," Simon said softly. "We're not going anywhere. Let's get some air at the top of the stairs. I'm a little hungry. Bring me something to eat," Simon said helplessly. He was already hungry. "Forget it. Just treat it as a dog bite and just kill Huanyin." Tang Zhe didn't return to his home until early in the morning. As soon as I entered the door, I saw 3 pairs of pitiful, beautiful eyes. Oops, I was so happy that I forgot to prepare meals for them. Telling what happened that night, the 3 women were all shocked. It must be said that this kind of affair was because of the title of the god of war in the garage. If Tang Zhe wanted to, those women who were ogling him would be sure of it. "Master is so awesome. How long have you been here?" Xiaobai acted like a coquettish cat next to Tang Zhe intimately. Sun Ting joked. "So who will win in the end? Will she always leave?" Yi Qingyi frowned and was always worried about the bet, fearing that if she lost, no one would be able to save Ye. "Master, have you thought of a way to make Mr. Shi decide whether to stay or go?" Sun Ting asked curiously. "Of course I have thought of it, but I will keep it a secret for now. You will know when the time comes." Seeing how mysterious Tang Zhe was, it completely whetted the appetite of the 3 girls. No matter how much he acted coquettishly, Tang Zhe would not say anything. After all, my brother Tang's heart is as hard as a stone, and coquettishness cannot melt it away. The next morning, Tang Zhe was awakened by Ximing's phone call. "Sister Shi, have you missed me so early?" Tang Zhe yawned. He worked overtime again last night, and now his eyelids are a little heavy. "These gossipy women are really terrible. I miss you so much. Come up here." I know, I know. The yawning Tang Zhe came upstairs and rang the doorbell. The person who opened the door was Feng Mingming. When he saw Tang Zhe, his heart was filled with excitement. It was obvious that Feng Mingming liked Tang Zhe's hard power. Mr. Shi, I'll leave first. Feng Mingming gave Tang Zhe a look, and Tang Zhe understood instantly. Walking into the room, Simon put down his phone and said in a low voice, I have made an appointment with Mr. Hua about the location. Tang Zhe smiled, sat aside and asked, Have we made an appointment? Shiming Du felt that he was the one who boarded the pirate ship, and he wanted to take advantage of him after hearing this tone. How could such a good thing happen? It was almost enough. Originally he wasn't so fast, but he had to speed up and said sternly, Mr. Hua, and I made an appointment tonight at the Xinhua bookstore on Baoyuan Road. I need you to go in advance to eliminate some hidden dangers. Sister squirted today. What perfume? It smells so good. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Shiming was going crazy. He felt that Tang Zhe didn't care at all. Is it okay to give him such an important task? It's so unreliable. I heard it. Tang's aside and said, Are you that nervous? It's just to deal with a person, not a god. Can you be more serious? This matter is very important to me. Simon said seriously. If he had such an employee in the past, he would have been fired directly. Yeah. Shiming is about to burst. This careless look makes people crazy. They feel like they have lost all their blood, but only he can do this. It's really confusing. It didn't take long for Fuqi to come back, and Tang Zhe had no choice but to leave. Fuqi, who came back, immediately asked with an accusing look, What were you talking about just now? What else can we talk about? What's that look in your eyes? Do you doubt me? Fuqi was frightened when he heard Shiming's tone improve. That's not what I meant. Seeing this cowardly husband, Shiming felt angry. Think about it for yourself. What role have you played in the disaster for so many days? And I am doing things that you men should have done. Tang Zhe is now my only bargaining chip. He can do whatever he wants. After that, he left. Go into the bedroom and close the door firmly. Tang Zhe, who was bored, could only go to Feng Mingming's house to have a cup of tea. Brother Tang. Feng Mingming, who was beside him, drew circles on Tang Zhe's chest with her fingers. What's wrong? Brother Tang, you have to come back safely. Feng Mingming didn't want Tang Zhe to die, otherwise her efforts would be in vain. They're just a bunch of losers, don't worry. Hearing what Tang Zhe said, Feng Mingming only thought that Tang Zhe was bragging because she had heard such words too many times. Don't worry, Brother Tang will take you out of here when the time comes. After hearing this, Feng Mingming's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there any way Tang Zhe can leave? How do you think I got here? It's just that the car didn't come in. After all, I was afraid of being robbed. Tang Zhe said with a smile. If Yi Qingyi saw this smile, he would know that Tang Zhe had some bad intentions. Feng Mingming sat up in excitement, showing off her charming body. Brother Tang, do you have a car? The tires on today's cars can't be used. The tires can't be used, but my car has tracks. Feng Mingming suddenly realized, Tang Zhe, you are so awesome. Mingming likes her so much. I must take Mingming with me when the time comes. From now on, Mingming will listen to Brother Tang. If it weren't for the fact that you are so obedient, for my sake, I won't tell you this secret. You have to keep it secret for me. Well, I promise not to tell. How good. It was almost 11 o'clock when he left Feng Mingming's home. Tang Zhe had no intention of going back. After all, he was also a man of his word, so he still had to do something. Taking out his younger brother's cell phone, Tang Zhe showed a devilish smile on his lips. Mr. Hua, I don't know if you're like your little brother, but don't make it difficult for me. When we came to the garage, the men around us all respectfully called Brother Tang. Brother Tang, the car is ready. You can rush forward, but the tires will soon lose their hold. A man came over with the car key and warned. I know. After taking the car key, it was still a BMW 5 Series. There was a layer of plastic sheeting on the hood to prevent rain from leaking in, but this car was probably the worst car in the garage. Move the car, Brother Tang is going out. More than a dozen men looked at Tang Zhe's relaxed expression, as if he was going on a trip, and secretly wondered if he was just faking it. If Mr. Shi and Tang Zhe come back safe and sound today, then this Tang Ze will be considered a real strong man and can be regarded as the second in command of the community. It's a pity that Tangze is not interested in the second in command, not even the first in command, but he is still interested in the previous one. Imperial capital. At noon, Huo Wanyan ate with a group of younger brothers. Real rice and stir-fried vegetables, just like usual. Of course, eating so well is only rare. Today, when I go out to do errands, I have to let my brothers have a good meal. There are not many people with me, only 70 or 80. But these 70 or 80 mouths can eat a lot, and even Huo Wanyan feels heartbroken. Putting down his chopsticks, Huo Wanyan stood directly on the table. Brothers, let me say a few words. The younger brothers all looked at the boss with ardent admiration in their eyes, especially the shotgun in Huo Wanyan's hand. With this troll, if we don't take down the entire Huan city, then the entire city will belong to our brothers, and we can do whatever we want. The purpose of this operation is to tie up Shimeng. Then we will have more guns. It is only a matter of time before we take over Huan City. The younger brothers were so excited that they had one idea in their minds: take over Huan City and become the king of Huan City. But according to the clues provided by the informant, a weirdo appeared next to this woman Shimeng. He claimed to be a food delivery person, but he killed our brother Scar and the others. What should we do? Revenge. 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 Huo Wanyan was very satisfied with the reaction of his younger brothers. That's right, we have a right to be in the world and pay with blood. Regardless of whether he is delivering food or delivering people's heads, all living beings are equal in front of trolls. After speaking, he raised his hand and raised his head. With shotguns in their hands, the boys whistled excitedly. After dinner, let's go to the bookstore first. Kill everyone except Simon, before my little brother could cheer. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The men in the hall immediately looked at the door. What did the doorkeeper mean? What door did they knock on? The note was coming. Your takeout is here. A familiar voice sounded outside the door. Who else could it be if it was Aunt Tang Ze? Tang Ze didn't go to Xinhua bookstore at all. Wouldn't it be better to come directly to Lao Chao to save trouble? As Tang Ze finished his words, the hall seemed extremely quiet. What time was it? And there was actually a delivery person. Go and open the door. Huo Wanyan frowned, holding the spray gun tightly with both hands. Who is making a fool of himself?